Limitless, a Beauty and the Beast retelling. Lost in a Fairy Tale. Written by Jacqueline Wiest. Narrated by Mary Jo Anderson. Chapter 1. Cedric. The village was packed with people, ready for market. Vendors shouted, advertising their wares, while shoppers moved from stall to stall. They came from all over, dressed in their fanciest clothes of multiple colors of reds, blues, and oranges. Most villagers looked forward to the celebration each year, but for Cedric, it just meant more work. He ducked around a corner with the apple he'd bought from a farmer to avoid the chaos. Lunch wasn't for a few more hours, and he was starving. As soon as the apple was gone, Cedric snaked through the alleyways until he got to the inn. He snatched a rose from a flower bed along the way and hid it in his pocket. The matron glared at him from her front window, but he simply waved and continued through the alley. When he got to the back door, Cedric picked up the barrel of ale he was supposed to deliver to the innkeeper and knocked on the back door. It should have already been delivered, but Cedric always got a little leeway for finishing his work. His father had been banished because of magic, and the villagers seemed to think Cedric would explode with it at any moment. "You're late," the innkeeper Merrick grunted as he opened the door wider and glared at Cedric. He was the one person who believed it was laziness and not magic running through Cedric's veins. "Sorry, sir, I got lost." Cedric hid a smile as he set the ale down on the counter. "Anything else I can do for you, sir?" Merrick rolled his eyes. "The guests need their bags delivered to their rooms. Think you can do that without messing anything up?" Cedric took the keys, gave him a mock bow, and headed for the front of the inn. He chuckled to himself and grabbed the bags of a woman and her 3 children. She was dressed in rich velvet, and her boys looked miserable in their fancy suits. He could relate. "Hello, ma'am. If you'll follow me, I can guide you to your room." The woman sniffed in disgust and followed him up the stairs. She had one of the larger rooms in the inn, with 3 beds, a washing table, dining table, and windows on 2 walls. But she still glared at it. "This is my room?" "Yes, ma'am. Would you like to take your dinner in your room?" Cedric winked at one of the woman's sons, making the boy giggle and duck behind his mom's skirts. "No need. I'll be at the festival until sundown." She dug through her purse and pulled out a few of her smallest coins. "For your troubles." Cedric bowed. "Thank you, ma'am. If I may, I'd suggest going 3 stalls down from here to buy your food. Their meat pies are the finest you'll find in the region." The woman sniffed again and nodded to acknowledge his words. Cedric waved at her boys and left the room, pausing outside long enough to tuck the coins into a pouch he kept hidden in his pant leg. Merrick tended to search them for any tips, so Cedric had to get creative. There were 2 more guests waiting for him when he got downstairs. He helped a merchant to his room and received a gold coin with promise of more if Cedric would keep his location a secret. The man obviously didn't know who Cedric was if he thought anyone would talk to him, but he wasn't going to pass up the coin. Hattie stood in the corner with a paper in her hand to take the order of a group of loud, rude men. She smiled over at Cedric, but continued to listen to the men in front of her. Cedric watched for a moment to make sure no one would treat her disrespectfully, before ducking out of the inn again. If anyone knew she was the princess. As soon as she was done with the order, she made her way over to him. "Where have you been hiding?" "Oh, you know, here and there." He pulled an apple from his pocket. "I saved you one." Her eyes lit up. "An apple is always much sweeter when it's been nabbed by you." "Thank you, Cedric." "Hey, I bought that fair and square." "Sure you did." She grinned, and the dimple he loved so much appeared just below her mouth. "I need to get back." "Not before I give you this." Cedric handed her the rose he'd collected. Her face lit up. "Where'd you find it?" "You know I'll never—" "Cedric! Where are you, boy?" Merrick's voice boomed through the common room. A few of the patrons glanced up, but most were used to Cedric getting into some form of trouble. "You'd better go." Hattie smiled and tucked the rose in her apron, then took the order she'd written out into the kitchen. "There you are. Have you finished your chores?" Merrick placed his hands on his hips. Cedric grinned. "Of course I did. but I'll go double-check just in case I missed something. Merrick grumbled, while a few of the people at surrounding tables hid their laughter. Cedric went to the kitchen, winking at Hattie as he walked past. The fires were getting low in the kitchen, and he should have had the piles of wood inside. He went out the back door and quickly chopped the logs into firewood. If anyone knew he was using an axe, the innkeeper could be shut down for allowing Cedric to do such dangerous work. It was the reason Cedric stayed at the inn, really. No one else gave him a job. No one else believed he was worth having around. The cook glanced over at Cedric when he came in. "Merrick's looking for you. Something about one of the guests." "Thanks." As he piled up the wood near the stove, Cedric ran through a list of the guests he'd helped that day, trying to think of what could have possibly angered any of them. Unless trying to make that woman's son smile was a crime, he was pretty sure he'd done nothing wrong. Merrick stood near the entrance of the inn, speaking to a man and two small girls. Cedric hung back, waiting to see what would happen. This man was from the village, which meant he knew who Cedric was, knew the rumors surrounding him. Finding him in this inn would reflect poorly on Merrick, and that was the last thing Cedric wanted. Once the man left with his girls in tow, Cedric counted to 30, then moved out of the shadows. Merrick met him with a glare. "Where have you been? I asked for you an hour ago." "I was just doing as you asked by keeping the fires burning." Cedric didn't meet Merrick's eyes, a sign that he respected the man in front of him. The joking from before was gone with the reminder that he could be caught at any time. Merrick grunted. "Very well. It seems that one of our guests has decided to spend her days in her room instead of shopping in the market. She mentioned something about meat pies." His eyebrow lifted in suspicion. "She would like one for each of her boys and one for herself. I'll pretend that you didn't suggest that one of my customers eat elsewhere." "Yes, sir." He held out a hand for the coins Merrick held and counted them. "That only pays for 2. "I guess you'd better make up the difference then." Merrick paused. "I put myself out there for you every day by giving you a place to work and live. Don't make me regret it." Cedric nodded and left. The crowd had only grown since he was out before. He shoved his hat down over his eyes to avoid any recognition and joined the flow of people. Merchants called out their wares, offering great deals when Cedric knew that most of them got their supplies at a fraction of the price. If he hadn't been trying to make sure he wasn't recognized, he would warn the customers. He finally made it to the stall with the meat pies and pulled out the change from Merrick, along with his own. "Can I get 6 meat pies?" The merchant grinned. "Back for more, are you?" "You know yours are the best." Cedric handed him the money. "Staying busy?" "This has been busier than usual. I can barely keep up." "Not that I'm surprised." The man handed Cedric the stack of meat pies. "I don't suppose you're going to the ball." Cedric perked up. "Ball?" The man nodded. "Aye. The princess is 16 tomorrow. They are hosting a ball to find a perfect suitor. Everyone is invited, down to the smallest villager." "I'll keep that in mind." Cedric wrapped the pies in a handkerchief so he wouldn't burn his fingers. "Thank you." The merchant had already turned his attention to the next customer. Cedric ducked into the alley behind the vendor and pulled out one of the meat pies. He took a bite, savoring the spices that most cooks in the village only wished they could purchase. Cedric winked at a group of girls as he passed and grinned as they burst into giggles. He'd courted a couple of them, but always broke it off before their parents knew of it. No need for them to be treated like he'd been his whole life. Still, it was nice to have companionship. Hattie was a good friend. It was too bad that's all she would ever see in him, a brother who was fun to be with. The inn's common room was full when he walked in, so he headed straight upstairs to deliver the meat pies. The youngest son answered the door and scampered away when he saw who it was. Moments later, the woman appeared. "Ah, there you are. I was beginning to think you'd made off with my coins." She took the pies from his hands. "Thank you. I have traveled for days, and the thought of lamb stew for another night was more than I could bear." Cedric bowed slightly. "It's my pleasure, milady. I hope you enjoy them." The woman slammed the door, leaving Cedric still standing there. He chuckled to himself, and went back downstairs. Hattie stood nearby, talking to a couple of guests. Cedric caught her eye and nodded toward the back door before heading toward the kitchen. It was another few minutes before she finally followed. "What are you up to, Cedric?" The small dimple just below her mouth showed as she smiled playfully. "Why didn't you tell me about the ball tomorrow night?" His stomach twisted in knots, the same thing that happened every time those blue eyes stared into his, as if she were staring into his soul. Hattie bit her lip and wound one of her curls around her finger. "It's something my parents insisted on, and I didn't want you to feel like you needed to come. I mean, what if someone recognizes you?" Cedric paused for a moment before shrugging. "I will disguise myself. No one will know who I am." "And just how do you plan to do that? You would have to wear the same makeup as the court jesters." Hattie laughed, sending a thrill through him. He'd have to find a way to make her laugh more often. "I will find a way. I can't miss your birthday." Cedric took her hand in his, something he usually tried with other girls, never Hattie. Hattie reached out and touched his cheek, her expression sad. "Your face has been plastered on the walls of this kingdom for years. I couldn't bear if they took my oldest and dearest friend from me." The smallest ball of hope formed in his stomach. Did she feel the same for him? "Leave that to me. No one will realize who I am." "Oh, very well. Please don't try to seek me out while you're there. It would be too dangerous for you if we were seen together." She pulled the handkerchief off her hair and fluffed out the curls. Her gown was probably hidden down the street somewhere. "Now I'd better get back to the palace before Father notices that I'm gone." Cedric watched her go before letting out a whoop. He would finally get to see inside the palace. His village sat at the foot of the palace grounds, but he'd never been near it. He had been forbidden by his ma and then by his other caretakers. Now was his chance to see how royalty lived. Maybe he could be important, even if it was just for the night. Cedric stared at himself in the mirror, rubbing the beard he'd applied to his chin. He felt like a fool, but he hoped that it would be enough to trick anyone who might recognize him. He applied some of Merrick's grease to his hair to make it comb to the side, like he'd seen on the royalty who came through town at times. When he was finally satisfied with his appearance, he put on his shoes and went downstairs. He slipped out the back so he wouldn't draw attention to himself and jogged toward the palace. As he made his way through the empty marketplace, he stopped suddenly. He turned in a circle, trying to figure out what was missing. He could have sworn something important had stood in this place earlier in the day. He shook his head and joined the crowd making their way to the palace. Excited chatter filled the air as the villagers talked about what it looked like inside. Cedric stayed silent. He had no one to speak to anyway. There were a few glances in his direction, but otherwise, no one seemed to care about the strange man walking among them. The palace stood tall, beckoning its guests to come forward. He stood in line with the others, waiting to go inside the palace. He watched the families in front of them as they gave the guards their names. The line continued forward through the palace gates and up the stairs to the palace. Finally, it was Cedric's turn. The guard studied his face. "Name?" "Stefan." Cedric cringed at using his father's name, but it was the first that came to mind. The guard glanced up at him, then gestured for him to go in, muttering about peasants and their lack of titles. Cedric wanted to say something back and thought better of it. His father wouldn't have been cast out if it weren't for those with titles. The hallways to the ballroom had high ceilings, and the molding was covered with gold. Rich tapestries hung along the walls, telling the stories of past kings. Cedric stopped to study one depicting a battle with a mage, but he was pushed along by those behind him. He straightened his coat and continued into the ballroom. The room was enormous. He was sure that Merrick's entire inn could fit inside this one room. Chairs and couches lined the walls, many of which were occupied with his fellow villagers. The curtains hung down, covering the immense windows throughout the ballroom. Feeling lonely or alone wasn't a feeling he was unfamiliar with. But this place made him feel like he shouldn't be there. that he wasn't worthy. Cedric brushed off the feeling and searched for Hattie. She was the reason he'd come to this ball, and he intended to see her before he left. Chapter 2. Hattie. Hattie turned in a slow circle, taking in the dress she wore. It was a deep purple with lace at the arms and a braided ribbon around the bodice. Her hair was down in ringlets, and pearls were around her neck. The tiara went on last, along with the heavy weight of responsibility. It was the reason she escaped to the village to pretend to be someone else. The reason she loved the adventures she'd had with Cedric since they were children. Tonight, things would change. "You look beautiful, milady." Her maid curtsied and left the room before Hattie could say anything. While her clothing was exquisite, she longed for a simple peasant dress and comfortable shoes. She'd loved playing in the marketplace with the boys when she could get away from her nursemaid as a child, and that had never really changed. And now here she was, dressed and ready to rule the kingdom. Her cheeks burned at the thought that Cedric would see her this way. Her feelings had grown deeper and stronger over the years, but she could never show him. A knock came at the door, and Hattie's heart leapt into her throat. It was time to go. She readjusted her tiara before turning to find her father standing in the doorway. The gray in his hair made him seem older than he really was. But he still looked handsome in his robes. "Are you ready, princess?" His smile lit up his face as he took her dress in. "Mary has certainly outdone herself this time. You look beautiful." "Thank you, father." She pulled on her silk gloves and took a deep breath. "I'm ready." "Hold on." He stopped and pulled out a small box. Inside was a gold chain with a locket that held a picture of her parents. "I know that it is not your wish to marry so early. It is one of the burdens of the kingdom. And while I would love to have you stay my little girl, it is time for you to take your own position. And that means no more waiting tables at the inn." Hattie's head jerked up. No one was supposed to know she was there. "How—" "You're not the only one who can be sneaky around here," he laughed. "I had to know where you disappeared to every day, so I had you followed one day, and every day after that." She had been so careful to slip out early, and had still been caught. "I'm sorry, father. I just want—" "I know. I would be lying if I said I'd never escaped the pressures of this life." He pulled her into a hug before taking her new necklace from her hand. He moved around her and took off the pearls before putting on the locket. "Much better. Now, we'd better go before your mother thinks that we both ran away." Hattie laughed and slipped her arm through his. She smoothed her gown out with her free hand and allowed him to guide her. Guards stood outside the room and bowed as she passed. Hattie walked slowly down the steps, repeating her etiquette lessons in her mind. They entered the ballroom and walked up to the dais, where their thrones sat. Her face burned as everyone bowed as one. This was her life from now on, people bowing, never looking her in the eye for fear of being punished. Father leaned close to her ear. "Smile. They're here for you." She nodded slightly to acknowledge that she'd heard, then forced a smile. Father moved toward his throne, guiding her over to sit next to Mother. Hattie searched the faces of the guests to find Cedric. Part of her hoped he'd stayed away so that he wouldn't be in danger, but she was desperate for a friend to make this night more bearable. An old man came to stand in front of the throne dais. He bowed deeply before gesturing to a man who had to be 10 years older than Hattie. "This is my son, Augustus. He is the heir to the throne and would like to ask for your daughter's next dance." Hattie narrowed her eyes. Why couldn't they just ask her? She caught the glances from her parents and quickly smiled instead. Maybe if she danced, she could find Cedric that way. She stood and took Augustus's outreached hand, wincing when she realized this was a waltz. She'd hoped to be able to switch partners so she could avoid his smile that didn't reach his eyes. Augustus reached his arm around her waist, and while they moved to the music, Hattie tried to ignore the fact that she was with him. Not that he was awful. His movements were sure, and he glided across the floor. Even so, it was a relief when it ended. But then another heir stood to the side, ready to take his place, and Hattie was sent off to dance with him. Her feet ached after 3 more dances, but still the suitors came. Father hadn't told her she would be danced to death, but it seemed that would be the case. After a rather upbeat dance with a prince who spent more time stepping on her feet than she did, Hattie insisted on going to get some air. She watched her parents until their attention was drawn to a couple across the room and escaped through a side door that led to the veranda. The cool night air was a refreshing change from the humid atmosphere inside. She leaned against the banister and took deep breaths, knowing she only had a few minutes before her parents would realize she was gone. "It's not safe to be all by yourself, Highness." The man's voice made Hattie jerk around. Generally, the men in this kingdom were clean-shaven, but this man had a beard and mustache. His suit was fine, although it was not as fancy as those worn by the princes. Hattie gasped. The man held a rose out to her, his dark blue eyes dancing in the candlelight. "Cedric?" Relief washed over her, and she threw her arms around him. Where did you get all of this?" Cedric grinned. "I had to get creative. Let's just say a merchant owed me a huge favor, so he gave me his nicest suit." "And the beard?" she whispered. "Merrick helped me with it. Wouldn't tell me where it's from or what it's made of, and I'm not sure I want to know." Cedric rubbed his chin, making Hattie laugh. "It looked so real." She reached up and touched it, then pulled her hand away when she realized what she was doing. "I want to stay out here, but I need to get back inside. Will you stay? We could dance and my parents would never suspect anything." Cedric stared at the ballroom through the open doors. I was never taught to dance." The music began to play the next song, and couples lined up to dance in the center of the room. "It's easy, come on." Hattie pulled him over to the line and had him stand across from her. "Just do what everyone else is doing." Faces blended together as they moved from one partner to the next. She glanced back towards Cedric when she could. He smiled at the other girls, but only Hattie could see the fear in his eyes. Perhaps she should have taught him the steps before pulling him onto the dance floor. "Don't you think?" A man's voice pulled Hattie out of her thoughts. A young man with brilliant green eyes looked down at her expectantly. His arms were tight around her, almost squeezing the air from her lungs. She was whisked away by the next partner in line. She could feel the man's eyes on her, but she forced herself to avoid his gaze. They were too mesmerizing. Even as she moved to the next partner, she could feel them on her. As the song ended, Hattie found herself near Cedric. She breathed a sigh of relief. "There you are." "Is something wrong?" Cedric moved closer and guided her off the dance floor, his arm around her protectively. Hattie glanced behind her to try to find the man she'd danced with, but there were too many people out there. Still, she could almost feel him watching her. I'm fine. Something just felt off." "Hattie, I know you too well to believe you. What happened out there?" Cedric tipped her chin so she could meet his eyes. Her breath caught at his boldness. His blue eyes searched hers, and she had to look away. "It's just that I danced with one partner, and it was like he could see inside me, my thoughts, everything. Even now I feel him watching." She shuddered. Cedric pulled her toward the door of the veranda. "Let's go. You can make your excuses to your parents later if nothing is wrong." Hattie allowed him to pull her along, her stomach twisting in knots. If it meant getting those eyes out of her head, she'd gladly leave. Seconds before Hattie and Cedric reached the doors, they swung shut with a force that nearly made them splinter. The music stopped suddenly as everyone turned toward Hattie and Cedric. The window curtains flew shut next, followed by the other exits being closed off. Hattie's heart leapt in her chest. Magic was supposed to be banned in the kingdom, but that was the only explanation for what had just happened. Shrieks sounded throughout the ballroom as people realized they had no escape. Swirling black smoke appeared in the center of the room, and the sound of laughter emanated from it. The crowd of dancers quickly backed away. As the smoke dissipated, a man stood there, clothed in a black robe, holding a staff. Hattie gasped. She'd know those eyes anywhere. "Leaving so soon, young Cedric?" The man moved toward them, almost floating. Cedric froze, his expression hardening. Hattie glanced between them, wondering if he knew who this man was. She tugged at Cedric's sleeve, but he wouldn't budge. "Aren't you enjoying the party?" The man waved his hand, gesturing toward the people behind him. "It's only just begun." "Who are you?" Cedric's voice cracked. "Ah, I believe I forgot to formally introduce myself." The man snapped his fingers, and a cloud of green smoke appeared around them. More shrieks shattered the silence of the ballroom as people scattered to get away. Guards ran for the smoke, but they were flung to the side. When the smoke settled, a man stood in front of them in merchant clothes, a cart standing next to him with an advertisement for meat pies. Cedric stiffened. "You?" "Yes. I thought you'd recognize me better this way." The man's laugh sent a chill through Hattie. "I have spent countless years learning everything I can about you. It's a shame you were cast out by your village for something you cannot control." Hattie took his hand and held tight as he suddenly bent over in pain. "Hey, are you all right? What's going on?" Cedric nodded and squeezed her hand to let her know he was fine. The man stood and watched the exchange with a smile. "Ah, and here's the princess. A friendship that should never have happened. She's far above your station." "Leave her out of this." Cedric clenched his fist. "Look, I don't know why you're here." "Oh, I believe you do." The man closed the distance between them, ripping the beard and mustache off Cedric's face. The gasp from those around them echoed through the ballroom. The smug look turned to desperation. "Now, where is it?" Cedric took a step back. "Where is what?" "You know what I'm talking about. Where is it?" The man growled, glancing at Cedric's neck and then his hand. "I don't know what you're talking about. Please leave us. These people have done no harm." The man's eyes flashed with anger. "The amulet, foolish boy!" "Amulet?" Cedric was poor and had nothing to his name. Hattie moved to step forward, but Cedric grabbed her hand to stop her. "I wish I could help you. I do. I just don't know what you're talking about. I have never had an amulet in my possession." They stared each other down until the man finally stepped back. "Very well. I see that I'll have to make my point clear. Tell me where the amulet is, or I will take this kingdom apart, brick by brick." Cedric glared back at the man, his shoulders squared, and a glint to his eye that made Hattie take a step back. "I cannot give you what I don't have. Spare this kingdom. Kill me if you must. Don't touch this kingdom. Spare the people who have made your life miserable since you were only a child?" The man shook his head. "Pathetic. You care too much for them." "Very well. I've changed my mind. After all, they wouldn't be able to see you suffer if they're gone." The man stalked toward the throne and pointed his staff at the king. With a brilliant green light, the king was transformed into a beast. The man laughed and turned to the audience. "This is what happens when people don't do as I ask." Cedric pulled Hattie toward the nearest door. "We need to get you out of here." Hattie fought back, trying to get to her father. Panic filled her as she watched the man laugh. "No, I need to help him. The only way to help him is to go. Now." He grabbed the doorknob just as the queen was turned into a beast as well. He yanked on the door, but it was still locked through magic. Hattie glanced around for another exit. "Come on." She ran toward one of the large windows and grabbed a chair to throw at it. Tears nearly blinded her as adrenaline kicked in. "Where do you think you're going? Would you abandon your family?" The man's voice boomed across the room, and Hattie leapt out of the way as she felt a spark brush past her. Cedric grabbed her hand and shoved her through the window. She tried to catch herself, but fell to the ground. She scrambled to her feet to go back for her parents. "Look out!" Cedric dove at her. It was too late. A spark ricocheted off the veranda and hit her foot. She tripped and fell to the ground, pain exploding in her head as she landed. Strong arms lifted her as darkness overtook her. Chapter 3. Cedric. Cedric carried Hattie for as long as he could until his arms screamed for mercy. As soon as they reached the safety of the forest, He set her down to see if anyone had followed them. When he was certain they were alone, he knelt next to her and checked her head where it had hit the ground. It was too dark to see anything, but his fingers found the lump. "Hattie, wake up." He shook her shoulder. "Hattie." When she didn't move, Cedric moved down to her foot where the spell had hit. Part of her shoe was singed from the curse, but otherwise he saw no damage. So why was she still all right when the king and queen had changed so quickly? It was clear that she wouldn't be awake any time soon, so Cedric hefted her up on his back, ignoring his screaming muscles as they went through the woods to the village. It was slow going, but it was the only way to get her to safety. Once they were in the village, Cedric had to dodge the groups of people standing in the square. Cries of sorrow and outrage at what happened to the king and queen sounded throughout the town square. He caught a few whispers about the princess, which meant that she couldn't stay here for much longer or she'd be in danger. The cook was the only one in the kitchen when Cedric opened the back door. He gasped when he saw Hattie over his shoulder, but kept silent. Cedric leaned her against the wall and turned toward the cook. "I need you to watch over her. If you have a way to wake her, that would be even better. I'll be back soon." Cedric heard the cook calling from behind him as he continued to his small room. Cedric shoved what little he had into a bag and checked around the room one more time to make sure he hadn't forgotten anything. He almost wished the amulet would show up under his bed so this nightmare could be over. By the time he got back down, Hattie had awakened. She straightened and took the mug that the cook handed her. "You're awake." Cedric sat next to her on the floor. "My head is pounding. Otherwise, I feel fine." Hattie stared down at the drink in her hands. "I wish this was all a nightmare, that I could wake up in the morning to find that my parents are in the room next to mine, and that none of this had happened. I wish that it were true as well, but it's not, and you're in danger. Maybe you can just hide out here until I find the amulet to break the curse." Hattie shook her head. "No, you're not leaving me here. I want to go with you." Cedric sighed and went through his bag to find some clothes for her. "Here, try these on." The look on Hattie's face would have been comical, if not for the fact that they were in danger. "You can't go around dressed like that. You can change in my room." Cedric set the clothes in her arms and nudged her toward the room. She glanced back at him, then closed the door behind her. The cook stared at him before going back to kneading dough. "I hope you know what you're getting yourself into." "I hope so too." A few minutes later, Hattie came out of the room. The pants and shirt were too big, and the hat she wore covered her long curls well. They would have to do something about her shoes later, though. They were too delicate for long distances. "Do I look all right?" Cedric circled around her. "You look good. You're small for a boy. I think as long as you let me talk, we should be fine." Hattie raised an eyebrow. "You think I'll make a fool of myself?" "No, it's just that your voice is too high and your speech too formal." Cedric leaned forward and tucked a lock of hair up into her hat. Merrick came into the kitchen and closed the door to the main room. "Better leave now. Even though the crowd is left, I can only assume they'll be back for you." "Thank you." Cedric picked up his bag and went to the back door. Hattie hugged Merrick. "Thank you for everything." Merrick shook his head. "I had the princess under my roof and had no idea. I apologize, Highness." "Hold on, boy." Merrick's rough voice made Cedric stop and turn. "I wanted to give you this." Cedric took a small leather pouch from him and opened it, revealing several gold coins inside. He gasped. "I can't take this. I never had any sons to share my inheritance with. Take it. Buy provisions for both of you. And Cedric, good luck." Merrick pulled him into a hug and patted him on the back before walking into the main room. That was strange. Cedric shook his head and shoved the coin purse into his bag. While Merrick was hard on him sometimes, he was the only father Cedric had known. But for Merrick to give him this much money, it made Cedric choke up a little. Hattie slipped out the door, and Cedric shut it behind them, saying goodbye to the life he'd grown to love. The sounds of yelling in the streets seemed to have died down, but he was still careful as he made his way through the back alley. The alleys were empty as they made their way through the maze of streets, careful to avoid being seen. It was silent until they reached the square where several villagers stood together with pitchforks. Definitely not a place Cedric wanted to be spotted with the princess. Cedric backtracked several steps into the alley and crept toward the woods so they could go all the way around. It was a relief when they finally entered the secrecy of the forest. Hattie readjusted her bag as they stepped over fallen logs and vines. Do we know where we're going? To find my father. He had never had any desire to see his father. He'd heard too many stories about the awful things his father had done. And while he figured most of it was just stories, he'd grown to dislike his father anyway. The crunching of their boots was the only sound as they made their way through the dark forest. They'd had no time to grab torches, which would have given them away, so they had to step around branches and bushes hidden in the darkness. Are you sure that's the best plan? Hattie's voice made Cedric jump after the long silence. Cedric shrugged. I don't know. I just figured it was the best place to start. Unless you have a better idea. Well, no. It's just that you don't know where he is. And are you sure he would actually want to help you? He didn't leave on his own. He was forced out. At this point, I want to assume that he would talk to me if I showed up at his door. Cedric glanced over at Hattie. Her lips were pursed like she wanted to say something, but knew she shouldn't. Cedric sighed. Look, he's the only one I know who has magic, except for the mage at the ball, and he won't help. Hattie nodded but didn't say anything as they left the forest and walked through a farmer's field. The wind whistling through the grain around them eased Cedric's anxiety. He paused as he caught another sound above it. Sniffling? He looked down to see Hattie wipe her eyes. Cedric stopped and wrapped his arms around her, holding her as she sobbed into his shoulder, comforting her as she walked away from her parents and her home, feeling the solitude that Cedric knew all too well. It wasn't until they heard the calls behind them that they finally broke apart. The villagers. Cedric took Hattie's hand as they ran through the grain fields. He headed straight for the stream where they could hide their trail. Dogs barked behind them in the distance, and Cedric knew they were running out of time to get away. Follow my steps exactly. Cedric climbed down into the stream, picked his way from one stone to another, careful not to leave a footprint. The moon was both a blessing and a curse. While it allowed them to see what was in front of them, it also allowed the villagers to see them. He just hoped it would work. Hattie said nothing as she followed behind him, but stayed just one step behind until they reached the stream. When they reached the water, Cedric sat down and pulled his shoes and socks off, then tied the laces together so he could wear them around his neck. You're going to want to do the same thing. Cedric gestured to the shoes she wore. What? No, I'll just wear my shoes. Hattie's embarrassment flowed through her voice. To show one's feet was scandalous. Even when they were children, Hattie always kept her feet covered. Cedric glanced up the embankment, listening to the calls. They were getting ever closer. This is the easiest way to lose the people who are after us. If it means that much, keep your socks on and just take off your shoes. We need to go now. Hattie swallowed hard before nodding. She sat down in the dirt and pulled off her shoes. They had no laces, so Cedric put them in his bag. I'm going to walk behind you in case you fall. Just keep going forward until I tell you to stop. All right. Hattie sniffled and stepped into the water. She moved to the center of the stream and walked carefully, pausing between steps to get her footing before moving on. Cedric shook his head and followed her into the water. The cold sent a shock through him, and he was amazed that Hattie hadn't even hesitated. Have you done this before? Hattie turned and smiled slyly. I have a favorite place to read up here. Normally I walk along the bank until I can't go any farther. Then I have to walk through the water the rest of the way. Cedric chuckled. Her running off to read should have surprised him. But then, she also liked to work the tables at the inn as well. There was no figuring her out. Chapter 4. Merrick. Merrick stood in the darkness long after Cedric and the princess had disappeared from sight. He knew the moment he'd allowed her to work in the inn that he was dooming Cedric to a life of misery. He'd known it was her. He'd served their family for years before retiring to this inn. And over the years, it was obvious that Cedric and Hattie cared for each other. And like a fool, Merrick had done nothing to stop it. Childhood fantasies. The sound of breaking glass and shouts pulled Merrick back to the present. He reached in through the front door of his inn and grabbed his staff. There would be no riots here tonight. Fire blazed in the streets as people shouted along the streets. Enough! Merrick's voice boomed out over the crowd. Many stopped what they were doing, but a few men ignored him. Those who didn't listen met with his staff and dropped to the ground. They weren't dead. They'd awake with a headache in the morning. All of you back to your beds. Make sure your families are safe. There was enough damage done at the palace tonight with the loss of our king and queen. We don't need to destroy ourselves here in the village as well. He knew they wouldn't see his glare in the darkness, but no one argued. Fathers and mothers gathered their children and guided them back to their homes. Merrick shook his head as he turned back to the inn. What were they thinking? The common room was loud as stories from that night grew bigger with each telling. It would be a long night, which meant his coffers would be full in the morning from those who drank themselves to sleep. Cook stood at the stove, adding vegetables and soup bones to the stew. They're gone? Yes. Merrick shook his head. I don't like that I had to send him off with the princess. I might as well have put a target on both their backs. Have you heard about what actually happened tonight? Nothing I've heard makes any sense. Though if you can believe half of what was said, there was a curse put on the king and queen, and Hattie only barely escaped. Cook froze mid-chop. A curse? Magic? Apparently someone managed to escape the guards. Merrick rubbed his face and sighed. Better start some bread to go with the stew. I'll grab more ale from the cellar. Yes, sir, Cook sighed. I guess it's a good thing that neither of us went tonight. Merrick smiled grimly. And yet I sent the boy into the lion's den. He would have gone anyway. Cook dropped potatoes into the stew, then put a hand on Merrick's shoulder. There was nothing more you could have done. You honored his mother's wishes, and he's a better man for it. Merrick grunted at the compliment and took a lantern down off the wall. Being a good man means nothing if I sent him to his death. Cook's whistling followed behind him as he headed down to the cellar. He may have pushed away the compliment, but the truth was it warmed his heart. Merrick set the lantern on a shelf and grabbed a few jugs of ale to take upstairs. It took 2 more trips to get the desired amount, and by the time he was finished, Merrick was breathing hard. No wonder he always sent the boy. He walked out to the common room to find that the noise had died down significantly. Perhaps he would get to bed sooner than he thought. Those who were still there spoke in soft voices and looked over at Merrick with frightened expressions. Is there something wrong? Merrick glanced over at the musician who normally played while others ate, but the man wouldn't look at him. A man cleared his throat. What kind of witchcraft are you playing with? Merrick gripped the jug in his hand tightly. How dare you accuse me of witchcraft? How else would you explain what happened? The man slid toward the door. I don't know what you mean. Merrick set the drinks and checked to make sure the knife was still on his belt. The man gestured toward an empty table. 1 minute they were there, the next minute they're gone. Was it in the drink? Merrick's eyes flickered toward the table and back to the man. They must have headed to bed for the night. It's late. Maybe you should all head upstairs. A cup crashed to the floor, rolling over to rest at Merrick's foot. He picked it up and inspected it. Strange. The markings on the cup were very different from his. The style was different than what was normally found in the kingdom. See? He did it again! A woman pointed at another table. Witchcraft! Merrick gasped to find that the table next to him had emptied. All that was left was a few dishes and... Wait. Was that a candlestick? He picked it up. How many times has this happened? It was those 3 tables first, then the one in the back. A woman gestured to another table. What did you do? Merrick tapped the table, trying to figure out what had happened. Panic settled into his stomach. He didn't like magic, but it appeared that something magical was at play here. Several of these families had been here all night. He'd served them dinner hours ago. Others, these people, were they dressed in fine gowns? Like they'd gone to the ball? The woman paused before nodding. I suppose, yes. What does that have to do with anything? And what about this table? Merrick's heart raced. Did they go? Murmurs broke out among them. A few cried as they realized what he was implying. The man who had argued first stepped forward. He was dressed in rougher clothes, and his hair appeared not to have been washed for days or even weeks. Are you saying whatever curse hit the king and queen hit here too? I don't know. I suggest that if you have families who attended the ball tonight, you should leave now and check on them. In fact, even if you didn't, Please check on your neighbors. We need to know how bad this is. People scrambled for the door while Merrick stood staring at one of the mugs. Cursing the king and queen he could understand. Even the princess made sense. But why turn the villagers into household items? Merrick found Cook in the kitchen. If you have anyone you need to check on, go quickly. Cook shook his head. My wife is visiting her family outside the kingdom. I can stay here. Sir, do you think Cedric got out all right? I don't know. He frowned. Let's hope he got out before this curse set in. Noise came from the common room, so Merrick left, pausing at the doorway. We must be prepared for anything. Several villagers stood together and stopped talking when Merrick walked over to their group. What did you find? Thomas, the town butcher, stepped forward. It's the same out in the streets. Dishes, furniture, silver, all just lying on the ground. Oh dear. I want you to gather all the items and bring them here. I have an empty room that we can store them in. A woman pushed her way to the front. You can't just store them like that. They were people. Would you rather have them be run over by horses? Merrick waved his hand. Go. I must prepare a room. Merrick waited for all of them to leave, then dropped into a chair at one of the tables and rubbed his forehead. What was supposed to be a special time for the princess, for the kingdom, had become a nightmare. Chapter 5. Hattie. Hattie's feet were numb, but she continued to push forward. She didn't want to be seen as weak. Cedric caught up and put his finger on his lips, then took her arm and helped her onto the bank. He stopped to put on his shoes and waited for her to slip hers on before heading into the forest that now separated them from the villagers. The yelling had grown distant, but it was still there, forcing them to continue on. Hattie jogged alongside him the best she could, her feet sliding around in her shoes. Wearing her stockings hadn't been wise. Her feet were still wet and cold, and she didn't know how long they would be running. She dodged a branch that blocked her way and had to catch up to Cedric. Her breaths came in gasps. Stop, she called, but it came out as more of a whisper. Cedric! Her legs collapsed out from under her, sending her to the ground on the top of a log. She lay there trying to catch her breath. She'd thought she could run long distance. After all, she'd traveled between the palace and the inn countless times. Running through the forest had taken every ounce of her energy. Strong arms lifted her off the log. Hey, Hattie, get up. We have to go a little farther. Can you walk? Cedric's voice was low as it washed over her. She nodded and ignored the screaming of her feet and legs. This time Cedric didn't let go of her hand as they moved through the woods. It was much slower than they'd gone before, but at least they were still moving. They broke through the trees to find an old cabin with smoke trailing out of the chimney, then abruptly disappeared. Hattie jerked to a stop. Had she been dreaming of the house? No. The gasp that came from Cedric meant that he'd seen the same thing. So, it appears I may not have to find my father after all. There's obviously magic at work here. Maybe whoever lives here can help. Cedric continued to the clearing and knocked on what seemed like thin air, but Hattie heard distinct raps on a wooden door. What do you mean we won't have to find your father? Where are we? Cedric put his finger to his lips. My mother told me about a woman just outside the kingdom who could help, but I never believed her. It looks as though she might have been right. What do you mean? Did I really see a cottage? Cedric nodded. Blink again and you'll see it. Hattie glanced up at him in confusion, then did as he said. When she opened her eyes, the cottage was back. She shook her head. Magic may not have been allowed in her kingdom, but it absolutely fascinated her. An old woman opened the door, wiping her hands on an old rag that had seen better days. Can I help you? She looked up, and her eyes widened. Stefan? No, I'm Cedric, Stefan's son. Cedric tensed at the last part. We are searching for him. Do you know where we might find him? The woman opened the door wider. Come in, come in. There are angry spirits in the wind, and I'd rather not allow them in my home. Hattie stepped into the small room. A pot sat boiling over the fire in the fireplace, and a few of the bottles around the counters emitted smoke in different colors. A large book sat open on a large oak table in the center of the room. The woman slammed the book shut and pushed it to the side, then grabbed 3 mugs from off the shelf. Stand in front of the fire, Highness. You don't want to get sick, do you? She poured tea into the mugs and handed one to Hattie. How did you? Cedric took the mug from her, his eyes wide. I have counseled with her father several times over the years. The woman smiled. I'm Roswin, and my sisters help serve those who need us. It's very nice to meet you. Hattie slipped her shoes off and limped over to the fireplace to warm up. Her feet and legs had stiffened up from the cold, and the heat was almost too much. Cedric set a chair behind her, and she smiled up at him. Thank you. My pleasure. He brought another chair over and sat next to her. They sipped their tea in silence, listening to Roswin move around the room, muttering under her breath. Hattie could feel the day catching up with her. She reached up and touched the locket she'd gotten from her father. Who would have known that she'd be here now? Roswin brought over 2 bowls of stew and set them on the table. Eat up. You'll want your strength before you continue on with your journey. You never answered my question, Roswin. Do you know where my father is? I have an idea. First, I must know how you found me. She stood in front of them with her hands on her hips. Cedric pulled out a folded-up piece of parchment. It was well worn and appeared as though it had been folded and unfolded many times. Ma left this to me when she died. She told me that if there was ever a need to find my father, I was to come to you. Roswin took the parchment from him and read through it. When she finished, she set it on the table and studied Cedric, before answering. Very well. I will help you find him, though I don't know what you expect from him when you get there. I'm hoping he'll know what amulet the mage was talking about when he cursed the king and queen. Cedric took the parchment back from her and put it back in his bag. Hattie leaned forward, catching the way Roswin avoided their eyes. You know of the amulet. There are many amulets. Roswin waved her hand in dismissal. Yes, but you know what this one is, don't you? Hattie stood and put her bowl on the table, then squared her shoulders. Tell us what you know. Roswin snorted. You have no power over me. We're not in your kingdom. Hattie glared. Even though we are not in my kingdom anymore, I'm still royalty. My mother and father have been cursed, and I'm trying to find a way to lift it. Now please, tell me what you know about this amulet, or I'll make sure that this is the next piece of land we purchase. Then you will be in my land, and I'll be forced to kick you out. Cedric stared at Hattie with his mouth open, but she forced herself to keep her eyes on Roswin. Otherwise, she would lose her composure. Very well. Roswin sat at the table, so Hattie and Cedric turned their chairs around and joined her. Many years ago, magic ran rampant in the land. Witches and mages terrorized those around them, stealing animals for sacrifice, putting curses on those who had wronged them, that sort of thing. She met Hattie's eyes. It's the reason your grandfather had to ban magic in the kingdom. Many of the mages and witches agreed that it was for the best that they give up their magic, rather than leave the land of their fathers. They could still protect the kingdom with their potions, but they gave up their magic by placing it into the amulet, and only the one who held it could have access to their powers. That way, if war ever came to the land, they'd be able to use it again. And my father wouldn't put his magic into the amulet? Cedric stared down at his hands. He couldn't. Your grandfather hid the amulet where no one could find it, and died before he could pass it on. Hattie placed her hand over Cedric's. That's awful. So it's just out there somewhere? Lost? It could have been worse. Evil forces were after the amulet, and it needed to be kept safe. Roswin pulled the large book over to her and flipped through the pages. She stopped and pushed the book toward Hattie and Cedric. This is what you're looking for. I have to warn you that it will not be easy to find. The amulet was a large red stone with strange gold characters surrounding it. Hattie touched the picture and jerked back when an electric shock zapped her. What was that? Hattie held her fingers to her mouth. It's a spell to make sure no one else touches my book. Roswin laughed and slammed the book shut. I know where your father might be. No one has seen him for a few years, so he could have moved since then. Hattie stood and stretched, ready to sleep for a few years. Thank you for the tea. We must be going so I can get some rest. Nonsense. You will sleep here tonight. Roswin stood and grabbed some blankets from a chest and laid them out in 2 piles on the floor near the fire. Hattie climbed into the blankets and curled up into a ball. While Roswin and Cedric had lowered their voices, she could still hear them talking. Did you know my father? Cedric asked quietly. I did. He was a good man. Roswin paused. You bear a strong resemblance to him. No one spoke for a moment, and Hattie began to drift off until Cedric spoke again. Was he guilty of the crimes they accused him of committing? He didn't always get along with those around him, but he was a good man. He made the best remedies around, and it made a lot of people jealous. There was the sound of a few jars being set down on the table. You'll never find a better headache medicine. Your father made this for me before you were even born, and it has maintained its potency for all these years. Did you ever learn how he did it? Cedric asked. I never asked. It was his livelihood. Now, you should sleep. Hattie wants to rest, and she's still listening to us talk. Hattie snuggled down further into her blankets, her face burning. She wasn't sure how Roswin knew she was awake, but it gave Hattie goosebumps. Hattie climbed out of the warm blankets and stumbled over to the table. She'd slept better that night than she had in months, and the soreness she'd expected from walking for so long the night before was gone. The fire had died down to embers, and the air was filled with wonderful smells from the small kitchen. Cedric still slept in the blankets near the door, snoring softly. Hattie filled her plate with eggs, bacon, and toast that Roswin had made. Cedric woke soon after and joined her at the table. His hair stuck out in places, and Hattie knew her hair couldn't look much better after what she'd been through the day before. What are our plans? She asked, licking the bacon grease off her fingers. Her parents would have been horrified at her manners. Roswin went to a nearby village early this morning to see if there's any news, and to gather supplies. Once we know what's going on, we'll go from there. Hattie stood and put her dishes in the water basin before she could eat any more food. She sat back on the blankets from Roswin and tried to comb her fingers through the tangles in her hair. Cedric knelt behind her and took a strand to work on. Hattie did her best not to wince as he pulled at the knots. What did you do to your hair to make it like this? Cedric asked. The ball? Being carried over your shoulder? Running through the woods? Having my hair up in the hat just made it tangle more. Hattie pulled at a knot. Maybe I should just cut it off if we're going to be traveling. Cedric froze. Please don't cut it. We'll figure out a way to keep it long and out of the way. What if it gives us away? Hattie turned to face him. I could be killed for who I am. Or worse, you'd be killed if there was any suspicion that you'd kidnapped me. We'll make something work. I would hate to see your curls go. He blushed and went back to combing through her hair. The door flew open and Roswin walked in, her arms filled with bags of supplies. She dropped them on the table and went back to slam the door. The search has been called off, or they all disappeared by some mysterious means. Either way, you are safe. It should have made Hattie feel better, but something felt wrong. What do you mean? The search party is completely gone. No sign of them. They set up camp last night. This morning, all that was left was their supplies. The people have vanished. Hattie's eyes widened. We have to figure out what happened to them. If we go back, it will mean being caught. I'm sorry. We have to keep going to find my father. Cedric placed his hand on her shoulder, but she jerked away. No, these are my people. I can't just continue on without knowing what happened. She pulled her hair up and twisted it before putting her hat back on. Good luck finding your father. She grabbed her shoes and put them on, pushing back the threatening tears. This was all her fault. If they hadn't come after her, they would have been safe. She should never have left the kingdom. Hattie stood and opened the door, but Cedric jumped in her way. She tried to get past him, fists clenched. Move. Wait. We need to talk about this. We can't just go running back there without a plan. His eyes were filled with concern. I ordered you to move. Hattie shoved him out of the way and turned to Roswin. Thank you for your hospitality. Before either of them could say anything else, Hattie left the cottage and walked back the way she'd come. When she glanced back, the house was gone. Something about that made her angry. Her father had been right to banish magic from the kingdom. She wiped her tears away and weaved her way through the forest. Hattie, please wait. Cedric's voice made Hattie pause for a moment before she continued forward. She wasn't going to let him change her mind. Hattie, you're going the wrong direction. That made her stop and turn, waiting for him to catch up. We walked straight to her door. That means this way. Yes, if you want to go back to the palace. The camp is to the west of us. He handed her a coat. Roswin got this for you along with supplies. Hattie took the coat, her face burning. Thank you. When he just stood there, Hattie brushed past him and went west. A moment later, Cedric caught up to her. They walked in silence, listening to the forest waking up for the day. Birds and squirrels flitted among the trees, and a deer came into the clearing before darting away. Thank you for coming with me. If you'd like to find your father instead, I can do this alone. Hattie looked up at him and tripped over a small rock in the path. Cedric reached out, steadying her. I know you can, but there's no point in finding him if you're not with me. Besides, I have to save you from rocks. He laughed and darted out of the way when Hattie tried to shove him. Hattie stopped suddenly at the sound of a branch cracking. It had come from somewhere in front of them. Cedric pulled her behind a tree and kept an arm around her as they waited to see who was there. When no one appeared after several minutes, Cedric stood and helped Hattie up. Cedric went first this time, and Hattie stayed close behind. It irked her that he felt he had to protect her, but the truth was that he was the better fighter. For now. She would have him teach her that night when they stopped to rest. The land sloped downward, making it almost impossible to go down without slipping. Hattie held to the branches on each side of her and only let go to grab onto another one. They were this far from us? She whispered. The stream must have done its job and kept them from following our tracks. Cedric held out a hand so she could take it and jumped down from a larger boulder. It shouldn't be too much farther now. The path they took should angle this way soon. Hattie stopped and leaned against the boulder. Her feet ached, and she regretted not asking Roswin for a pair of boots. How do you know this? I never saw you outside of the village. Cedric frowned. I don't know. It's possible I traveled this way with my father before he was banished. I just seem to know where I'm going. What do you mean? It's always been that way. I know the best routes, the best shortcuts. And if the way is suddenly blocked, I know the way around it. Hattie raised her eyebrows. How come you never told me this? I just figured everyone could do the same thing. Come on, it should be just up ahead. Cedric walked past, and Hattie fell into step behind him. Hey, Cedric? Hattie bit her lip. She wasn't sure she wanted to know the answer, but she had to ask. Yes? He kept walking with his head down. Hattie hesitated before continuing. Do you think you have, magic? Cedric stopped suddenly, and Hattie ran into him. His voice came out in a whisper. Why would you ask me that? I don't know. It's just that your father has magic. And with being able to know exactly where to go without a map, I just wondered. She knew she shouldn't have brought it up. He would have shown magic long before this if it were the case. He twisted around, hurt in his eyes. We have been friends since we were young. After all the rumors, all the hurtful comments I had to deal with my entire life, I would have thought you would be the one person not to ask me that question. I'm sorry, but no. You're not allowed to ask me that. He stormed off, and Hattie had to try to keep up while dodging the branches springing back from him, pushing through them. Stop. Hattie tripped over a root, but caught herself on a tree and ran to catch up. Cedric, I said stop. He suddenly whirled on her. That's another thing. Stop ordering me around. I get that you're the princess. I get that I'm only a peasant. Stop ordering me to do things. Hattie jerked back, as if she'd been slapped. I wasn't ordering you. I was asking you. Cedric's eyes flashed, but he drew in a deep breath. He opened his mouth to say something, then shook his head and continued down the path. Hattie had never had him snap at her before. Ever. But then she'd never asked him about his magic either. It was all Hattie could do to keep up with him after that. Not that they would have had anything to talk about after her question. Time passed as the slope began going up again. Hattie's breathing was ragged and her legs burned from exertion. But she refused to stop to rest. Cedric didn't need another reason to be annoyed with her. The sun was high in the sky as the campsite came into view. The air was still here, and there was an eerie silence. The tents were set up in rows, with a few fire pits in front of them, with pots sitting in the center. Hattie bent down and took the lid off one of the pots. It was filled to the top with soup. Another pot revealed the chicken, while another had beans. They hadn't even eaten. Hattie stood and wiped her hands. Whatever it was hit hard and fast. Cedric came out of one of the tents. The beds weren't slept in, but that's not what's strange. What do you mean? Did your father ever take you on one of his quests? Hattie nodded. A few times. Why? Cedric gestured toward the campsite. Do you notice something about the things they brought with them? Couches, chairs, candlesticks? Oh. Hattie studied the camp. How many would you say came after us? Judging by the beds, I'd say about 10. Cedric ran his fingers through his hair. Where are they? Hattie pointed toward a glass cup sitting on the ground. I think they're here. Look. Why would they have brought glass with them when they were hunting? They would have grabbed their wooden or metal bowls and plates, right? Cedric picked up the glass and jumped, nearly dropping it. This is enchanted. I can feel it. Hattie took the glass from him and frowned. I feel nothing. It's strange, but I just know that it is. Who would do this? Cedric picked up a few of the glasses lying on the ground and took them into the tent. Hattie helped him pick up the rest and took them into another tent and laid them on one of the bedrolls. She leaned down toward the items. I don't know what happened here, but I will make sure you are avenged. Stay safe. Chapter 6. Cedric. Cedric stood outside the tent when Hattie came out and wouldn't look at her. How could he admit what he was to this princess? The one whose grandparents had banned magic. We must find whoever did this and stop them. Hattie's eyes flashed with anger. Cedric nodded absent-mindedly. The thought that this was magic made what he had to admit even harder. We will stop them, and I know how. Hattie took a step closer. How? I know where my father is. Or, at least I can find out, I think. All the shame he had felt since he was a child caught up to him. Maybe he didn't need to tell her he had magic. Maybe he could act as though he found out in a different way. How? Did Roswin say she would tell you? Hattie pulled her coat on. As we walked, I had a long time to think about how angry I was with you. How angry I was that the question would ever even come up. He met her eyes, wanting her to understand how sorry he was. I wondered if there was an inkling of truth to what you asked. Magic is passed down through blood, right? So why couldn't I have magic? I'd spent my entire life avoiding the subject, enjoying the solitude being ostracized had given me, using it to my advantage. I never once questioned the senses I had without even trying. Hattie's eyes widened with understanding, but there was no anger or hatred that he'd expected there. You think it's magic? Cedric shrugged. I don't know what it is. I could try though, right? The worst that could happen is that I have no magic, which would also be the best thing as well. Are you sure you want to try? You know what it would mean if you begin to use it. Hattie bit her lip. Do we have a choice? No, we don't. I'll stand back here. You do what you need to do. Hattie found a boulder to sit on and sat silently. Cedric cleared his throat. I don't know what I'm doing, so close your eyes so you don't see me acting like a fool. Hattie's laugh filled the air. We have gotten in enough scrapes together that nothing you can do will surprise me anymore. Let's hope that's true. Cedric closed his eyes and concentrated on his location first. In his mind, he could see where Hattie sat and where he stood. Next, he searched for his father. He knew nothing about him except his name, but he would have to try. He allowed his mind to relax, and he waited. It was several minutes before he finally opened his eyes and sagged in defeat. It was no use. He shook his head and dropped onto a stone next to Hattie, leaning his elbows on his knees. It's no use. I know too little about him. I'm sorry. Maybe it's not true after all. Hattie set her hand on his back, sending tingles through Cedric. He should have been relieved to know that he'd followed his mother's footsteps. But it was as if a piece of his heart was missing. Now that he'd opened his mind to the fact that he could indeed have it, there was a craving to feel magic in his bones that he couldn't shake. Cedric pushed away the despair and stood. Let's go find whoever it was that attacked your family. They have a lot to answer for. Hattie took his hand and stood, just inches from him. Her eyes met his, and she reached up to cup his cheek in her hand. You don't have to be strong all the time. I see the disappointment in your eyes. He blinked and looked away. I can worry about it later. They checked to make sure there was no one they missed. But how could they know when the people had been turned to objects, then followed the road out of camp? Do you think the rest of my kingdom is like this? Hattie asked quietly. I don't know. I really hope not. Cedric pictured Merrick and those he worked with every day. What would they have become? He shook his head trying to get the image out. He didn't want to think of them like that. He turned off the path and walked along the edge of a forest. It was a few seconds before he realized Hattie hadn't followed. He turned back to find her staring at him. Is everything all right? She glanced at the trail they'd been taking and back at him. How did you know to turn there? It just seemed the way to go. Hattie's eyebrows rose. So you just happened to decide to take a different path? How had he known? I guess. Father wouldn't live on the main road, right? He'd be off somewhere secluded. Somewhere no one could find him. Like Roswin. Don't you see what you just did? She grinned. You knew right where to go. You made it work. Maybe. I guess there's only one way to find out. Come on. Cedric wanted to believe she was right. Until they found his father, he didn't want to get his hopes up. The moon wasn't as bright that night and kept going behind clouds. A cold breeze started up, and they had to stop to pull on their coats and gloves. Cedric made a few more turns before going straight down a path only he seemed to see. Hattie never complained, but Cedric could tell she was exhausted. If he hadn't been holding the bag of supplies, he would have picked her up and carried her the rest of the way. He just wished there was a place where they could lay down to rest for just a few hours. It seemed the trail to his father's house would continue on for longer than Hattie had the endurance for. They would need to get a horse soon. A few yards later, he turned and walked to the north and stopped. What had just happened? He was sure he was supposed to be going east. He shook his head to clear it. Now was not the time to get lost in the middle of nowhere, with a princess no less. The tall grasses and brushes gave way to a wide valley. Fields spread out before them, and the lights from a small village stood out in the distance. His first thought was that he'd somehow turned around and sent them back to his village. But this was bigger than the one he grew up in. Can you go just a little farther? He asked. For a bed and something to eat, I can. Her laugh turned into a yawn. Cedric put his arm around Hattie and helped her along. The road through the fields made the trip much easier than the rough terrain they'd been traveling before. Within an hour, they were near the city gates. Guards stood at the top of the gates, and Cedric hoped they knew nothing of who he was. He stopped and made sure Hattie's hair wasn't showing, then spoke quietly. Hey, I need you to wake up the best you can. I'm so sorry for dragging you through this, but we can't let them be suspicious of who you are. I'll do my best. She straightened and stretched. Let's go. They continued on to the village gates and knocked on the door. It was a few moments before a guard opened a small window. State your name and business. My name is Cedric, and this is Merrick. Outside of the kingdom, it was more likely that people knew who Stefan was, so he decided to use his own name. We are simply passing through and would like to seek shelter and purchase a few supplies. The man stared at Hattie. What's wrong with him? He is tired. I rescued him from a monastery and he is not used to traveling. He could feel Hattie stiffen next to him. You're sure he's not sick? We can't allow sickness into our village. Cedric shook his head. No, he's perfectly healthy. He's just in need of a bed and some ale to lift his spirits. The guard opened the gate. You'll want the bearded dragon, 2 streets down and to the right. Best ale in the kingdom. Thank you. Cedric and Hattie walked through the gate and followed the guard's directions to the inn. Monastery? Hattie squeaked out. Cedric laughed and put his finger to his lips. You can talk later. The inn the guard had suggested was built with stone and had a large sign with a dragon on it. Music and loud laughter drifted out into the street as someone left. Cedric took a deep breath and walked inside. He used the same swagger he'd seen merchants use and walked up to the innkeeper. Hello, sir. I would like a room and a meal for 2, please. The innkeeper whistled and a young woman about Cedric's age came scurrying over. He dropped a key into her hand. Take these 2 up to their room, then come down and pick up their food. Cedric followed the maid, taking in the place as they walked toward the stairs. It was bigger than Merrick's inn, and the common room was packed with people. None of them looked familiar, which put him at ease. The room was larger than he expected. There were 2 small beds, a table with a wash basin under the window, and another table with 2 chairs sat against another wall. Is it to your liking? The maid asked. This is perfect, thank you. Cedric moved out of the way so Hattie could come into the room. They waited for the maid to curtsy and leave before shutting the door. Hattie collapsed onto her bed and pulled her shoes off. Cedric checked each of the windows for a possible escape if needed. This late at night, a room like this should have been taken already, especially with how crowded the common room was. Cedric hadn't even shown his coin to let the innkeeper know he could afford something so large. A knock at the door pulled Cedric out of his thoughts. He opened it and let the maid in to put their food on the table. He gave her a silver piece and sat on Hattie's bed. Hey, I know you're tired, but you need to eat first. It's lamb stew. Cedric smiled to himself as he thought of the woman he'd bought meat pies for. Hattie stirred and rolled over. I don't think I've ever been this exhausted in my entire life. Probably not. Soft palace life and all that. Cedric grinned and helped her up to sit at the table. What I wouldn't give for a long, hot bath right now. She yanked on her hat. Ugh, do you think you could fix this? Cedric reached up and pulled it off. Sorry about that. We'll have to remember that spell again when we're ready to leave. Hattie yawned and grimaced. Look at my hands, they're filthy. Cedric tapped his fingers on the table. They may have a tub here. I could ask. That would be wonderful if you could. She beamed and took a bite of her stew. I'll see what I can find. Cedric left the room and went to find the innkeeper. He stood at a counter drying dishes. The room was still full, though the singing and laughing had subsided. A few glanced up as he walked past, then went back to their drinks. Would you happen to have a bath for us to freshen up? It's been a long few days of hard travel. The innkeeper studied him for a moment. There's a public bathing house a few doors down. Cedric shook his head. That was a bad idea for Hattie's sake. You have nothing available here? That is what I said. Can I speak to you upstairs, please? It's an urgent matter. Cedric pulled out a gold coin and handed it over. The innkeeper pocketed the coin and set down the glass in his hand. He gestured for Cedric to go ahead. Cedric went back to the stairs, making sure the innkeeper was following him. He poked his head inside the room before opening the door. Hattie still sat at the table eating her stew. She jumped up and reached for her hat, but Cedric held up a hand. This is Princess Henrietta. Hattie. Cedric corrected himself at a glare from Hattie. She is here to escape a curse in her kingdom. If I take her to the public house, we risk giving away her identity. And you are her protector? The innkeeper stared at Hattie, his expression unreadable. Protector, friend, so many things. Yes. The innkeeper nodded and went to the door. We'll provide a bath for her. It will take about an hour to get the water you need. I must warn you not to tell anyone else who either of you are. There have been people here searching for you. Thank you, sir. Cedric closed the door after he left and turned to see Hattie glaring at him. What? I found you a bath. And gave us away. She pushed her food away. Cedric sat across from her. Did you not hear what I said? He was going to suggest you go to a bathing house with other people. We should have just dropped the issue. I could bathe in the next river we pass or something. Hattie stood and limped over to her bed. Did you hurt yourself? Cedric knelt down next to her foot, but she pulled away. I'm just trying to help. Hattie climbed under the covers. Something is wrong. I feel like I'm being pulled inside out. Maybe I'm just tired. Cedric felt her forehead, but it was cool to the touch. He went to his bed, pulling his shoes off before climbing in. If it was going to take an hour to get everything ready, he was going to get whatever sleep he could. Cedric sat at the bar waiting for Hattie to finish her bath. They couldn't take it upstairs because of the weight of the barrel, so they'd had to put it in the kitchen. Cedric kept watch to make sure no one went in there. Moments later, Hattie came out of the kitchen. She was dressed in fresh clothes. Her hair was tucked under her hat, and she held her dirty clothes in her arms. They hurried upstairs and went back to the room. Cedric pulled a small comb out of his pocket that the innkeeper's wife had given him. Sit at the table and I can help with your hair. Cedric dropped the comb on the table and smiled when Hattie squealed with delight. I have been dying for one of these for 2 days now. She sat at the table, and Cedric started at the bottom of her hair and worked up. Thank you for arranging that. You're welcome. Cedric got up to answer the door. The innkeeper's wife stood just outside the door. I'm here to help with her hair. I have it combed. Wonderful. She pushed past him and went straight to Hattie. I'll pull it up into a crown around your head. I also brought you some clothes, since the ones you have are much too big. Hattie's eyes filled with tears. Thank you. For everything. The woman smiled. The king and queen were very good to my family growing up. Now I get to return the favor. You know the king and queen? Cedric couldn't help the spike of jealousy. He'd never even had the chance to formally meet them. My mother worked as a maid in the palace for years. I only left because I was married off. I still miss the palace, though I do love being the wife of an innkeeper. We meet so many fascinating people. Her hands flew as she quickly braided and wrapped Hattie's hair around into a crown, then secured it. Cedric inspected her work. I assume you have daughters. 6 of them. You get used to doing this. She laughed and stepped back. If there's anything else you need, don't hesitate to ask. Horses. We are in search of my father. Perhaps more clothes for her. Cedric pulled out a few coins. That should cover it. She handed back 2 of the coins. We'll see what we can do. Once she'd left, Hattie checked her hair in the mirror. It's too bad she loves living here so much. I'd hire her to do my hair from now on. She's much better than my own maids have ever been. Cedric chuckled. I've also seen what you can do to your hair moments after you leave the palace. It was probably better they kept it loose. She grinned. I wouldn't have had to pull it out if they'd had it tighter. Very true, but then I would have missed the beautiful curls. Cedric's face burned as he held her gaze. He caressed her cheek, then moved away. This was not the time to admit his feelings for her. Hattie limped over and climbed in bed. She rolled over, and within minutes, her breathing deepened. Cedric picked up the clothes to put them in his bag, and stopped when he got to the stockings she'd been wearing. Bits of brown fur stuck to the inside of the stocking. He frowned. Strange. Cedric climbed into his bed and lay staring at the ceiling. He could hear the singing from downstairs, and people walking through the streets outside as the merchants started getting ready for the day. The sun would be up soon, and he'd barely slept. The sun was fully up when Cedric jerked out of his sleep. He listened for the sound that had pulled him out of his dreams. Sniffling. He stumbled out of bed and over to Hattie's side. Tears stained her cheeks as she clung to her blankets. Hey, what is it? He brushed a few stray hairs out of her face. She hid her face and only cried harder. Is it your parents? We'll find a way to help them, I promise. He rubbed her shoulder. Hattie shook her head. That's not it. Cedric sat next to her on the bed. Let me help you. What's going on? It's my feet. I don't know if I can walk today. We're getting horses. It will be fine. Cedric's mind flew back to the night before. Hattie, is there something I need to know about? Slowly, Hattie sat up and pushed her blankets off her. A thick brown fur covered her feet and had traveled up her calf. There's the reason I wouldn't take off my stockings. This started not long after we escaped the palace. At first I could pretend it was nothing, but the fur continues to creep up my legs. Cedric, I'm becoming a beast, just like my parents did. Cedric pulled her into a hug, partly so he could comfort her, and partly because he had to grasp what was happening. He couldn't lose her. She was the one constant he'd had in his life. If she became a full beast, would she forget him? He kissed the top of her head. He was surprised when she reached her arms around him. This was a first. He leaned back so he could see her face. We'll fix this. I'm going to use whatever odd powers I have and find my father so we can get that amulet. I promise. I won't lose you. Hattie smiled. I don't know what I would do without you, Cedric. Cedric wiped away her tears and kissed her nose. I will stay by your side. You know that. She sat up so her face was level with his and brushed her lips against his. When she pulled back, Cedric leaned forward and kissed her again, hungry for the feel of her lips on his again. He had dreamed of this moment his whole life, and it was every bit as sweet as he'd hoped it would be. There was a knock at the door, and Cedric pulled away with a groan. He grabbed the stockings off the floor. Get those on, quickly. Hattie scrambled to pull them on, and once she was ready, Cedric opened the door. He hoped his face didn't show the euphoria that he was feeling. The innkeeper stood in the hall with a small bundle of clothes. Your horses are downstairs. I packed you some food for the road, and I suggest you leave now. There are rumors going around that the princess is here. Apparently, I have some firing to do among my staff. I apologize profusely. Thank you. Cedric pulled out his coin purse, but the innkeeper held up his hand. The room is on me for your troubles. I wish you both luck. He bowed and gave the bundle to Cedric before hurrying off. Cedric moved to his bags and put everything inside. I'm sorry you're still tired. We need to get out of here. I'm ready to go. Hattie pulled her coat on. Cedric glanced down at her feet. Are those shoes going to work for you? I'll wear them for now, but I need bigger shoes. We'll grab some on our way out of town. Let's go through the back way to the stables. Hattie nodded and checked her hat to make sure her hair was covered. Cedric checked the hallway before they went downstairs and toward the kitchen. The innkeeper's wife held the door open for them. Good luck to you. She beamed and followed after them to the back door. I don't know where you're headed next, but please be careful. I want you to have the chance to take the throne. Thank you. Hattie kissed her cheek and left the inn with Cedric. The stables were just behind the inn. Cedric looked through the stalls to find the 2 horses that had been purchased for them. 2 large stallions were near the back, already saddled. He took their reins and walked them out and along the back alley. Please tell me you've ridden a horse before. He looked back at her. All the time. I didn't always ride in a carriage when we went places. Well, I did when Mother was with us. Father was a little more lenient with my transportation. He's also the reason I learned to shoot a bow. Cedric shook his head. Why does that not surprise me? They stopped at a shoe shop and bought some boots, claiming they were for Cedric. There was no way they wanted to have the shopkeeper ask to try them on Hattie. As soon as they were out of sight of the shop, Hattie pulled off her old shoes and put on the new boots, sighing in relief. Better? Cedric asked, keeping an eye out for anyone suspicious. Yes, thank you. She took the reins for her horse from Cedric so they could leave without drawing attention. There was a different guard at the gate, but he didn't stop them. It was just those coming in they worried about. As soon as they were past the city gates, they climbed on their horses. Hattie's horse was a little skittish at first, then calmed down once they got going. Cedric worried that the horse sensed the beast in Hattie. The beast. Anger boiled as he thought of that night at the ball. It felt like forever ago. Strange that it had only been 2 days. Do you still have the trail to your father's house? Hattie asked. She shifted positions. Yes, we'll head toward the forest and then take a left. He paused. You know what was strange? Last night I knew exactly where we were supposed to go to get to my father's house. When I saw how tired you were, I wished we had a place where you could rest and get horses. Suddenly the trail changed. Hattie smiled. I knew you would figure out your powers. And I'm glad you have them. I needed that night's sleep and the bath. I have to admit I was relieved we didn't have to sleep outside. It was getting cold, and with that mage out there possibly looking for us, we could have been caught too. And we wouldn't have shared that kiss. Cedric watched as farmers moved to their fields, caring for their crops. Few people were out on the road, so it made the ride a peaceful one. Hattie leaned her head back, with her eyes closed. It's a shame I have to wear a hat. This sun is a nice change from the cold spell we had yesterday. It really is. But it also means that the horses will tire faster. Cedric checked behind them to make sure no one followed them. No one was there except a few merchants with their large wagons filled with goods. And yet, the mage had been a meat pie vendor for as long as Cedric had known him. Let's race. Hattie grinned. I thought you'd never ask. Ready? Set? Go! He laughed as Hattie took off, hunched low to the saddle. He took off after her, enjoying the wind brushing past. He just hoped she had her hat secured well enough. Losing it would be a bad thing while out in the open. Cedric checked behind him again and was relieved to see that the merchants were now far behind them. He waited to get past the first of the trees and into the shadows before he pushed his horse to catch up to Hattie's so he could have her stop. They slowed to a walk and then stopped, the horses breathing heavily. I haven't done that in years. She reached up to adjust her hat, and her mouth dropped open. It's stuck. What? Cedric tried to pull it off, but her hat was stuck to her head. He'd hoped that it wouldn't fall off. Did he do something? Let's get to my father's house, and then I can see what's going on. At least this way it won't fall off. Hattie tugged one more time before giving up. All right. Which way do we go? We're heading east from here. We'll stay on our horses for as long as we can, but we may have to get off and walk if the trees get too close together. Hattie patted her horse. A break for them would be good. How long do you think it will take to get there? It just depends on how many detours we have to make. Cedric debated whether he should go first or put Hattie in front so he could watch her back. He checked the road again, and while the merchants were closer, they were still far enough behind that they wouldn't be able to see which direction they went. Hattie started into the forest, so Cedric followed behind. The woods seemed to mute sound as their animals walked through. He was grateful for the sunlight that peeked through the trees here and there, so they weren't going blindly. They stayed on the same path for most of the morning, though they had to move around trees that blocked their way here and there. At midday, they stopped and pulled out the meal that the innkeeper had packed for them. Chicken rolls and a canteen of water, along with some dried meat. They ate as they rode, determined to reach his father's home by sunset. Cedric put the remnants of the food back in his saddlebag and glanced up to determine the time. Somewhere from behind, he heard a crashing sound, as though a tree had fallen. "Turn, now, and go! As fast as you can, just go!" Hattie looked back in alarm and urged her horse into a gallop. Cedric glanced down, trying to figure out how to throw whoever it was off the scent, and the hoof prints from the horse disappeared from behind him and continued forward instead. He shook his head in awe. His father was going to have to show him how to use his powers, so he'd know what in the world he was doing. He followed Hattie, trying to catch up to her. She needed to take a right soon. There was another crashing sound behind him, and he hoped whoever it was followed the false trail. Up ahead, Hattie's horse suddenly stopped and reared up, nearly bucking her off. Cedric watched in horror as the horse bucked several times, trying to get her off. When he got close enough, he jumped down and ran ahead with his hands up, trying to calm the animal. The horse reared up again, and as it came down, Cedric managed to grab onto the reins. "Whoa there! Come on." "Shh. It's all right." He rubbed the horse's neck. "Climb down and start walking. I'll bring them behind with me." Hattie climbed down and limped away from them. Once she was several feet away, the horses calmed down. Cedric frowned. Had she become more beast-like? Possibly. The horses would have sensed it. They were running out of time. He watched as she tried to walk. Her gait had changed from the graceful walk he'd known his whole life to a hobble. If she kept limping like that, she would have to rest, and the horses most likely wouldn't let her on again. Unless he could figure out how to calm them down. But he didn't want to accidentally hurt them. Cedric jogged toward her, pulling the horses with him. "Is it worse?" Hattie turned, pain in her eyes. "It's up past my knees now. At this rate, you only have another few hours before the curse is complete." Cedric closed his eyes, trying to determine how much farther they had to go. He grimaced when he saw the distance. It would take another couple of hours at least. When he opened his eyes, he found Hattie sitting on the ground with her head down. He let go of the horses and ordered them to stay before going to her. "Come on, let's put you on the horse. If I'm holding on, I think they'll behave." He pulled her up and helped her walk over to his horse, hoping he wouldn't be as finicky. She climbed on while Cedric held on to the reins, calming him. When he was sure the horse would behave, he climbed up on the other one. "We're going to go as quickly as the horses can manage. I don't like that someone is following us, and our detour will only keep them away for so long." Hattie nodded. The fact that she had nothing to say worried him. He leaned down and whispered in the horse's ear. "Run like you've never run before." The horse broke into a gallop, pulling Hattie's horse along with him. They made good time, the landscape moving past them in a blur. He slowed the horses just long enough to turn and head north, then sped up again. It was another hour before he saw a clearing, and even though there was nothing there, he knew the cottage was there. He slowed the horses down to a walk, then stopped. Hattie slid off her horse as well and limped over to him. "We're here?" Her shoulders sagged with exhaustion. "Almost. I wanted to give the horses a rest." Cedric took the reins of both horses, pulled them along with one arm, and put his other arm around Hattie. Now that he knew his father was within walking distance, Cedric realized what this meant. He would see the man who had been banished when Cedric had been a small boy. He remembered nothing of him, only stories from his mom when she was willing to talk. What would he even say? "We'll have to keep quiet. Now that we're close to Father's house, I don't want anyone to follow us. He's already had enough trouble to deal with," Cedric said in a low voice. Hattie nodded, but said nothing. She tripped and Cedric had to hold her up. "Maybe I should have just stayed at the palace. I'm making this harder on you. If you'd stayed at the palace, you'd be the same as the rest of your kingdom. We're going to make sure that doesn't happen." "And how do you think you're going to do that?" A familiar voice came from behind. Cedric whipped around and cursed. It was the mage from the palace. Anger, fear, and frustration warred within him. His eyes narrowed and he clenched his fists. "What do you want? Don't you think you've done enough damage already?" The mage laughed. "I could ask you the same thing. I told you that I would spare them as soon as you give me the amulet. Tell me, have you found it yet?" "No, I haven't. I don't even know where to look. I've already told you that." Cedric pushed Hattie behind him in case the mage tried to do something drastic. "And I believe you're lying. You can't tell me a relic that powerful hasn't been talked about in your family." Cedric narrowed his eyes. "You've known me since I was a child. You would know that I've been on my own. and why I know nothing of this amulet." The man studied him with a frown on his face. "Surely you still would have talked about it. The strongest relic in 9 kingdoms, and you know nothing of it? Pathetic. Who are you really?" Cedric's heart beat hard in his chest. "I'm just a lowly vendor of meat pies." The man's laugh was high-pitched, and his eyes darted everywhere but Cedric's face. "No, you're not. I don't believe that. Who are you?" Cedric's voice got louder with every word. The man sighed and flicked his hand in the air. The body of the vendor dropped to the ground, leaving a man wearing a black robe with a hood shielding his eyes. His hands were bony and held a staff. "Ah, much better. That body was beginning to bore me anyway." Cedric stared down at the body in horror. "What did you do to him? He was a good man." "He had no family. It's no loss that he's gone." The man stepped over him and came closer. "My name is Limitless. Your father and I were friends once upon a time. He took the amulet from me. I want it back." That wasn't at all what Cedric had been told by Roswin. "If my father took it from you, there was obviously a reason for it." Alimus's eyes flashed and a ball of flame appeared in his hand. "I would watch how you speak to me. For someone who is so desperate to get their hands on the amulet, you shouldn't threaten me. I am doing the best I can." Cedric clenched his hands into a fist, wishing he had something to use as a weapon. His knives were packed in the saddlebag, which was too far away to grab. But he had magic. He was sure of it. But standing there with a mage who wouldn't hesitate to kill him wasn't the best time to learn to use it. "Your impudence will only kill you faster." Alimus raised his hand to throw the fireball. Cedric acted on instinct and pushed his arms toward Alimus in a sweeping motion. But nothing happened. He had to duck as the first ball of fire went flying past him. That was too close. The horses reared back in terror, but whatever spell Cedric had used made them stay. Alimus threw another one, and then one more after that, each time getting closer to Cedric's head. The smell of burning grass permeated the air. Again, Cedric pushed toward Alimus, and this time a roaring ball of flame flew from behind him and hit Alimus in the chest. The mage flew backward and landed hard on the ground. It took a moment for him to pull himself back up. He glared, but his expression turned quickly to fear when he looked behind Cedric. He flicked his hand and disappeared in smoke. The body of the vendor and the wagon and horse he'd used to get here were still several feet away. Cedric whipped around to see what Alimus had seen behind him. A man stood there that could have been Cedric's twin if they'd been the same age. The same hair color, the same eyes, strong jawline. Even the way they stood was the same. The man stood there with flames still burning in his hands. But there was no mistaking who he was. "Father?" Cedric's voice cracked. It was everything he could do to continue standing. The vendor, the battle with magic that he couldn't be part of because he didn't know how to control his own. And now his father standing in front of him, who'd just saved his life. The man frowned. "Cedric? What are you doing here? How'd you find me?" Cedric took a step toward him, but his father raised his hands into a fighting position. Cedric raised his hands to show he had no weapons. "The kingdom is in trouble. That man you just attacked is looking for an amulet, and you're the only one I know who knows magic. Well, except Roswin, but she didn't know where the amulet is. But I have someone you need to meet. This is Princess Hattie." Cedric knew he was rambling, but he had fire aimed at him by the one man who should have been protecting him. He helped Hattie stand. When father saw her, he dropped the flames and instantly bowed. Even after all these years of being banished, he showed her respect. "Highness." Hattie curtsied. "And you must be Cedric's father." Father glared over at Cedric. "It was foolish to bring her here." "I know, but she needs your help. Can we please go inside where we can talk? Alimus could come back at any moment." Cedric forced himself not to look behind him at the vendor. A lump formed in his throat. Father studied him for a moment before nodding. "Fine." Relief washed over Cedric. "Thank you. Please take Hattie with you. I need to take care of this man's burial." "You knew him?" Father asked, surprised. "Yes. He was a vendor in my village. One of a handful who actually spoke to me." Cedric helped Hattie over to his father, then went back to pick up the body. There was almost nothing left of him after whatever Alimus had done to him. Cedric clenched his jaw, trying to keep himself together. He followed his father to a small cottage a few hundred yards down the path. The horses followed, but Cedric knew he'd have to come back later for the cart and the horse that had been left behind. When he got to the cottage, his father stood at the door with a shovel. "There's a plot out back where you can bury him. I don't have a box, but at least it's something." "Thank you." Cedric laid his friend on the ground in the back of the cottage and went back to get the shovel. With each shovelful of dirt, he grew more determined to make sure Limitless was stopped before he could do any more damage. Chapter 7. Hattie. Hattie sat near the fire sipping the tea Cedric's father had given her. She wanted to be outside helping Cedric, but she'd been ordered to sit. While being ordered to do anything usually didn't end well, Hattie was exhausted, and she didn't want the curse to spread faster by tiring herself out. "So, tell me again what happened at your palace." Cedric's father sat across from her, leaning forward with his elbows resting on his knees. He looked remarkably like his son, but with the sides of his hair graying just above the ears. The small beard on his chin was well kept, a style that was different from the merchants who came to her kingdom. Hattie went through the events again, careful not to leave anything out about what had happened. She caught his narrowed eyes when she mentioned that Limitless had come after her once he'd cursed her parents. "Did his magic hit you at all?" "Yes." She pulled up her pant leg to show him the fur that grew on her leg. Her face burned with embarrassment, but he had to know if he was going to help them. "May I ask you a question, Stefan?" Cedric's father jerked his head up. "You know my name?" "Yes. Cedric has mentioned it once or twice, but only to me." Stefan studied her face for a moment before looking away. "Life has been hard on him?" "His mother died not long after you left, so he was left an orphan. And because of your magic, he was treated as an outcast." Hattie's voice came out harsher than she'd intended it to be. "That said, he still made friends with strangers and helped me get a job at an inn where I could be something other than a princess. So yes, life has been hard, but he has made it work for him." He nodded. "I didn't want to leave him. I wanted to bring both of them with me. But the guards caught me when I was outside of the village, and I had no time to go back and get them. It's something I've regretted every single day of my life." "You could have come back." Cedric's voice came from the doorway. He stood there, gripping the shovel he'd been given. "For 10 years, I had to live on my own." Stefan dropped his head. "I'm sorry, son." "Then help us. You weren't there for me before, but we need you now more than ever. Help us stop this curse. Help me." He paused and looked down at his hands. "Help me learn my magic." "Magic?" Stefan crossed the room and took Cedric by the shoulders. "You have magic?" Hattie tried to stand to come between them, but her legs had stiffened from sitting in the chair. She fell back in her chair, exhausted from trying. "I think he does." There was silence for a moment before Stefan wrapped his arms around Cedric. "I'd say I'm sorry, but I couldn't be more thrilled that you will carry on my legacy." Cedric stiffened at first, then wrapped his arms around his father. Hattie smiled. She was the only one he'd ever talked to about his father, about the anger and resentment, but also how much he missed him. She didn't want to move for fear that she would ruin the moment. It was a few minutes before they pulled away, and Stefan grabbed another chair to set in front of the fire. Cedric sat next to Hattie, and Stefan sat on the other side. Hattie sat up, trying to get comfortable. "As much as I would love to have you two stay here to catch up, I believe you need to continue on as quickly as possible. The amulet isn't too far from here, but you'll need to use a few charms to get it. We can run through those." "Wait, you're not coming?" Cedric asked. Stefan shook his head. "It would be too dangerous for me to leave my house while you're near. If anyone were to find out you're my son, they'd try to use you to get to me. That can't happen." Cedric jumped up, knocking his chair over. "Are you such a coward that you would stay away just to save yourself?" Hattie reached out and took his hand to calm him. "Cedric, sit down. That's not what he said." "It's all right. He has the right to be angry after all this time. But he also needs to understand something." Stefan rubbed his chin before continuing. "I am the steward over the magic of this kingdom. There are dozens of protective spells around my house, just so I will stay hidden from those who are seeking the amulet. I had to pull some of them down so that you two could come here. The fact that Limitless has come this close tells me that I will need to add more. If I were to travel with you, I could jeopardize the lives of hundreds of mages whose magic I guard. Hattie pulled Cedric back down into his chair and turned to Stefan. Roswin said your father hid it before you were born. How do you know where it is? That's a story we allowed to be told so that it will remain hidden. Stefan stood and went to a shelf in the corner and pulled out a scroll. He unrolled it and handed it to Cedric. This knowledge is only passed through father to son, so normally it would go to you once I pass on. Cedric hesitated before taking it from him. Thank you. I'll take good care of this. I promise. Wait, Hattie shook her head. She could feel her chance at breaking the curse slip through her fingers. But she couldn't put so many people at risk. Let the amulet stay where it is. We can find another way. Stefan looked over at her in surprise. We can't just allow this curse to spread. It must be stopped. That's why the magic was preserved, to protect the kingdom. So save it until someone attacks the kingdom. I can't let you put all that magic in jeopardy when there might be a different option. Hattie took deep breaths to calm down. There's not another option. I can't leave, and I don't know that anyone else with magic would be able to help. Magic has been looked down on for too long. Hattie looked between them, but neither would meet her eye. Why can't you just teach Cedric what to do? He has magic. Could he help break the curse without using the amulet? Cedric shook his head emphatically. We're not even sure I can actually do anything with my magic. Right now, it's just looking for directions and keeping a hat stuck on Hattie's head. That won't help us. Don't speak to your princess like that, son. Stefan sighed. If that is what you wish, we will do it your way. If Cedric does not have useful magic as he insists, we will have no other choice but to use the amulet to break the curse. Thank you. Hattie scooted forward in her chair. Now, if you would please show me where I can rest. I need to sleep. This curse has taken its toll on me. Cedric jumped up to help Hattie stand, while Stefan added extra furs to his bed. Together, they helped her walk to the bed and then eased her down. I can't take your bed. Just give me a pile of furs and I'll be fine on the floor. Hattie's protest was half-hearted, as her eyes threatened to close. No lady will sleep on the floor in my home, regardless of their station. Stefan laid a blanket on top of her. Now, get some rest. I believe it's time that my son and I catch up on the years we've missed together. Hattie smiled and allowed her eyes to close. Cedric and his father could finally talk, and she could get the sleep she needed. The last few days had been hard, but she knew that the overwhelming exhaustion she felt came from the spell that slowly crept up past her waist. Chapter 8. Cedric. Cedric checked Hattie's blankets before turning to his father. Father. He still couldn't believe he was with him after all these years. It was a shame that it took a threat to the kingdom for that to happen. With one more glance down at Hattie, he left and followed his father outside. Are you sure it's safe to be out here? After what you told me. Cedric checked over his shoulder to make sure there was no one there. There are enchantments surrounding all of my property. We're safe while I'm here. Stefan stopped at a clearing. Show me what you can do. Cedric stared at his father. The only thing I've figured out so far is being able to use it almost like a map. I know where to turn, where my destination is. Interesting. Usually people need some sort of talisman to do something like that. Have you learned anything else? I made the horses obey me. Cedric let out a sigh. What good are those? A map would do just as well, and anyone can train a horse. Stefan brushed away his concern. You look at those as small things, but they're abilities that you figured out on your own with no real training. That's impressive. Each skill will grow into something so much bigger. Yes, I'm sure talking to horses will make me the greatest mage of all time. Cedric smirked. You convinced them to do what you wanted. You don't think any leader of any country would love to have that same power? Animals are stubborn. If you could do that to them, what do you think you could do with humans? Don't underestimate your power. Cedric frowned. He hadn't thought of it that way. I see what you mean. But the other one? Location spells are hard to come by. Usually you need something either from the person you're trying to find, or you have to know the exact spot where you want to go. Most mages or witches don't care to learn it. This comes to you naturally. Guard the secret well. There are many who would use you to seek riches. But do you think I'll be able to learn other magic? Cedric met his father's eyes. Will I be able to do what you do? The ball of fire father had shot at Limitless came to mind. It's what Cedric had wanted to do but didn't know how to make it work. That's something we won't know until we begin to train. Everyone has their strengths. Father took a few steps back and held his hand out. Do what I do. Cedric followed his father's example and watched for the next step. Nerves twisted in his stomach as he thought about what he was doing. Magic. The very thing that had kept him an outcast his entire life. Some people choose to speak a word or phrase to control their magic. I think it takes too much time and effort. The magic bends and shapes itself around the witch or mage, creating a bond between them. Words make it take that much longer. We'll see where your strengths are first, and then we can add some words until you can do without them. If it takes that much longer, why learn it that way? Cedric gestured toward the house. In case you hadn't noticed, you have a princess inside your house who has a curse that is slowly turning her into a beast. Please just teach me what I need to do to break it. Father smirked. Are you always this hasty? No. Yes. I don't know. Cedric took a breath to calm himself. I can't bear to see Hattie suffer the way she has on this trip. If anything else happens to her, it will be better if you take the time to train than if you run forward blindly. Father assumed the same position as before. Now, concentrate. We'll start with simple spells. Cedric growled in frustration as he was knocked to the ground yet again. This isn't working. Again. Father got into a fighting stance. They'd been practicing for hours as they went from one form of magic to another. Elemental magic, levitation, summoning. Nothing seemed to work. Cedric stood with his hand out, willing the flame to appear, urging it, demanding it, begging it. The only thing he'd gotten for his efforts was a pounding headache and a foul mood. This isn't working. Cedric dropped onto a nearby log. Maybe I don't have any other magic. Father sat next to him. It's possible. But it's also possible that you're just coming into your magic, and other abilities will appear as time goes on. Either way, I think it's time to stop focusing on what you might have and start practicing the powers you do have. Cedric raised his eyebrows. How do you plan to do that? Easy. Father picked up the flask of water sitting next to him. With a flick of his hand, the flask disappeared. Go find it. What? I haven't tried to look for things yet. I just know how to use it to get me where I want to be. Father grinned. Guess it's time you learned. Now go. Cedric closed his eyes and concentrated on what the flask looked like. Leather, with a strap to carry over his shoulders. He could see it, but he couldn't tell where it was. He opened his eyes and jogged away from the cabin, his father's laugh echoing behind him. The way to the flask showed itself as he jogged, but there were a few times he had to double back and go around a marsh or large boulder. Finally, he found it hanging from the branch of a large tree. Cedric pulled it down and ran back to the cabin in the woods, where his father sat whittling. It's too bad you can't will yourself back here. Training could go much faster. He wiped the wood chips from his pants and stood. Will myself? Cedric took a swig of water and followed Father back into the house. Will. Jump, transport, relocate. There are many different words for it. Limitless used it to disappear earlier today. Father washed his hands in a bowl by the window. He turned toward the fireplace. That smells wonderful, Hattie. Hattie beamed. Thank you. I slept for a bit but kept waking from bad dreams, so I finally gave up and decided to make dinner. Father pulled out bowls and cups. How do you know how to cook? I can't imagine it being one of your lessons at the palace. I learned at the inn. Hattie smiled over at Cedric. Your son is a good teacher. That's good to hear. Father scooped out stew for each of them and set it on the table. Cedric grabbed a spoon, his mouth watering. He was starving after working with his father all day. He went to take a scoop. When the bowl disappeared, he cried out and looked around. Go find it. But you'd better hurry, or you'll have to fight a few forest creatures for it. Father laughed, and Hattie joined in. Cedric glared and shoved his spoon into a pocket as he left the house. He wasn't about to leave it behind only to have his father make that disappear as well. Thankfully, his food was only a few hundred yards away, sitting on a stump. Cedric stopped in his tracks. He'd half expected to see a fox or other animal trying to eat his food, but what he saw was a circle of small flying creatures huddled around it. Fairies? He'd never seen them inside his kingdom before because of the ban on magic. But as beautiful as they were with their delicate wings, they still had his food. "Hey, that's mine!" His voice made several of them jump into the air and chatter at him before flitting away. The rest of them kept shoving their hands into the stew and eating it as quickly as they could. He'd thought they only ate nectar from the flowers. He scooted closer, but let them continue to eat. The fairies that had left came back and took their share as well. Once they were all finished and had flown away, Cedric picked up his empty bowl and trudged back to the cabin. Hopefully there was more stew left. He glanced behind him and jumped when he realized that several of the small creatures had followed him. "Go home, there's nothing more to eat. Go on." Cedric waited, but they just blinked their large eyes and waited for him to continue on. It wasn't until he was on his father's property that they stopped, as if they'd hit an invisible wall. The shields were working at least. The fairies shook their fists in anger, so Cedric waved at them before going into the house. He set the bowl on the table. "Can I get some more, please?" He peered into the pot, relieved to see that it was still half full. "Hungry, huh?" Father laughed. "Yes. The fairies ate all my food before I could get it." Cedric sat down. Father grabbed his bowl and took it to the sink. "You don't want to use this if the fairies used it. I should have thought of that before sending it off." "What's wrong with having the fairies use it?" His thoughts drifted back to their little hands shoving food into their mouths. You'd be put into an endless sleep if you ate anything tainted with their magic. Father grabbed another bowl and handed it to Hattie. Cedric watched her dish his soup and took it from her. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Hattie smiled, but there was pain in her eyes. "It's worse?" Cedric asked. He'd hoped they'd have another day, but Hattie now wore his father's cloak instead of the light shirt and pants she'd worn before. Hattie nodded and pulled up her sleeve. Her slender arms were now covered with fur up to her wrists. "It seems to be moving faster now." Cedric cursed under his breath. "I'd better leave in the next hour then." "Cedric, no. I can't let you do that." Hattie reached out and took his hand. "There's no other choice, Hattie. You know that." He caressed her cheek and stood to gather his things. "I can't just sit back and let this curse take you away from me." Cedric packed what he could in his bag and stood to find his father standing in front of him, holding a parcel of food. "Travel only at night and stay off the main trails. You have the scroll. Take it now and study it, then leave it here until you get back." He wrapped his arms around Cedric. "Come back safely, son." Cedric nodded. "You'll care for her? Roswin will take her back to her palace at first light. Once you have the amulet, head straight there. I'll try to follow if I can. I will see you there." Cedric cleared his throat and turned to face Hattie. Already he could see the transformation had progressed to her hands, making them into the paws of a beast. Cedric bent down and kissed her lightly. When he pulled away, he wiped a tear that fell down her cheek. "I'll return. I promise you." "You'd better," she laughed, but it came out more as a sob. Father walked Cedric and his horse out to the edge of his property and stood there until Cedric went around a bend. The wagon still stood where they'd met Limitless the day before. Anger flared up as he thought about everything the mage had done in such a short amount of time. Cedric climbed on his horse and closed his eyes to remember which direction he needed to go. To the west. With one more glance toward the cabin he couldn't see due to the magic shields protecting it, Cedric headed for the mountain where the amulet was supposedly hidden. He only hoped that Hattie would be all right until he saw her again. The amulet was close. Cedric could feel it. Only a few hours had passed since he'd left Hattie behind, along with a piece of his heart. But in its place was a longing for something he'd never seen or touched before. Something he'd only known about for a few days. At first it was easy enough to remember the map in his head. The directions came easily to him, easier than it usually was. After a few hours, he began to sense the pulsing magic of the amulet, so he followed that instead. It was surprising that no one else could feel this as they came near. But then Cedric was in the middle of a forest where very few traveled. Sunlight peeked through the trees as clouds moved past. But still there was no sign of the amulet. According to the map, there were only a few places left, but there was nothing here but more trees. Words came to mind as he walked through the thick bushes. Cedric repeated them over and over as he walked, but he didn't see how they would work when he couldn't figure out how to use his magic to bring the spell to life. Suddenly, the wind shifted and blew around him, bringing a sweet smell of leaves and mildew with it. Cedric stopped in alarm. He whipped around to make sure that Limitless wasn't following him, but the mage was nowhere to be seen. A bright light appeared to his left. Cedric urged his horse in that direction and came to a large tree. The leaves were strange, with their sharp points, and they were a brighter green than the leaves of the trees around them. The bark of the tree was smooth, and in the center of the trunk was an open doorway where the light came from. Cedric paused. Was this a trick? It was too easy. But then again, he'd spoken the words on the map that his father had assured him would work, and he was sure he'd already come this way, which meant that the tree normally blended in with the others. Cedric climbed off his horse and allowed it to rest in the grasses surrounding the tree. He brushed past a large bush and stopped suddenly as the smell of flowers permeated the air. His breath caught when he saw the delicate petals. Blue roses? Hattie would love one of these. He picked one and tucked it inside his coat for safekeeping. The tree called to him, reminding him why he was there. The light that emanated from it grew stronger. Cedric glanced around to make sure no one was following him, then stepped inside. It was much more spacious than the outside appeared. Steps took him down below the ground. The walls and floor were dirt, broken up here and there by roots. A torch sat in a sconce, so he took it before moving farther down a hallway. Another door stood at the end of the hall with ancient runes carved in intricate patterns. Cedric frowned. He didn't remember this as being part of the instructions. Merrick had insisted on teaching Cedric to read and write, but his education hadn't gone into reading something like this. The figures were similar to what was in Roswin's book. Cedric ran his fingers over the symbols and jumped back when they glowed under his fingers. He tried again, and felt a thrill of magic run from his fingers up his arm. Something tugged at the corner of his mind. It wasn't a memory, more like an urging to understand what was inscribed. He tried several of the other inscriptions, but kept going back to the first symbols. This had to be a clue, but what was he supposed to do with it? Cedric closed his eyes and pictured the symbols in his mind, trying to make sense of them. A grating sound broke through the silence of the hall. The door had opened, revealing a small room with a stone sitting on a pedestal in the center. Cedric picked up the small amulet, amazed at the power that emanated from it. He slipped it inside his small pouch and left the room. The torchlight now seemed almost duller, and the hallway almost seemed to be closing in on itself. No, not that they seemed to be closing, they actually were. Rumbling came from behind him and dust fell from above his head. Cedric ran down the hall and sprinted up the stairs, holding on to the pouch. The rumbling grew louder as the dirt behind him gave way, burying the cave and barely missing Cedric's leg as he leapt for the exit out of the tree. The tree groaned and rocked before finally settling, its leaves now dull and lifeless. Cedric rolled over and lay there, trying to catch his breath. Father hadn't told him that would happen. He was lucky he hadn't lost a leg on the stairs. When the adrenaline had finally worn off, Cedric stood and went to his horse. If he hurried, he could get back to Father's house before morning. That way, Roswin wouldn't have to leave the security of her cottage, and he could take the amulet back to the palace to save Hattie and her parents. Cedric secured the pouch inside his tunic and grabbed onto the saddle to climb up. Hands grabbed him from behind and threw him to the ground. Vines shot from the stranger's hands and bound Cedric from head to foot. "Let me go." Cedric's words were muffled as a cloth was shoved in his mouth. Panic shot through him as he thought about the amulet in his pouch. His one chance to save Hattie, the fate of many mages in his hands. The man picked him up and threw Cedric over his shoulder. "I'd keep quiet if I was you. My boss don't take kindly to loud prisoners. They tend to end up dead." Cedric's head spun. He hadn't heard an accent like this man had, which was strange considering how much time Cedric spent in the marketplace with merchants from all over the world. He worked the cloth out of his mouth and spat to get rid of the taste. "Where are you taking me?" "Somewhere you won't like, that's for sure." The man cackled and threw Cedric over his horse. "It's good you brought transportation. I'd hate to carry you back." Squirming did no good as he tried to get off the horse. The man stunk, and a toddler probably knew more than he did, but he could tie knots better than Cedric had ever seen before. After a few more half-hearted kicks, Cedric rested his head against the saddle. He thought through all the lessons he'd had with Father, but unless he could get his hand free, none of them would be of any use to him. While other powers eluded him, he still had his sense of direction, so he'd know how to get back. But then what good would that do? He'd just get back to the tree that no longer contained the amulet. He needed to know how to get home. Maybe he could get his horse to respond to him. Cedric glanced at the man who was several feet ahead of them. He seemed to be having an argument with himself. Perfect. Hey, horse. Hey. Cedric felt the horse tense up. Yes, listen. I need you to stop following the other horse. Can you do that? The horse continued at the same pace, though Cedric could sense that the horse was paying attention to him. Help me escape, and I'll give you a name. I should have done that already, but we haven't really had the time. Please, I need to get out of here. The man turned and glared at Cedric. Hey, you! Hush, boy. I don't want no wolves coming after us. Cedric cringed. He'd hoped the man wouldn't hear him. I'm thirsty. Can't we just stop for a minute? Not likely. The boss'd have me head. I'm to get you to him as soon as possible, and I weren't joking about them wolves, neither. Can you at least let me sit up on the horse? The blood is all running to my head this way. You think I was born yesterday? I ain't letting you up until we get there. Now quiet. The man turned back around to face the front. Cedric waited a few minutes before whispering to the horse again, coaxing it to trust him. By the time the man finally pulled to a stop, Cedric was pretty sure the horse would obey him. He waited for the man to climb down from his own horse before he shouted, Go! The horse bolted, jostling Cedric as he galloped away from the house they'd stopped in front of a few minutes before. The landscape flashed by, making Cedric dizzy enough he had to close his eyes to concentrate. He pushed his strength into the bonds holding him, willing them to loosen. The horse suddenly jerked to a stop, rising up on its back 2 legs. It let out a loud whinny before dropping on the ground, nearly pinning Cedric's legs beneath its lifeless body. You'll regret that. Elimis's voice sent shivers through Cedric. The bonds loosened just as rough hands snatched him up. I'll have to take you back myself. Obviously, I can't count on Roderick to get the job done. With a flick of his hand, Cedric and Elimis were standing inside a cottage. It was small, but well kept. Elimis dropped Cedric to the ground and went to the kitchen. Where Roswin's was cluttered and homey, Elimis had everything in order on his shelves. You killed my horse! The venom in Cedric's voice surprised even him, but he was angry. There had been too much death lately. Your horse is fine. Just sleeping. Elimis walked back to the small sitting room and held out a goblet. When Cedric didn't take it, Elimis sighed and rolled his eyes. It's tea. It's not poison. Cedric stared up at him, but the mage seemed to be telling the truth. He took the goblet and stared at the contents. The liquid had an amber tint and smelled of honey and berries. He waited for Elimis to drink before taking a sip of his own. The taste was stronger than he liked, but the warmth spread through him. He hadn't realized he was cold after being out so late. I want to see the amulet. Elimis sat so he was closer to Cedric's face. The hungry look in his eyes made Cedric shiver. I don't know what you're talking about. Cedric forced himself to sit up. His head swam. He must have been more tired than he'd thought. Elimis grunted. Don't lie to me. What else would you be doing in the middle of a forest? Cedric couldn't let him have the amulet. With a moment's hesitation, he pulled out the blue rose that he'd been saving for Hattie. I wanted to give the princess a special gift. That meadow was the only place to find this flower. Nothing will save your princess. Not until you hand over the amulet. I can't give you what I don't have. We've gone over this before. Cedric rubbed his forehead, trying to keep himself awake. He glanced over at the tea. Elimis had to have put something into it. The day had been long, but this wasn't a normal fatigue that had hit him. What have you done? Elimis grinned. I couldn't have you running away while I slept, could I? Now rest. I have much to do tomorrow, and you are a key part of my plan. With a snap of his fingers, the candles in the cottage went out, except for the one in Elimis's hand. Cedric watched him leave the room. As hard as he fought against the exhaustion, it weighed too heavily on him, and he slept where he sat. Nightmares plagued Cedric's sleep. Hattie was in trouble, but he could never seem to reach her. Creatures came out of the dark to attack him, and he couldn't keep them away. Then Hattie suddenly turned into a large beast and came after him, attacking him with her massive claws. He jerked out of sleep, gasping. He felt his arms and body to make sure there were no injuries. While he was sore from sleeping wrong, and his head swam from whatever Limitless had given him, he wasn't injured. Cedric lay back against the couch and forced himself to breathe normally. The dream had been too real. Limitless sat across the room from him, rubbing his chin. Ah, you're awake. Food is on the table. Then we train. Train? For what? Cedric leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. His head pounded from the movement, and as much as he wanted food, the lingering, drugged feeling from the night before told him not to trust anything Limitless offered him. For your part in my plans, of course. You're weak, untrained, and haven't come into your magic. I must change that if we're to fool our companions. Cedric stared at him. You think I'm going to help you? Are you mad? I have to get back to my kingdom to clean up the mess you made. If you want the curse on the kingdom lifted, you will do as I say. Limitless smiled and gestured toward the table. Eat. You'll need your strength. The table was filled with fruits, vegetables, dried meats, and breads. Cedric's mouth watered just looking at it. Even if it was tainted with magic, Cedric knew he needed to eat in order to escape. He sat down and filled his plate. The fruits were perfectly ripened, the flavors bursting in his mouth. Food had never tasted so heavenly, even compared to the foods Hattie could sneak away from the palace for him. When his plate was empty, he stood. But Limitless shook his head. More. Too many years of malnourishment have stunted your growth. I plan to change that. He popped a grape in his mouth. Did Merrick not feed you? Cedric's temper flared at the insult. Merrick kept me busy working at his inn. I was forced to find my own food, so I could only get the meat pies when I had the money. Limitless nodded, clearly impressed. So, you know how to scrounge for food. Maybe you're not quite so hopeless as I thought. It's because of mages like you that I went through all of this. Cedric pushed his plate away, no longer hungry. Yes, and it's because of mages like me that you will soon have your precious kingdom back. Limitless pushed away from the table. Come. Cedric glanced at the door to freedom. He was fast, but how far would he actually get? Limitless could travel with magic. Don't think I don't know your thoughts. You try to leave me, your body will rebel. I suggest you do what I say if you want to see your family or your princess again. And Cedric knew he was right. As much as it killed him not to walk out that door to save Hattie, he felt the magical tingle that hadn't been there before he ate. He followed Limitless out to the backyard and stopped in surprise. He'd expected forest, like at his father's, but they stood on the top of a mountain that overlooked miles and miles of farmland. How? Cedric spun. He tried to sense where his father was, but something blocked it. A wave of nausea swept over him. As you can see, trying to escape would have been useless, especially since that exit leads right to a cliff. You would be dead within seconds, and then neither of us would get what we want. Limitless picked up a sword and threw it to Cedric. So, walk 10 paces and turn to face me. Cedric stared down at the sword in his hand, and then out at the landscape. Mountains and trees covered the last as far as he could see. None of it was familiar to him. But how did we get up here? Magic. Concentrate. Limitless dove forward with sword outstretched and went straight for Cedric's stomach. With a yelp, Cedric blocked him and rolled away. He'd learned a little as a boy, but it had been years. He'd been deemed too dangerous to be near a weapon. He pushed thoughts of his childhood away so he could survive. Limitless wasn't holding anything back as he attacked again and again, pushing Cedric ever closer to the edge. Fight back! Limitless shoved him one more time, and Cedric went flying. Cedric stared in shock at the cliff that grew smaller above him, his hair flying into his face. Limitless had actually pushed him off the cliff. He flailed, trying to right himself, even though he knew it would do no good. He was going to die that day, failing his father and Hattie. Just as he began to black out, he jerked to a stop and flew back up to the top. He landed hard on his knees and retched. Terror had every nerve on edge, and his mind kept playing those moments over and over. Get up. Limitless stood just a few feet away. You just tried to kill me. Cedric stared up at him, anger replacing the terror. He stood and took a step forward. Elimus held a hand up and flicked it, making Cedric's sword appear into Cedric's hand. I told you to fight back. You didn't listen. Now come at me. This time Cedric didn't hesitate. He attacked with his sword above his head. He hacked and swung the weapon back and forth. And while Elimus had to block his blows, he did so only half-heartedly. The lack of trying only frustrated Cedric more. He lunged and Elimus swatted him away before driving forward again. Cedric glanced around quickly to see how far they were from the edge and pushed forward. Again, Elimus swatted him away and threw him backward. This time Cedric tried to keep his balance as he went over the cliff, but it was no use. He shouted in frustration as he fell again. If Elimus threw him over one more time. Anger burned through him, awakening a new feeling. It surged from his stomach outward, and a power he'd never known seemed just within his grasp. He reached for it, ignoring the ground that came ever closer, and concentrated only on what was going on inside him. When he was pulled up the cliff top once more, Elimus glared at him. Are you done? You're exhausting my stores, and we haven't even gotten to our magic training yet. The sensation of power was gone. Whatever it was had left him, and Cedric ached to feel it again. Elimus threw him the sword again and attacked, barely allowing Cedric to get into a fighting stance. As they moved around the plateau, Cedric went between doing his best not to die by the sword and trying to figure out what had just happened. It had to be his magic. Maybe it was his impending death he'd been about to embrace, but that didn't seem right. This was something that had been missing from his life. There was only one way to find out. He fought hard enough to make Elimus think he was trying, but allowed him to push him off the cliff again. Again the feeling was there, but farther away. What had been different? He waited for Elimus to pull him back up and let it happen again, but that time the feeling of terror was gone. He knew he'd be saved, so there was no point in worrying about dying. Except that this time, Elimus didn't stop him. Cedric gasped in terror, falling faster until he slammed into the ground. He blacked out and remembered no more. Agony, sheer agony met Cedric when he awoke. He was sure he'd broken every bone in his body, and it was a miracle he was alive. He stared up at the mountain he'd fallen from and waited for death to take him. Seconds later, a funnel of wind picked him up, twisting him this way and that, battering his broken limbs. He screamed until he passed out. The sun had nearly set when Cedric opened his eyes again. He lay on the ground at Elimus's feet. He licked his parched lips, his voice coming out as a whisper. Just kill me, please. No, I don't think I will. You're the only one who can get me what I need. Elimus drew a symbol in the air over Cedric, then pushed it down until it settled on Cedric. Unfortunately for you, this is going to hurt. But perhaps you'll work a little harder when we train tomorrow. It started with the bones in Cedric's legs. They fused back together, making him spasm in pain. Cedric cried out in agony, but couldn't move as each bone followed suit one at a time. He blacked out, only to be awakened by the next bone moving back into place. It felt like an eternity as his body healed, each moment building his anger. Elimus had to have been doing this on purpose. Surely there was a quicker way to heal him. As the anger built up, Cedric searched for something to keep his mind off what was happening. There, he could feel it again. It hadn't been the panic from falling off the cliff. It had been anger, and that power was right there on the horizon. Cedric reached for it, thinking of all the times he'd been made fun of, the times he'd been beaten for being in the wrong place at the wrong time, for being made an orphan. He stretched just a little farther in his mind and snatched it. An electric jolt shot through him. The healing wasn't done. He could still feel ribs out of place, but he stood anyway. Electricity crackled around his fingers as he turned to face Elimus. He lunged for him, shooting the sparks at the man who had put him through so much pain. Elimus went flying and crashed into the door of the cottage. Cedric stalked forward and picked him up by the throat, seething. Elimus gurgled, and it took a moment before Cedric realized he was laughing. He dropped the mage and watched as Elimus pushed himself up to a sitting position. Finally, the man gasped. Cedric stared down at his hands. What had he just done? Let me go. I can't. Elimus coughed and pulled himself up. You just gained your powers. If I were to send you on your way now, you would destroy everything in sight. Then send me to my father's house. He can teach me. Cedric reached for the door latch to gather his things, but Elimus moved to stand in front of it. He shook his head. I'm not letting you go that easily. And you forget that your father's house is shielded. I wouldn't be able to get you within 100 yards. No, it is better that I teach you. Once you have done what I brought you here to do, I will let you go as I promised last night. And if I don't? Cedric ached to try out his new abilities, but he knew that time was running out to save Hattie. She was already on her way back to the kingdom. We fight, and this time I won't heal you after you've fallen to your death. Limitless opened the door to his cottage. It is time to eat and sleep. Tomorrow you will learn to control the magic surging through you. Chapter 9. Hattie. Hattie rolled over as she woke up. Something felt wrong. She felt her face and burst into tears, or would have if she had still been human. It seemed the transformation was complete. She climbed out of bed and limped over to the mirror that Stefan kept on his counter. Fur now covered Hattie's face, and her nose was now elongated into that of a beast. Smells that were once faint now overpowered her senses. Herbs, old stew, remnants of small animals that Stefan must have used in his spells. And what was that sound? Immediately, Hattie's ears perked up, and she got down on all fours, creeping slowly toward the sound, her mouth beginning to water. There had to be a mouse somewhere around here, and she would get it. There was a flash of movement, and Hattie scrambled across the floor, diving toward a small hole under the cabinet. She couldn't stop in time and smashed her head, knocking several glass jars to the ground. The door flew open, and Stefan stood there, glancing around wildly. Highness? Where are you? What happened? I'm here. Except the words didn't come out right. They were more of a growl. Hattie shook her head to get rid of the dots floating in her vision. Footsteps came closer before stopping. Highness, you're... Hattie ducked her head, wishing Stefan couldn't see her this way, especially after what she'd just done. She shuddered when she thought of how badly she'd wanted that mouse. Are you injured? Stefan helped her stand and limp over to the table. Standing on 2 feet seemed awkward after she'd walked on all 4 paws. Hattie rubbed her forehead, hoping he would know what she was talking about. She doubted her paws would be able to hold a quill to write a message. Stefan hesitated before smoothing back her hair. There's no bump. What were you looking for? I can make you some breakfast. If Hattie could have blushed, she would have. She pointed to her mouth and then rubbed her belly, feeling foolish. You go rest, and I'll get you up when breakfast is ready. Roswin should be here soon. Stefan smiled over at her and cracked some eggs into a skillet. Hattie wanted to insist that she could make her own food, but she knew that it was impossible at this point. She nodded and went back to the bed, gingerly climbing onto the blankets so she wouldn't tear them with her claws. Wherever Cedric was, Hattie hoped he was able to find the amulet. Right now, her country was without a leader, and until the curse was broken, there was nothing she could do to keep it from being overtaken. Highness, Roswin is here. Stefan's voice was gentle, but it still made Hattie bristle. Couldn't he see that she was sleeping? She grumbled and curled into a ball. Just a few more minutes, and then she would get up. Hattie's tail swished, trying to swat a fly. Hattie suddenly bolted up. Her tail? As if her beastly face wasn't bad enough, now she had to deal with a tail? It's getting late, Highness. We need to get on the road or we'll have to wait until morning. Hattie tried to roll her eyes, but remembered she couldn't. She padded over to the table, hoping for some meat. We have dinner packed. You have already slept the whole day. We really must be on our way. With a roar, Hattie rounded on Roswin and Stefan. How dare they interrupt when she wanted a meal? Her stomach was empty, and she wasn't going to wait another minute. She roared again and pointed at the table. Stefan crept forward slowly and pulled out a loaf of bread. Here you go. It's not much, but it should be sufficient. Hattie snatched it from his hands and shoved it into her mouth. The flavor was all right, but she wanted meat. She growled again as he handed her some water. Most of it poured out onto her dress as she drank, but there wasn't much she could do about that. Highness, I know you're in there somewhere. You need to take control of yourself. Roswin held up a hand, but it only angered Hattie. No one had the right to order the princess around. A low rumbling growl grew as Hattie leapt forward, swiping at Roswin. With a flick of his hand, Stefan threw Hattie against the wall, startling her. She sat up and shook her head, trying to clear it. What should have hurt only made Hattie angrier. The mage would pay. She crouched and jumped toward him, only to be thrown again. Glass jars showered down on her as she hit a cupboard. Dazed, she tried to stand, but two curses shot out at her. One bound her feet, while the other knocked her over. She lifted her head, but exhaustion overcame her. Hattie opened her eyes to find Stefan sitting in a chair, watching her. She licked her lips, or tried to, wishing she had some water. The overwhelming hunger from before was still there. She sat up and stretched, then shook out her fur. Stefan stood up, making Hattie back up into a corner. The man had thrown her. He was not to be trusted. She eyed him warily as he moved slowly. "It's all right, Highness. I won't hurt you. Here you go." Meat. She smelled it as soon as he opened the cold box and pulled it out. She sat up straight, drooling onto the pillow. Stefan set it on the table next to him. "Here is your dinner, but you'll need to show me you won't turn on me the second I hand it to you. Do you understand?" Hattie cocked her head to the side, then nodded. She took a step forward, but Stefan pulled the meat farther away from her. "Wait until I say it's fine. Do you understand?" He waited for her to nod before setting the tray of meat on the floor. Finally, Hattie waited for a moment to make sure Stefan wouldn't take it away, and then leapt forward, shoving her face into the meat. She could sense Stefan leaving the house, but she didn't care. She had to make sure he couldn't take it away from her again. The door opened again, and Stefan held a bucket of water that he set next to the meat. Hattie took large gulps, savoring the sweet taste of the water. "Roswin will take you back to your kingdom, but first we need to teach you some manners. It won't do anyone any good if you show up acting like a wild beast. The human part of you is in there somewhere, and we have to figure out how to get it back." Hattie paused her drinking to look up at him. Human. It was in there somewhere. She could feel it. She cleared her throat, but it came out as a growl. That wouldn't work. Stefan was right. This was not who she was. Roswin walked into the cottage and handed Stefan a basket of herbs. "Here you go. That should take care of you for the next few months." "Thank you. And you found the foxglove?" Stefan sorted through the basket. "Ah, you found the lavender. It's just outside my shield, and I was running low." "Yes, I have the foxglove in my wagon. Thank you for letting me have some. I haven't been able to find any for years." Roswin wiped her hands on her dress and turned to Hattie. "Are you ready to be civilized? Or do I have to sedate you while we travel?" Hattie jumped back and growled, curling into a crouch. How dare this human touch her? "Highness, I warned you." Stefan stood with his hand up. "Do I have to remind you?" Now, there's no need for that." Roswin took a step closer, hands on her hips. "Are you going to behave?" Hattie sniffed the air, and Roswin's smell calmed her mind. Friends. They were friends. Hattie dipped her head to say she understood. Something needed to be done about this. She had to learn to communicate. "Very well, we'll leave soon. My carriage is outside." Roswin turned to Stefan, talking about herbs and other things that Hattie didn't understand. The thought of going back to her kingdom was enough to make Hattie sit there obediently, until Roswin finally told her it was time to go. Hattie stared out the window of Roswin's carriage. She stretched, circled 3 times, and sank back down onto the floor, wishing Roswin would let her out. There were creatures out there to hunt, and she was hungry. Hattie shook her head as Stefan came into her mind, threatening to punish her again. She needed to stop thinking this way. She was not the beast. She was the princess. Not that she'd acted like a princess with Stefan and Roswin. Flashes of attacking them kept coming to mind, and she couldn't believe that she'd allowed the beast to take over. A sigh rumbled through her. Sleep wasn't going to come. She'd already slept for hours. It was time to find herself. She rolled onto her back and stared up at the ceiling of the carriage. "My name is Hattie." The sounds came out more as a bark or growl, but she wasn't going to give up. She had to be able to talk, to communicate with her people. She'd have to take it slower, one word at a time. "My name is..." Hattie stopped as the carriage slowed and came to a rest. A moment later, Roswin's face appeared in the window. "Are you well?" Hattie nodded. "I need..." "Highness, are you hurt? There's a village nearby." Roswin pointed to the north of them, but didn't take her eyes off Hattie. "Need to learn to talk." Hattie spoke each word as clearly as she could. Her snout was not the best for forming each sound, but it didn't stop her from trying. Understanding dawned on Roswin's face. "You're trying to speak." Yes, Hattie nodded again. Can you h- help? Roswin frowned. I'll have to go through my spells to see what I have, but I'm not sure there's much I can do. I'm afraid this is something you're going to have to relearn. I thought so. Hattie knelt back down and waited for Roswin to climb up and continue the journey before working on speaking again. She'd learned to speak as a toddler. She could do it again. It was near sunset when Hattie's ears perked up at the sound of explosions to the west of the carriage. She stood to look out the window. On the horizon, flashes of light appeared in blue and red sparks. Strange. She'd never seen anything like it. A few moments later, Roswin stopped the horses and climbed down from the carriage. I had planned to continue through the night, but there is a strange magic in the air. We'll need to stop at my cottage for the night, so I can figure out what's going on. Tomorrow we will reach your kingdom. Would that be all right with you? Hattie watched the lights for a few moments before answering. Yes, let's do that. Let's pretend I understood that as a yes, because I was going to do it anyway. Roswin climbed back up, and soon the carriage took off. Hattie had to brace herself as they rode swiftly through the trees. It seemed like mere minutes before they pulled up to the cottage that appeared out of nowhere. Hattie stood anxiously, waiting for Roswin to let her out. The door flew open, but Roswin stood several feet away. Can I trust you in my house? Hattie hesitated before continuing out of the carriage. Yes. I hope so. I would hate to bind your legs again. Roswin opened the door and allowed Hattie in before going in herself. Hattie padded over to a rug and laid down. She hated that Roswin even had to ask, but after the attack at Stefan's cottage, she understood. Dinner will be ready soon. Roswin started a fire with a swish of her wand, then pulled out a large cauldron. In the meantime, I suggest that we find you something to wear if you want anyone to take you seriously. If you'd like to find gowns that will fit you, I have a chest of old ones in the back. Unless you want a tunic and breeches. Clothes. It was something Hattie hadn't even thought of since she'd finished the transformation. Now that it had been brought to her attention, she was mortified. She'd been around Stefan and Roswin wearing nothing but her fur. She found the chest Roswin told her about and tried to open it. Her claws scratched against the wood, and she couldn't get her snout under the lid enough to push it open. Hattie sat down in frustration and studied the chest. Of course. She slid her claw under the latch and clicked it open. The sudden sound made her jump back, hackles rising. Hattie glanced around for danger, then caught herself. It was just the chest. No need to be so jumpy. She slid her claw under the latch again and pushed open the lid. She went through several gowns before she found the tunics. These would be easier for her, but they weren't fit for a princess. It was clear that Hattie would need to go back to walking on her back 2 legs so she could wear gowns. She needed to remember who she was. There were a few that seemed big enough, so Hattie pulled them out and tried each one on, careful not to tear them with her claws. The fabric was rough and not as rich as she was used to having in the palace, but it would do for now. She could have her seamstresses make her something new. That is, if they were still human. Hattie straightened the gown she tried on and smoothed it out. The long maroon gown hid most of her legs, and the sleeves hid most of the fur on her arms. There wasn't anything she could do about her face, but at least she felt somewhat human now. Highness, dinner is... Oh, you found something. Turn around. Hattie slowly turned in a circle, concentrating on where to place her feet so she wouldn't fall over. Perfect. Now, let's make it fit for a princess. Roswin pulled out her wand and spun it in a circle, sending out sparks. The bodice of the gown pulled in, but not too tight. Ruffles and lace appeared around the full skirts, while the fabric went from rough to fine. When the spell was done, Hattie stumbled over to a mirror in the corner. The dress itself was beautiful, and she could almost pretend that she wasn't hideous. Thank you. Her voice still came out as a rumble, but it was getting easier to form the words. Roswin curtsied. Come, you must eat so you can sleep. I'd like to leave at first light, as long as there's no sign of the magical storm. Hattie took a seat at the table and went to pick up her spoon. The small utensil was hard to grab with her new paws. After several attempts, she growled and slumped back in her chair. Like this. Roswin picked up her bowl and showed Hattie how to drink her stew instead of using the spoon. See? Much easier. Hattie followed her example and took a sip, but had to stop when it burned her tongue. She grabbed her goblet of water, nearly spilling all of it in the process. Roswin waved her hand, and the mess disappeared. Try it again. When Hattie tried this time, the soup was still hot, but not hot enough to burn her. Her eyebrows raised, but she was too hungry to say anything. She finished her bowl and had 3 more servings after that. Finally, the overwhelming hunger was satisfied. It would return, but she was satisfied for now. Hattie glanced out the window and found the lights flashing in the distance. Something drew her to it. Roswin had said it was dangerous, but there was something that seemed familiar. You take the bed. Roswin's voice pulled Hattie out of her thoughts. Hattie shook her head and moved over to the fireplace, curling up on the rug. The gown she wore tugged uncomfortably, but it would be fine. Roswin set her hand on Hattie's head. You are still the princess. I will not have you sleeping on the rug, and you need to be careful with how you behave. Sleeping on the floor like a beast will make you more of a beast all the time. Hattie stared down at the rug. In truth, she wasn't tired. She slept for the majority of the trip. Taking the bed would only mean that neither of them would get any rest. She was a princess, but she was also a guest in this house. She shook her head again and nudged Roswin toward the bed in the corner. Very well, Highness, Roswin curtsied. I will lay out a few furs so that you don't have to sleep on the floor. Thank you. Hattie yawned. Maybe sleep was a good idea. Hattie straightened her gown for the 100th time. She'd be arriving back in her kingdom in the next hour, and she wasn't exactly herself anymore. Did her parents look like her? Probably. She ached to throw her arms around them, but she wasn't sure what to expect. Cedric's father had helped her remember who she was, and Roswin had been good to her as well. It was possible that her parents could have fully become beasts. Her thoughts drifted to Cedric. It had been days since she'd seen him, and she wished he could be there when she reached the palace. Everything was always more bearable when he was around. The one person who saw her for herself and not for her crown. The landscape slowly changed as they continued on their journey, and soon it opened up to fields. Her kingdom. Hattie closed her eyes and drew in a deep breath. The smell of the wheat and the soil was strong after the rain that had fallen sometime during the night. It was strange to have the fields so empty. Where were the people? Surely they hadn't all turned into teacups and candlesticks. Hattie wanted Roswin to stop the wagon so she could investigate. But what was there to find? It was possible that she'd arrived on a Sunday, when everyone was attending church. As they neared the palace, Hattie took a deep breath and closed her eyes. It was time to rule. She could do this. For her parents. For her people. For herself. Chapter 10. Merrick. Merrick glared at the carriage that crossed through the fields toward the palace. No one had dared go near there since the curse hit. Not that there were many people around anymore. Most had been turned into useless furniture or kitchenware shortly after. His inn was now a storage room instead of a place where people came to stay while they traded their wares. He glanced back toward the village. There was no movement, but he could never be too careful. The inn was almost silent as he walked inside. A few guests sat at tables eating their food, the slurps and their silverware the only thing that sounded through the large room. Merrick continued into the kitchen where Cook stood washing dishes. Do we have any new guests? Merrick took a bag from one of the hooks and filled it with supplies. Aye, they came in and requested a room. A merchant and his wife. Something about having business at the palace. Cook snorted. Don't know who they think they're fooling. There's no business to be done anywhere near there. Troublemakers who think they can take advantage of the king and queen, no doubt. Merrick smirked and grabbed a knife. He wrapped it carefully in a towel and dropped it into the bag. We haven't had a merchant here in weeks and we're running low on a few supplies. Keep an eye on the front while I'm gone. Understand? Cook nodded, knowing better than to ask questions. Merrick clapped him on the back and slung the bag over his shoulder. You're a good man. If anyone asks, you're the owner until I get back. Cook's eyes widened. But sir, no buts. I wouldn't leave you in charge if I didn't think you could do it. Besides, I don't plan on being gone for long. Merrick took his hat off the coat rack, checked to make sure he had everything, then headed for the stables. His horse Duke whinnied as soon as he walked in. Hello, boy. Ready to fly? Duke lifted his head as if to say yes. He waited patiently while Merrick saddled him and led him out of the stables. He climbed up onto his horse and leaned down. Go, Duke. Head for the palace as fast as you can. Again the horse nodded and trotted out of the village. Normally, Merrick would have waited until sunset. But if this was some royal someone or other who wanted to take possession of the palace, he didn't want to give them time to settle in. The roads were empty, except for the carriage barreling down the roads through the fields. Merrick spurred his horse on. He was determined to get there first. Duke's hooves clattered on the cobblestones leading to the entrance of the palace. Just days before, they'd had a huge ball here, and now it appeared as if it hadn't been occupied for years. Merrick climbed off Duke and led him over to the stables. It would be better for him to go through the old servants' quarters than to knock on the front doors. He needed to figure out what was going on inside the palace before he could decide what to do next. The door was unlatched, so he walked in, checking to make sure no one was guarding the entrance. Silence. Merrick sighed and moved farther into the kitchen. The fireplaces were cold, and judging by the lack of burning embers, they hadn't been lit for a while. Fear settled on him. He'd been told the king and queen were beasts, but if they were still around, what had they eaten? The hallways were also silent, except for the occasional growl in the distance. Merrick stopped. He'd left his knife with Duke. He cursed under his breath and turned to head down to the armory. He couldn't just go barging in on the king and queen if they were truly beasts. 2 stories down, he found the armory stocked with swords, bows, arrows, and crossbows. He tried several swords until he found one that was comfortable in his hands, then grabbed a bow and a quiver of arrows, just in case. Knowing that the carriage would arrive at any moment, Merrick took the steps 2 at a time and moved quickly through the palace. The growls got louder as he approached the wing where the royal chambers were located. His heart beat rapidly as he got closer. Highness? His voice cracked. Silence for a moment. Then a door flew open and a large beast bounded into the hallway, followed by a second. Each of them still wore scraps of what used to be fine clothing. Merrick gripped the sword. He couldn't attack. They weren't in their right minds. But what was he supposed to do? Merrick backed up slowly as they advanced on him, growling. Whoa! It's me, Merrick. We were friends. No, you don't care. He took off sprinting as fast as his portly frame would allow him. If he could just get them down to the dungeon. What was he thinking? He stopped. Putting the king and queen in the dungeon was treason. He could be hanged. Something dripped on Merrick's shoulder. He looked up to find the king standing over him. Right. Beasts. Merrick cleared his throat and screamed as he ran from the room. Merrick took the steps 2 at a time and ran for the nearest open cell. He dodged to the side at the last second, and because of the size of the beasts, they weren't able to stop. They fell over each other into the cell, and Merrick slammed it shut. I'm sorry, your majesties, but I can't allow you to attack your subjects. Merrick paused. I'll be back for you later. Please, don't attack each other. He turned to leave, and yelped when one of the beasts reached through and grabbed his hand. Maybe I should have added that you can't eat me either. The beast growled and pulled on Merrick to bring him closer. Merrick fought to get his arm back, but it was no use. The beast was much stronger. He searched for something to fight off the beast. Another growl as the beast gestured to itself. That was odd. Merrick stopped fighting and his eyes widened. Do you understand me? A nod and the beast, no, the king, gestured again. He turned and waved the queen over to where they stood. Are you both still in there somewhere? Merrick spoke quietly. More nods. Someone is coming. I need to confront them, but I can't let them see you like this. Do you understand that? Merrick's hand was beginning to lose feeling from the king's grip. The queen growled and stared up at the windows of the cell. Hopefully she wasn't trying to figure out a way to escape. Please, I need to get up there. The carriage should be here by now, and there are other merchants and royalty in the village who may be scoping out the kingdom. Let me do what I can to help. The king finally let go, and Merrick wanted to cry out as the blood rushed back to his hand. Thank you. I'll do what I can here, and then do what I can to find the princess. He bowed, then ran for the stairs before they changed their minds and decided to eat him. Large booms resounded through the empty palace as Merrick made it up the last few steps. His breathing came in ragged gasps as he dropped to a bench to rest. The door could wait for a moment. When the booms didn't stop, Merrick pushed himself off the bench and stumbled over to the large oak doors. He smoothed his hair out and forced his face into the glare that his employees knew all too well. He grabbed the large metal ring and heaved one of the doors open. An old woman stood there, looking annoyed. "Took you long enough," she glared. "Who are you? What business do you have here?" Merrick raised his eyebrows. "I should ask you the same thing. No one has come to the palace in days, and you suddenly show up here? What business do you have here?" "I have brought Princess Hattie." The woman whirled around. "Princess? Where did you go?" "Princess?" Merrick's heart rose. "They've returned?" "Not they, just the princess." The woman sighed and turned back to Merrick. "My name is Roswin. I ran into Cedric and Hattie as they fled the kingdom. I brought Hattie back here to help with the kingdom, although it might be difficult." Merrick tried to see around Roswin, but the woman seemed to fill the doorway. "Where's Cedric?" Roswin frowned. "We don't know. His father is working to find him." "No." Merrick had to grab onto the door to stay up straight. He'd taken care of the boy since he was small. He couldn't be gone now. His father left him years ago. Why would he search for him now? Roswin shot him a glare. "His father has done more for this kingdom than anyone will ever know. He will find his boy." "His father was banished for magic," Merrick shot back, and instead of fighting, he left tail between his legs. The woman was small, but she seemed to double in size as she straightened. "I will not have you speaking of Stefan in that way." Merrick stumbled back. She had magic. You're... Roswin lifted her chin and nodded. Yes, I'm a fairy. Now where?" Merrick shook his head. "Imagine. One of the fabled fairies standing here in the doorway. The king and queen would have a fit knowing the visitor he'd allowed in had magic. They'd have his hide for sure." Roswin sighed and stomped down the steps, leading to the courtyard. She threw open the back of the carriage and argued with whoever was inside. A moment later, a beast dressed in a gown and the princess's crown stepped out. Merrick's breath caught in his throat. The princess may have been a beast, but the way she carried herself as she lifted her skirts and climbed the steps definitely said royalty. He bowed. "Highness." "I did not expect to see you here, Merrick." Hattie bowed back. "What happened?" Merrick glanced between Hattie and Roswin. "You were fine when you left." Roswin guided Hattie past Merrick into the palace. "It seems the curse that got her parents ricocheted and hit her, so it took longer for it to take effect." Merrick nodded. "I suppose that makes sense." "Where are my parents?" The words were slow and garbled, but the urgency was there. "I can take you to them, Highness." Merrick sighed. "I have to warn you, though. You can still speak, but they seem to have lost that ability. I don't know how much they even understand." Hattie's head dropped. When she looked up again, there was a fierce determination in her eyes. "Take me to them." Merrick bowed and gestured for her to follow him. "I don't know how much you have learned, but there's not much of a village left. Many of them were transformed into dishes and furniture." "We figured as much." Roswin's voice echoed through the hall as they headed for the stairs. "But how are some changed and others are untouched?" Merrick shook his head. "The only thing I can figure is that those who stayed home from the ball remained unscathed. A few made it to my inn afterward, and now they're in storage until I can figure out what to do with them." "Oh dear," Roswin frowned. "I suppose we should bring them here so they're protected." "You doubt the safety of my inn?" Merrick bristled. Hattie turned and glared, which was quite a feat with her beastly face. "Enough! We will take care of it." Roswin stared at her stunned. "That's the first sentence you've said without pausing since the change. Well done." "Thank you." Hattie continued down the stairs and into the dungeon. As soon as she saw her parents, she dropped to all fours and raced over to them. "Mother, Father." Merrick pulled Roswin away. "Come, let's let them have their reunion. We need to talk." Roswin paused, but finally nodded. "They should be fine, I hope." "I believe they have enough of themselves left to know not to injure each other." Merrick climbed the steps and found a room with tables and chairs. "We can talk here." Roswin dusted off a chair and sat. "So, Merrick, what are you doing at the palace?" "I arrived here not long before you did." Merrick ran his hand over his balding head. "I saw your carriage coming and I wanted to make sure it wasn't someone trying to lay claim to the throne. I'm relieved to know that it was the true heir." "As long as the curse can be broken." Roswin frowned. "How many will stay loyal to the throne?" Merrick ran through those left in the village. There are a few who might decide to bow to whoever takes over, but I believe Princess Hattie will have the majority, if we make sure she doesn't show weakness. I believe that will be done easily enough. She has forced herself to stay as human as possible. She should be more like her parents by now. Merrick nodded. I'm still surprised that I was able to get any response out of the king and queen. They tried to attack when I first encountered them. I fear it will happen more often if they're not watched constantly. There were no guards left at all? The palace was empty except for the king and queen, so either they fled or they're now dishware. Merrick rubbed his beard. I left my inn with my cook, but that can last only so long before I need to get back. If you could stay here, I can check on the inn and then find Cedric. Roswin stood. That is not possible. We need someone to act as ruler alongside Hattie, and since you're the only one who seems to be loyal at the moment, I need you here. We will find Cedric. As for your inn, stand. Merrick raised his eyebrows. What are you? Stand. Roswin pulled an old, gnarled wand from thin air and flicked it at the wall. A large round mirror appeared. There will be another one of these in your kitchen as well. This way you can see what's going on and your cook can communicate with you. If for some reason your guests need you, simply touch it and say, Lacus, and you'll be able to walk through. Merrick laughed. You think I'm going to use magic in this palace? I might as well put my head on the chopping block myself. Magic is here whether they want to admit it or not. Magic is what will save your king and queen from the curse, and having magic banned is what got all of you into this mess in the first place. Roswin glared until Merrick finally nodded. Very well, but please, go find Cedric. I'm all he's had since his mother passed. If anything happens to him... Merrick swallowed hard and cleared his throat. Do you know where to find him? Roswin didn't answer for a moment. When she finally did, her voice was low. 2 nights ago, there was a battle between magical forces on a mountain to the south. One was the same man who placed the curse on this palace. I recognized him immediately. The other seemed familiar. It is similar to Stefan's magical imprint. Close, but not quite. What did... Merrick's eyes widened as he realized what she was implying. You can't be serious. Cedric? You believe Cedric has magic? Merrick laughed again. That boy rarely left my side, and never once did he show any inkling of magic. Roswin smirked. Never left your side? Ever? He never disappeared into the village to forage for food? Never ran off with our princess? Never. Merrick stopped. They both knew he'd be lying if he said Cedric never did any of those things, but the boy needed room to breathe. I must say I was surprised at the amount of power that I saw and felt that night. If it was indeed Cedric, he has come a long way in a short amount of time. He may be even stronger than his father. Merrick blinked. He didn't know Stefan personally, but he'd heard enough stories. Please just find the boy. Roswin smoothed her dress and straightened her shawl. I will do what I can. Thank you. Merrick stared at the mirror she'd placed on the wall. Magic. Right in front of him. And Cedric might have magic as well. Merrick needed to lie down. I must go. And Merrick, I'd like to have this kingdom still in one piece when I get back. He simply nodded as she walked to the entrance of the palace. He blinked, and she was gone. A growl pulled him from his thoughts. Right, the princess. He left the room and shut it firmly behind him. No one could see that mirror. Hattie met Merrick on the staircase. Please release my parents. Are you sure that's wise? Merrick asked. They have assured me that they will not attack. Hattie scratched behind her ear. We need to find more staff for the palace. Merrick tipped his head to the side. You're talking better all the time. How do you do it? Practice. She smiled, but that only made her more terrifying with her long, sharp teeth. I'm glad you are here. He bowed. I will do what I can for my kingdom. Thank you. Are there many left to help? He shook his head. No, but I will find those who are loyal who will help. She placed a large paw on his arm. Please don't leave. I need you to stay. I won't leave, Highness. Roswin gave me a way to see my inn. Merrick cringed. So much for keeping it a secret. But she was the princess after all. He studied her for a moment. Even in your state, you still hold yourself in a way that shows your upbringing. I still can't believe you were able to fool my guests for so long. Another smile. It is amazing what a change of clothes and a little dirt will do to one's appearance. I suppose. Merrick glanced toward his room. He needed to talk to Cook again, but first he needed to free the king and queen. Something he wasn't looking forward to, since he wasn't sure how they'd react. Chapter 11. Cedric. Cedric flexed his hands, feeling the power flowing through them. It was still a strange sensation. He had fought the rumors of his father and himself since he was a small child, and it turned out that the villagers' fear of him had been warranted. Not that he would use his powers for evil, regardless of what Limitless expected him to do. Cedric had one thing on his mind. He would learn just enough magic to escape and go back to save Hattie. Unfortunately, transportation was one thing Limitless hadn't taught him yet. Cedric was sure it was on purpose, and honestly, he couldn't blame Limitless for avoiding it. He stared out at the land below him. The only way down at this point was climbing, but there were very few handholds, and they weren't close together. Limitless told him he would be ready for the assignment once he figured out how to get down. Cedric was trapped by his own ignorance. He closed his eyes, mentally calling for any animal that might be around. But birds came nowhere near the cliff, and he was too high up for any horses or other animals to hear him. So much for that power. And the sense of direction? That didn't help either. He could see the way back to the palace in his head, but he couldn't exactly fly there. Wait. Cedric froze and concentrated on a familiar being. His horse. Cedric grinned and sent images of where he was, and moments later, he heard galloping down below. The horse had found him. Not that it mattered until he could get down. He searched the cliff for what felt like the 100th time, looking for any outcropping. But there was nothing. You know staring down at the ground won't solve your problems, right? Limitless stood next to Cedric. I was just admiring the sunset. Cedric clasped his hands behind his back. Limitless snorted. Right. And your horse just managed to find us on its own? Cedric forced himself to keep a straight face. What can I say? My horse loves me. You're a street rat with nothing. Limitless stepped closer until he was inches from Cedric's face. You forget. I am the one who taught you your magic. I suggest you show me a little more respect. Cedric laughed. You took my princess and my kingdom from me, and I owe you respect? You have done nothing but torture me since I've been here. I owe you nothing. You need me. You told me so yourself. Limitless raised an eyebrow. Are you quite done? No. Cedric was just getting started. I must get back to my kingdom to save Princess Hattie, and you have me here as a prisoner. He gasped suddenly, as Limitless whipped his hand out and grabbed Cedric by the throat. That is enough. You will show me respect. I have given you everything by teaching you the magic that has been silenced in you for all these years. If you do what I ask, you will be richer than even your precious king and queen. Do you understand me? Cedric tried to breathe, but his windpipe was closed off. Spots began to form in front of his eyes. He finally nodded just so Limitless would let go. Fighting could and would happen later. He dropped to the ground, breathing in the sweet, sweet air. Limitless crouched next to him. I don't understand why you would go back to that place. They treated you like you were nothing. Worse than nothing. Not everyone did. Cedric rolled over and sat up. His throat ached, but after all the broken bones he'd had at Limitless's hand, this was nothing. Even your innkeeper treated you like a slave. Limitless flicked a speck of dirt off his tunic. Don't you want more? Not if it includes turning on those closest to me. Cedric glanced in the direction of his kingdom. Was Hattie there yet? He hoped she was all right. The ache from being apart grew stronger every day that he was away from her. Limitless tisked. Come on now. Were you really that close? Hattie never even invited you to the palace. Not once. Does that show she cares for you? Cedric rounded on him. I couldn't go there. She would never put me in. And yet here you are, Limitless interrupted. In danger. She did exactly what she'd promised she wouldn't. Still, you continue to trust her. Cedric opened his mouth to argue, then closed it again. He couldn't argue with that, but it wasn't Hattie's fault. Not really. I chose to come with her, just like I chose to never put her in an uncomfortable situation by having to defend me. Elimis raised an eyebrow. You are fighting a losing battle, son. Don't. Cedric clenched his jaw. Don't call me son. I have a father. I was more of a father to you than he ever was. I made sure you had food. Merrick only took you in because of me. Elimis stepped back and lifted his arms, turning in a circle. I have given you the world. What has your father done for you? Cedric growled and stomped away. He would get down from here. His life and his kingdom's safety depended on it. And what did Elimis know anyway? Cedric sat and dangled his legs over the edge of the cliff. Maybe if he slid down one of the sides, he could somehow mold the stone into steps. It could work, but he'd have to find just the right place. The scent of dinner carried across the wind and pulled Cedric from his thoughts of escape. It could happen tomorrow once it was light. He stood and glanced toward the kingdom, his home, one more time, then walked into the cottage. Wake up, boy. It's time to go. Cedric jerked out of sleep and looked around, trying to remember where he was. When he saw Elimis glowering down at him, Cedric groaned and rolled over. So much for son. Elimis dropped something heavy on Cedric's back. If you want to be my prisoner forever, fine. But right now it is time to get up and do what I trained you for. And what is that? Cedric rolled over and sat up to find the bag of supplies Elimis had dropped. Rope, torches, knives, and rations of dried meat, bread, and hard cheese, along with a few other items. Elimis waved his hand and the image of a cave appeared. We are traveling to this cave to retrieve a rather valuable item. What's down there? Cedric sat mesmerized by the image. I will tell you when we get there. Elimis waved his hand again, and the cave disappeared. We will meet our comrades at midday, so we must be going. Cedric pulled on his shoes and robes. He did his best to conceal his excitement as he gathered his things. If they could just get down from here, he could escape. Trying to find his way down from here would no longer be an issue. Elimis shoved a bowl of mush into Cedric's hands. Eat on the way. You have already wasted too much time with your questions. It helps to know where I'm going. Cedric slipped his bag over his shoulders. The directions had already been settling in his mind, but he wouldn't let Elimis know that. The less Elimis knew, the better. By having those directions in his head, he could always figure out ways to escape as they traveled. All you need to worry about is your task once we get there. Now come. Elimis closed his eyes as a small ball of energy began to glow in his hand. He tossed it in front of him, and the ball expanded until it was tall enough for them to walk through. Cedric's mouth dropped open. Where the cabin door once stood, there was the image of a desert. The wind picked up, and he had to shield his eyes from the blowing sand. How had Elimis done that? Elimis sighed. It is just sand. I suggest you take the cloth I provided in the bag and wrap it around your face. Cedric coughed as he went through his bag and found the scarf. He put it on like Elimis had done for himself, and then stepped through to the desert. Heat instantly beat down on him, and his mouth was instantly parched. He readjusted the bag on his shoulder and hurried forward to catch up to Elimis, who was already striding away. The wind was strong enough that there was no way they could talk to each other. Not that Cedric really wanted to talk to Elimis, but he needed something to distract him from the sand that filled his shoes. By midday, Cedric was ready to collapse. He was used to the walking and the hard labor, but the heat was a different beast. He'd been so sure he could see trees up ahead, only to have them disappear as they drew closer. Mirages. Stories from merchants in the inn that he had taken as fairy tales were suddenly much more real. Elimis stopped suddenly, and Cedric bumped into him. He stepped back and waited for Elimis to go again, but the man simply stood there searching for something. He muttered under his breath as he rifled through his bag. Are we lost? Quiet, boy. Elimis finally pulled out an old, worn parchment with what looked like a map. Cedric peered over his shoulder and could see the direction they were supposed to be going, but kept his mouth closed. This way. Elymas rolled the parchment back up and shoved it in his bag. Are you sure we shouldn't head north? Cedric could feel the pull of the cave stronger now. The direction back to his kingdom was almost non-existent, but it was still there. Elymas glared and pulled the map out again. We most certainly do not. He turned the map a couple of times before turning to Cedric. How did you know that? Cedric shrugged and pointed out a few spots on the map. We've passed this landmark and this one over here, so I just assumed that we would go north now. So now you are an expert at map reading? Elymas huffed and put the map away again. Not an expert, but I would stay up and listen to merchants speak of their travels. I learned things along the way. Elymas frowned but said nothing as he turned and headed north. Soon after, the land began to rise, and Cedric's already sore legs screamed in pain. A caravan with several riders stood waiting for them at the top. We thought you had gotten lost, one of the men laughed and clapped Elymas on the back. Is this the boy? Cedric narrowed his eyes. He was 18, hardly a boy, but by the look of the man speaking, it wouldn't be wise to argue. Yes. You found the cave? Elymas took a small pouch from one of the men and counted out several gold pieces before putting them back in and tucking it into his robes. It's where you suspected it would be. The man hadn't taken his eyes off Cedric since they approached. You're sure he is the one? Elymas flashed a knife. Do you doubt me? The man leaned forward until he was just inches from Cedric's face. Cedric took a step back, making the man laugh. He'll do. We should keep going. Cedric sighed as they continued walking. Even after weeks of spending time with Elymas, he had no idea what he was supposed to be doing for them. He held back from the group, hoping no one would try talking to him. Night had almost fallen by the time the caravan stopped. As far as Cedric could tell, they were in the middle of nowhere. The call of the cave was much stronger now, but they still had hours until they'd get there. Why are we stopping? Cedric asked Elymas as the others moved quickly to set up camp. They're stopping. We're not. Come. Elymas moved away from the camp and jerked Cedric's arm to keep up. Cedric shot a confused look back at the camp, but no one paid any attention to them. Why did we have to meet them if they're not even coming with us? We needed provisions, and they wanted to make sure I got the right boy. Now stop asking questions until we get there. Elymas covered his face with a scarf and continued on. Cedric sighed and followed after him. The urge to escape and go home was still there, but he had to admit he was curious to see what was in this cave. If Elymas wanted it bad enough to take the time to train Cedric so he could have it, whatever was down there had to be something big. That, or Elymas just wanted a friend, but Cedric highly doubted that was the reason. Do you have the amulet? Elymas turned and asked Cedric. I told you I don't. Elymas struck Cedric across the face. Cedric staggered back, holding his hand to his face. Elymas reached down and grabbed Cedric's robes, pulling him close. Don't lie to me, boy. I can sense it on you. I have since the day you were brought to me. Now where is it? Cedric could feel the warmth of the amulet against his skin. He hadn't been able to figure out why Elymas couldn't see it when they'd spent so much time together, but he wasn't about to give it up now. It's somewhere you can't reach it. Elymas narrowed his eyes. Very well, but you must call to it. Only the amulet will open the cave. Cedric frowned. How is that possible? This amulet has never been anywhere near here. It does not matter. It takes an immense amount of magic and a pure heart to open the cave. But first we have to find it. Elymas wrung his hands together as he stared out at the desert landscape. We should be in the general area. Cedric's sense of direction told him differently, but he didn't want to mention that. Instead, he closed his eyes and concentrated on the amulet around his neck. It grew warm and then hot. He yelped and tried to pull the amulet away from his skin, but it was like it had embedded itself into his chest. Come on, boy. We do not have all night. Elymas grabbed him by the shoulders and shook him. I did not spend all that time training you to have you fail me now. I'm trying. Cedric gasped for air as the amulet pressed farther into his skin. Suddenly, a light burst from the ground several hundred yards ahead of them. Cedric stood still, trying to process what was happening. Elimis pushed him forward. "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Cedric shook himself and followed behind Elimis. Elation, fear, and nausea warred with one another as he ran toward the light. What was he doing? Whatever was up ahead had to be powerful, and he was allowing Elimis to gain access to it. He stopped suddenly, attempting to shut down the amulet. He could say he wasn't as pure as Elimis thought, or he could simply take him out and run the other way. But still the light stayed, drawing him in. As they moved closer, it was apparent that the light came from a large hole in the ground. The amulet cooled against his skin as the light slowly faded. Cedric stepped to the edge of the hole and leaned over. Steps led down into the hole, but they had crumbled over the years and were no longer safe to use. The light died away, leaving nothing but darkness below them. Elimis opened the bag that Cedric carried and pulled out some rope. He shoved the rope into Cedric's hands. "Tie that around your waist. I'll lower you down." "Wait, what? It's dark down there." Elimis sighed. "I have taught you magic for a reason." Cedric blinked. "Right." He tied the rope around his waist, then formed a ball of fire in his hand. "Ready." "Step back into the hole, but you'll have to move quickly. I'm not sure how long I'll be able to hold you." Elimis gripped the rope and braced himself. "Take whatever you want, but bring me the lamp." Cedric jerked away from the mesmerizing flame in his hands. "Lamp? We came all this way for a lamp?" "Yes. That lamp is worth more than your kingdom, boy. Now go." He shoved his hand toward Cedric, and the force of the magic knocked Cedric back into the hole, where he landed hard just a few feet down. The broken steps were once again whole. Cedric rolled over and groaned. His flame disappeared as he tried to catch his breath. The warmth of the amulet against his chest comforted him, and he pushed himself up to standing. Elimis stood at the end of the hole, holding tightly to the rope. Strange. "I'm all right. You can let go of the rope," Cedric called. Elimis didn't move, didn't speak. It was as if Cedric waved. Nothing. Strange. "He can't see you." A woman's voice came from behind him, a voice that brought him to tears. "Mother?" He whipped around to see her at the bottom of the steps, dressed in a long white gown. Her dark hair fell in waves around her face, and the careworn sadness that he knew so well was gone. "Why, what is this place? How are you here?" Mother smiled warmly. "Your mother is not here. Not really. Just call me the spirit of the amulet." "How? This amulet contains magic. You didn't have any." Cedric drew in a breath. "Did you?" "No. Your mother had no magic. That's why only your father was exiled, and why it took so long for your magic to manifest itself. Come. You've traveled far. You must be tired." Mother gestured for him, but Cedric still held back. "How do I know this isn't a trick?" Cedric stepped back. "Elimis has tortured me for days, weeks, months. I don't even know what day it is anymore. This could be another one of his ploys to get what he wants." Mother nodded toward the hole above them. "Does that look like he knows what's going on?" Cedric glanced up to where Elimis still stood, holding the rope. Cedric jerked on the part around his waist, and Elimis crouched to pull back. He would have had to concentrate to pull off this kind of magic, but all his attention seemed to be on the rope. Cedric relaxed. Why can't he see what's really happening? Let's just say his heart is not pure. Cedric snorted. That is an understatement. So, he still sees me going down into the hole? He sees nothing but the darkness of the cavern. Now come. You don't have much longer in here before the amulet goes back to sleep. It must preserve the magic inside. Cedric hesitated for just a moment before pulling on the knot to loosen it. He dropped the rope, and Elimis fell back and out of sight. Seconds later, the man leaned over the hole, grasping at his hair as he screamed. As far as he knows now, you fell to your death, and his one chance for the lamp is gone. So I'm free? Cedric stared up at Elimis, trying to grasp at what had just happened. All of that time under Olympus's control, and he was free. The lights dimmed, and Cedric jumped to collect the few things that had fallen out of his bag when he landed. He needed to hurry if he was going to find this lamp Olympus wanted. He climbed down the staircase, taking the steps two at a time. Torches lined the walls of the chamber they stood in, but they were definitely dimmer than they had been moments before. He turned to Mother. "What is this place?" "Some call it the Cave of Wonders, but it goes by many names, depending on the lore. Many seek it, but few find it." Mother walked toward a door. "Come." Cedric pulled a torch off the wall and followed. "Olympus wanted a lamp. Do you know what he's talking about?" Mother didn't speak as they entered another cavern. Cedric's jaw dropped. Piles of gold and gems covered the ground along with other priceless items. This cavern had enough to buy his kingdom, and probably 10 others. In the center of the room, stairs rose to an outcropping. Light from the torches glinted off something. The lamp? Who collected all of this? Cedric kicked at a goblet in the path. Mother turned and pointed up at an outcropping. "He is the keeper of this cave. He knows each and every piece of gold in this cave." Cedric squinted as if that would help him see into the darkness. "I see no one up there." "Pray that it remains that way. The lamp that Olympus wants is at the top of those stairs. I suggest you do not allow him to take possession of it, or he will have powers beyond anything you could imagine." "What do you mean?" Cedric looked away from the lamp to meet Mother's eyes and gasped. She seemed to be fading. "What's happening to you?" Mother smiled sadly. "I told you. The amulet must sleep. It's time for you to leave the cave, or you will be imprisoned here." "But," Cedric gestured to the lamp, "what about that?" "It will stay here, safe from the greed of man." Cedric knew he should leave. The amulet had grown cold against his chest, and the cave was getting darker by the minute. But he was here. There would not be another chance to get it. But no, the spirit was right. It was better for the lamp to stay here. Cedric took a step toward the doorway to leave, trying to ignore the lamp that seemed to call to him. He stared up at where the lamp stood. It wasn't like he had to take it. He could just see what the fuss was about. Cedric took a few steps up before stopping again. The cave was even darker, and he could see nothing but the lamp lying on the outcropping above. He needed to hurry, or he would have no way out. Cedric took 2 steps at a time, a hunger growing inside him as he moved closer to the lamp. It no longer mattered that the cave had grown dark. He knew what he wanted, what he needed. The lamp now sat in front of him. Cedric wiped his brow and stared down at the lamp. It was a small thing, insignificant really, but the power emanating from it was stronger than the amulet he wore around his neck. A low grumble sounded from somewhere to the left of him. Cedric took a step back. Had he awakened whatever guarded the gold? Maybe. He waited a moment but heard nothing else. The cave was drafty. Maybe it was the wind blowing through other caverns. Cedric touched the lamp. It was cool to the touch, and he could feel small lines etched into the gold. The hunger he'd felt coming up the steps dissipated, replaced with a feeling that the lamp belonged in his hand. Cedric produced a ball of flame to help him see the inscriptions better. But they were too worn to decipher anything. Maybe if he just cleaned... "You shouldn't have done that." A loud, rumbling voice made Cedric jump and drop the lamp. It clattered to the floor, and Cedric had to dive to grab it before it fell off the ledge. He rolled over to find a large red creature staring down at him. The eyes blinked slowly. Cedric scrambled away. What are you?" The creature rumbled, but it sounded more like laughter than anger. "Have you never seen a dragon?" Cedric blinked. "Dragons don't exist." "And yet, here I am." The dragon dipped its head. "I'll tear at your service." Cedric stood and rubbed his elbow he'd landed on. "What do you mean at my service? I thought you were the guardian of the gold here." "That is correct, but I am enslaved by that lamp in your hands. I go where it goes and serve whoever is in possession of it." This was too much. Cedric had to be losing his mind. It was now completely dark in the cave except where they stood. Maybe he was dreaming. Cedric took a step backward and yelped as he lost his balance. He was much closer to the ledge than he'd thought. Altair lunged forward and grabbed onto Cedric's shirt, grazing his skin. It was as if Cedric had fallen into a fire as the heat from the claws burned into him. "Oh, dear. I didn't mean to injure you. Let me heal you." No, it's fine. Don't touch." Cedric gasped as the dragon rested a claw on his shoulder. Heat flowed through him, but this time it was calming. The fatigue from his travels slipped away, and Cedric felt better than he had in days. "How'd you do that?" Altair rubbed his claw on his chest. "Magic. That's not all I can do. Want to see?" No, I believe you." Cedric held up the lamp. "I assume you know how to work this?" "I do, but I do not suggest that you try." Cedric looked up at him in surprise. "I thought you served whoever has the lamp. Why wouldn't you want me to use it?" It was a moment before Altair spoke. "Do you know the mythology behind Jinn?" "You mean like a genie?" Cedric shivered. He'd heard of genies in legends, and the stories never had good endings. Wishes going awry, people dying horrific deaths. Altair blinked. "I forgot you humans have more than one name for us. Jinn are not—" "Wait." Cedric's blood ran cold. "You're a Jinn? A genie?" "I am. An Ifrit, to be exact." Cedric dropped the lamp. I need to go now." He turned and used the ball of flame he'd made to guide the way down the stairs. A low rumble sounded behind him, and the ground shook. He fell the last couple of steps and landed hard on the ground. A genie. He'd managed to entangle himself with a genie. No wonder Mother had been so adamant that he'd leave the lamp alone. And he'd just awoken it. Altair landed hard next to him, causing cracks in the stone. The lamp clattered to the ground next to Cedric. "You cannot leave me here." "I can and I will. I'm leaving. Alone." Cedric stood and darted around the Ifrit, but Altair held onto his cloak. "What I meant to say is that we are now bound together. You cannot leave me." Altair nudged the lamp closer. "You touched the lamp." "But I didn't rub it. You're supposed to rub it." Cedric backed away and into Altair's tail. Another rumble that sounded like laughter. "Forget the stories you know. You touched it. I am yours to serve." Cedric rested his head on his knees, trying to stop the room from spinning. He should never have entered the cave. Not that he had much of a choice. But if he'd known, he understood now why Limitless wanted this lamp so badly. "What is your wish, master?" Altair's voice was lower now, almost a whisper. "My wish?" Cedric glanced up into Altair's eyes. "You mean I really get wishes?" "That part of the lore is true, yes." Altair frowned. "One moment." Cedric yelped as a poof of red smoke billowed around him. When the air finally cleared, a young man about Cedric's age stood in front of him. They were about the same height, but Altair's skin was darker in complexion. His clothing matched that of the desert area they were in, a white turban with long white robes. The boy wiped his hands. "There. This should make it easier for us to talk. I won't have to get a sore neck from looking down at you." The boy waved his hand and a small feast appeared in front of him. "Eat." Cedric stared open-mouthed at the food in front of him. Chicken, puddings, grapes, olives, breads, and other items he'd never seen before. "How did you do that?" "Magic." Altair tossed him a roll. "We must leave soon if you don't want to be trapped here forever." "I've heard that 3 times now. Is the cave really going to trap me?" Cedric picked up a chicken leg and bit into it. The flavor was different than he'd had before. Spicier. Altair chuckled. "I don't know. You're the first person who has come here since the lamp returned to the cave." "Returned?" "When the owner has made their 3 wishes, it returns to the cave." Altair popped 3 olives into his mouth. Cedric frowned. "I thought you collected this gold." "I did, millennia ago, before I was enslaved by the lamp. But then you're the first one in millennia to have access to the cave." Altair grabbed a roll and bit into it. Cedric dropped his apple onto the plate in front of him. This was all beyond anything he could imagine. He was the only one who could access this place. He was the only one who could control the Ifrit. He had magic. All he wanted was to go back to the inn and work for Merrick, when life was simple. People didn't like or trust him, and he was fine with that. Are you well, master? Altair's voice broke through Cedric's thoughts. Yes, and please call me Cedric. I'm no master. He stood and picked up the lamp. I'll put this back up there. That way you'll stay safe and no one can use you for evil purposes. Altair's eyes flared with a brilliant red flame. You will not leave me here. Millennia, Master Cedric. If I do not leave this place, neither will you. Fear wrapped itself around Cedric. Leaving this place meant that Limitless and his kind could do so much harm. Visions of wars and bloodshed ran through Cedric's mind. But then a light appeared. Hattie. First as the young princess he'd grown with, then as the beast she'd transformed into. The ruins of the palace as she was not restored. This lamp could save her. If I make a wish, will it have a curse tied to it like in the lore? Altair sighed. It depends on the motive behind the wish. If you are doing it for selfish reasons, or for vengeance, then yes. Cedric rubbed his chin. Was wanting to save Hattie a selfish thing? Maybe. He missed her. But no, she needed to save her kingdom. Having the chance to be with her was merely a bonus. He finally nodded. Very well. How do we leave this place? Chapter 12, Hattie. Hattie slowly blinked and tried to orient herself. Her bedroom in the palace. She was home. The sheets on her bed were in a bundle, making it easier for her to sleep. Her dresses were strewn across the floor. She pushed up onto all four legs and padded over to the breakfast that Merrick had brought in. Meat, eggs, and bread. A fork was out of the question with her paws, so she picked up the sausage with her claws. A knock came at the door before it opened. Millie came in, not meeting Hattie's eyes. I have come to help you dress, Highness. Hattie carefully wiped her paws on the napkin in front of her. She nodded and pushed herself away from the table. Thank you. Millie beamed. Well done. I can see you've been working on your speech. Yes. Hattie waited patiently as Millie put the gown down over her head. I tried to dress myself. I see that. Millie shook her head. I told you to call for me if you needed help. Hattie shook her head. I do not like this. I know you don't. But you saved me in the inn many times. It's time for me to help you. Hattie snorted. Millie had fallen asleep while she was supposed to be cleaning the rooms, too many times to count. I'm glad you are here. Millie finished tying the ribbons on the dress, then set a small tiara on Hattie's head. I still don't understand why you would ask me to help. Hattie placed a paw on Millie's hand, impressed that Millie didn't flinch. You are one of my dearest friends. I don't trust others. Thank you. Millie stepped back. Merrick would like to see you in the throne room. He said there will be a few delegations coming in today and wants to know what you would like him to do. You would think that after showing that we are still in power 3 months after the curse, people would learn. Millie chuckled. Yes, you would think. Hattie tipped her tiara to make it fit more comfortably on her head, then stood and smoothed her dress. Please pick up my gowns. I tried to, but I will do it. Millie smiled. I've seen what happens when you try to do it yourself. If I take one more torn gown to the seamstresses, they may have both of our heads. Hattie's laugh came out as more of a growl as she left the room. Walking down the long hallways was tiring on her hind legs, but she couldn't let anyone outside of Millie, Roswood, and Merrick, and her parents, see her walking on all fours. Speaking of Roswood, it had been weeks since Hattie had seen her. Merrick sat at a table near the king's throne. He didn't look up as she approached. There you are. Do you know anything of the kingdom of Birmingham? They're near the sea, I believe. Trade mostly consists of dried fish and pearls. Hattie leaned forward to look at the paper Merrick was reading. Are they here? They've requested an audience. Some claim that a long-lost uncle was from here. Merrick rubbed his face. Life in an inn is so much simpler. Hattie nodded. Now you know why I hid there. Merrick chuckled. And here I thought it was because of Cedric. Hattie's heart dropped. She hadn't heard from him for so long. She dropped into a chair and cringed as the seams in her gown protested. Still no word? No. The soldiers have their orders to send him straight to me if they see him. My informants at the inn say there are rumors of a magical force coming closer, but no one knows what it is. And Limitless? Hattie stumbled over the man's name, the man who had done this. A low rumble started low in her belly. Highness. Merrick's kind eyes pierced through the red-hot anger she felt. We will find Cedric, and we will stop Limitless. Hattie simply nodded and turned away. The animal instincts grew stronger, but she refused to stop fighting. Merrick was the only one able to calm her during one of her tantrums. Millie did her best, and then cleaned up the mess once Hattie calmed down. What other news? Hattie's voice came out more as a growl. Merrick pointed down at the map. We have other forces here, and here. I've sent out soldiers to try to appease those groups before they make it much farther into the kingdom. Well done. Hattie frowned. Some of these groups had never set foot in these lands before. How are the king and queen? They're still... We had to lock them up again, Highness. I apologize. Merrick wouldn't meet Hattie's eyes. I fear I will join them soon. Hattie regretted the words as soon as they left her mouth. Any time she gave in even a little to the curse, a little piece of humanity fell away. The doors to the ballroom opened, and Roswin strode toward them. It's good I arrived when I did, then. Hattie dropped to all fours and trotted over to her, getting her legs tangled in her gown as she went. It was good there was no one else in the room to witness her rather unprincess-like stumble. She growled and rolled over, trying to get back up. Strong arms grabbed onto her shoulders. Stay. You're only making it worse. Merrick chuckled. What did we say about going down on all fours? Hush. Hattie waited for Roswin and Merrick to untangle her legs. Did you find something to break the curse, Roswin? Roswin pursed her lips and shook her head. I have my sisters searching for cures, but so far we have found nothing. This, however, should at least slow it down. Hattie sniffed at the bottle in Roswin's hand. What is it? It's a tea made from herbs that were rather difficult to find. Our hope is that you'll at least keep your ability to communicate. We need you to help run this kingdom for as long as you can. And Cedric? Roswin shook her head sadly. I'm sorry. Merrick, if there's nothing else you need, I think I'll go back to my room. Hattie wanted to be alone so she could collapse in tears. Crying was bad enough as a princess, but as a beast, it was an awful sight. You can go, Highness. With Roswin here, we can go over what needs to be done next. Merrick paused. We'll find him, Highness. Hattie nodded and waited until she was in her own hallway before dropping down. Trying to stay up on two paws took too much energy. She pushed her door open with her snout and padded over to the bed. Millie had cleaned up the whole room while Hattie was gone, so Hattie climbed into bed instead of trying to change. No need to make a mess. Hattie sighed at the knock on the door. So much for wallowing in sadness. Come in. Roswin came into the room and set a tray on the table. You really should open some curtains in here. It's too dark. All of the curtains opened with a flick of her wrist. Hattie groaned and hid her eyes from the blinding light. Come, out of bed. We need to see how this works before the next party arrives. Roswin scooped 3 spoonfuls of herbs into the mug, then stirred it 3 times one way and 2 more the other way. Hattie tipped her head to the side. Why did you stir it like that? It must be precise. Roswin poured the cup into one of Hattie's bowls and set it on the floor. Drink. Hattie lapped a small amount and immediately spit it out. The bitter herbs burned her senses. What poison is this? Roswin sighed. Highness, you need to drink it. All of it. For the sake of your kingdom, you must drink it. Hetty stopped. She knew Roswin was right. But trying to get the beast inside of her to cooperate wasn't easy. Another taste and she spit it out again, then clawed at her mouth. She nudged it toward Roswin. Pour it. You must. Pour it down my throat or I won't drink it. Roswin picked up the bowl and set it next to Hattie's mouth. If you bite me, being a beast will be the least of your worries. Hattie gagged on the taste, but forced herself to swallow as the hot liquid ran into her mouth. The bitterness roiled in her stomach. She clawed at her burning eyes. I don't think it worked. Roswin set the bowl on the table and sat. Give it a moment to kick in. Agony surged through Hattie. She tried to control the shaking, but she was both freezing and burning up at the same time. Her hands flashed between her human hands and the claws of a beast. Hattie looked over at Roswin in shock before being hit with another wave of nausea. Breathe, Highness. In, out. You can make it through this. Roswin's soothing voice broke through the pain. You are strong. Show that strength now. Hattie wanted to rip into Roswin, but the pain was too much. All she could do was pant her way through the pain. And then it was gone. Hattie collapsed in a heap. Sweat poured down her face. Hattie brushed a paw. Wait, no. A hand. Hattie yelped and sat up. I'm human again? Momentarily. It will fade, but this will allow you to show that you are still in charge of the kingdom. They'll be gone before you change back. I hope. Hattie ran her hand along her arm. Her arm, not the arm of a beast. Hattie stood and moved to the mirror that she'd stashed in a closet. She was thinner, almost too skinny, but she was back. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. We don't know how long this will last. Roswin pulled a gown off the hanger. This should fit you, and stretch if you do turn. Hattie took it from her and changed quickly. A tear ran down her cheek. She was able to dress herself, with her arms and her hands. Roswin helped pull Hattie's hair up into a knot to hide the tangled mess it had become, then set the tiara on her head. You're beautiful, Highness. Now, if you feel that you're losing control, stand and excuse yourself. Merrick and I will take care of the rest. Understand? Yes. Hattie couldn't pull herself away from her reflection. All right, we must be on our way. Roswin opened the bedroom door and gestured for Hattie to leave. Hattie took a deep breath. Her legs were weak from fatigue, but it felt wonderful to walk without pause. Loud voices echoed off the walls as Hattie and Roswin approached the throne room. Hattie picked up her skirts and ran the last several feet. She stopped at the throne room door to catch her breath. Merrick stood toe-to-toe with a man Hattie vaguely recognized. Both men shouted insults, and while Merrick was shorter by several inches, he didn't appear to be backing down. The man's wife looked over at Hattie and gasped. Highness! The woman grabbed her husband's sleeve and pulled him down to kneel next to her. Merrick followed her gaze and his eyes widened. Highness? Hattie nodded and curtsied. Thank you, Merrick. I can take over from here. She took the steps up to the throne and sat in her father's chair. Merrick backed away with his mouth wide open, staring up at her. He finally bowed, then pulled Roswin away. Hattie turned her attention back to the couple. Now, state your business. Hattie rested her hands on the chair rests, forcing herself to look at the couple, and not her own fingers. The woman curtsied. We just wanted to make sure that you are well, Highness. It is a relief to see that the stories aren't true. Hattie hid a smile. If only the woman knew of the beast hiding under the surface. She could still feel it there, fighting to gain control. We must never believe the fairy tales that we are told. The man stood next to his wife. Pardon me for asking, but where are the king and queen? If the stories aren't true, they should be here, correct? They're negotiating for more land. Hattie's mind wandered to the cell down in the dungeon that held her parents. They constantly begged to get out, insisting that they would be on their best behavior. 2 soldiers had nearly lost their lives trying to get her parents back in their cage. I see. The man frowned. And what land are they wanting exactly? Hattie sat up straight in her chair and tapped her fingers on the armrest. I do not believe that is any of your concern. Now I'll repeat myself. State your business. Or leave. The woman huffed. We simply wanted to find a way to ally ourselves with your kingdom. But as you seem to have everything under control. We do. Thank you for your concern. Hattie scratched behind her ear. Please exit through the south hall. Our next guests are here. She scratched again and sighed with relief. That felt good. She settled back in her chair, then jerked back up, catching the scent of... Was that chicken? Roswin led in the next guests into the throne room. When she turned to announce them, she stopped suddenly, her eyes widening. Highness? Are you feeling quite all right? What? I feel... Hattie pulled her hand away from her head. She'd been scratching her head again, her leg tapping on the floor. She cleared her throat. Actually, I am lightheaded, if you will excuse me. But we came all this way. I suggest you do not speak to the princess that way, or you will be escorted out of the kingdom. Merrick's words echoed through the throne room. Hattie stood and smoothed her dress. She nodded slightly to the couple standing in front of her, then walked as quickly as she could out of the room. The transformation was almost instantaneous as she made her way down the hall. Fur sprouted out of her skin as her hands and feet turned back into paws. By the time she reached her room, she was fully a beast. Hattie growled and grabbed a pillow with her teeth. Feathers flew everywhere as she ripped it to shreds. It was bad enough that she had to be a beast, but those few precious moments of being back in her own body only made this worse. When all her anger had finally been taken out on her blankets and pillows, Hattie flopped onto her bed and curled up into a ball. She couldn't be mad at Roswin. The woman had done her best. They knew the ingredients that could help Hattie. Now it was just a matter of getting them strong enough to keep her human. Then she could stop all the selfish people who wanted to take the kingdom for themselves. This was her kingdom, and she was determined to keep it that way. Chapter 13. Cedric. Cedric rested his head against an old tapestry, trying to get comfortable. The Ifrit had insisted on sleeping during the day so they could leave at night. Cedric supposed that was a good idea. It was possible that Limitless was still outside the cave, hoping that Cedric was alive. The longer they waited, the better. Still, the thought of being away from Hattie one more day made Cedric restless. He was finally free from that man, and yet he was stuck here as a prisoner again. Not that Altair treated him poorly. He'd eaten more that night than he had for weeks. But still, the magic of the cave had sealed them in there. Altair insisted he knew how to get them out, but after all those warnings, he gave up trying to sleep and stood. Altair snored on his pile of gold. Cedric smiled and shook his head. What he wouldn't give to bring some of this with him, to show the village that he was good enough for the princess. But no amount of gold would make them believe that. Cedric shivered once he stepped out of the main cavern. The heat from Altair's fire didn't reach this far. The steps stood in front of him, mocking him. They'd brought him down into this cave, but the entrance was now sealed. A stairway leading to nothing. You're awake. Altair's voice came from behind him. The sun has now set. We can leave in an hour's time. How do you know that the sun has set? I just know. Altair snapped his fingers, and a table laden with fruits, cheeses, and breads appeared. Eat what you can, and we'll pack the rest. I want to be as far away from here as possible, while we have the cover of night. Can't you just fly us away from here? Cedric popped a grape into his mouth. Altair shook his head. I can get us out, but it is too dangerous to fly for long. I am the only one of my kind left, and I must not be seen. Cedric's head jerked toward Altair. The last one? You have no family? No. We are left on our own as soon as we're born. After all, we're meant to serve men. Wars were fought. My kind were killed when the master didn't like the way a wish went, and others simply chose to walk away and remain human. Altair piled a plate high with food and handed it to Cedric. No more questions. Eat while I prepare for travel. Cedric took the plate and ate silently. Altair waved his hand, and the food that had been on the table was now in a small bag on the ground. Altair went back toward the room of gold, leaving Cedric in the cold room alone once more. The thought that Altair had been alone made Cedric's life seem blessed. He had been looked down upon, but he had people who cared for him. Elimis had tried to convince him that his life was one of servitude, but it really wasn't. He knew that Hattie and Merrick cared for him, although knowing that Merrick had thought of him as a son had been a new revelation. Cedric stood and picked up his bag. He was anxious to leave this place and return home. Altair had transformed back into a dragon. Several bags lay next to him, and as Altair picked one of them up, Cedric caught a glimpse of gold. "I'm ready." Altair dipped his head and scooped up the other bags. "Climb on, but don't hold too tightly. Being in the dark so long has made my scales soft." "You want me to ride you?" Cedric stepped back. "I can't do that." "You can and you must. It's the only way to leave this place." Altair crouched down low. "Right between my shoulder blades will do." "But you have no wings. How will you—" Altair's laugh rumbled, echoing throughout the chamber. "You ask too many questions." Cedric sighed and climbed up onto the Ifrit's back. The scales were indeed soft. He would have to be careful not to move around too much. "Hold on." Altair crouched and pushed off the ground. Wings appeared and nearly knocked Cedric off his back. They were long and webbed, and each beat of the wings sent them soaring toward the top of the cavern. Cedric wanted to ask where they were going, but the wind from the wings was too strong. Past the outcropping, through another cavern, and then another one. Cedric lost track of the twists and turns, until the air changed. The heat from Altair's scales was replaced by crisp, cool air. And then they were free. Cedric turned slightly to look for the cave they'd just left, but quickly turned back. They were high up in the sky, higher than the plateau where he'd been kept as prisoner. Even with it being dark, Cedric could see the torchlights from several villages below. He shut his eyes tightly, taking deep breaths to control the nausea. But even as he fought the terror, he couldn't help thinking about what Hattie would do if she was here. She would have loved flying. The thought helped ease the fear, and moments later he watched as the ground disappeared below him. As the landscape began to change, Altair dipped lower. Cedric closed his eyes, trying to sense where they were. He could feel Hattie much closer now, which meant they were near the kingdom. It would still take days to travel, even if they were able to find horses at the next village, but he was still relieved to be that close. Altair landed moments later, and Cedric slid off. They were on a small hill surrounded by trees. He closed his eyes and turned until he found the direction to the palace. There, so close. Cedric smiled. They would be together soon enough, and Cedric could use his wishes to help break the curse that was put on her. "We will be safe here tonight. I suggest you sleep." Altair was back to his human shape. Cedric set his bag next to Altair's. "What is all of this?" "I store my powers in the gold I gather." "We can't just walk around with all of this gold. It will make us easy targets." Cedric crouched next to one of the bags. "You let anyone see this, and we'll be dead within minutes." Altair smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "I would love to see them try." Cedric dropped the coins he'd picked up and backed away. "Fair enough." He used his bag as a pillow and lay down to sleep. Holding on tightly to the Ifrit had taken its toll on Cedric's arms, and he felt he could sleep for a week. He opened one eye at the sound of gold clinking together, to find that Altair had climbed onto the pile and curled up in a ball. Moments later, Altair snored, puffs of smoke appearing with each breath. As tired as Cedric was, he only tossed and turned. The hope and excitement of returning home had been replaced by worry. He'd been gone for months now. What would the kingdom look like by now? Would Hattie even recognize him anymore? Would they let him into the land now that he had magic? He stared up at the stars, looking for the constellations that he knew so well. The amulet grew warm against his chest, comforting him. Cedric sat up to see if the spirit from the cavern was nearby. But it was only him and Altair. Strange. He lay back again and counted the stars. enjoying the warmth of the amulet until his eyelids finally grew heavy. The hot sun blazed down on Cedric as he pulled food out of his bag. The cold from the caverns had finally dissipated in the heat. He stared out at the valley below, watching for any signs of life. So far, he'd only seen a few deer and squirrels, which he preferred. The longer it took for people to notice him, the better. Altair came crashing through the trees and sat next to Cedric. We'd better get going. We need to get as far away from here as possible. Cedric stood and stretched. When we get to the next village, we can get horses to help carry your... Where are your bags? You would not like the answer. Altair picked up a branch, inspected it, threw it down, and picked up another one. Ah, this will do. Cedric blinked. His new friend was a strange one for sure. He ran to catch up. The forest was rich with foliage, which made it difficult to navigate. They had to step over bushes and fallen logs while making sure they didn't whip each other with low-hanging branches. Do you remember your old master? Cedric pushed a branch out of his face and jerked back. The branches hid small thorns that pierced into his skin. I wish I could forget him. Altair shuddered. The things he made me do. Cedric glanced over at him in surprise and tripped, landing hard on the ground. A stone stuck out of the ground, and he hadn't seen it. He lay there to let the pain subside, then stood to test his leg. Altair leaned against the tree nearby, laughing. When he caught Cedric's glare, he laughed harder. I'm sorry, but you have to admit that was funny. I admit nothing. Cedric pushed through more trees until he came to a clearing. You have to do whatever a master says, no matter how bad it is? Altair stopped. You're not... No, Cedric shook his head. Not me, but the man who wanted me to get the lamp. I'm not sure he would do good things with the lamp. Ah, well, please keep my lamp away from him. Altair stayed silent for a few moments. Genies are technically not allowed to kill anyone, but my master figured out a way around it. Plagues, wars, fought over something small and meaningless. Earthquakes. Altair shook his head. I sobbed the day I returned back to my cave underground. I still hear the voices of the victims crying out in agony. Cedric set a hand on Altair's shoulder. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked about it. Altair shook his head. It is good you did. Knowing what has happened in the past helps us know what mistakes to avoid in the future. I will do my best to keep you out of Limitless's hands, then. Altair froze and turned. What was that name? Limitless. I don't know much about him except that he cursed my king, queen, and princess because I wouldn't give him an amulet that I didn't own. He is the one who trained me to use magic so I could go into the cave to get your lamp. Why would you allow him to teach you magic? Altair moved away from Cedric, his face twisted in agony. You told me I could trust you. Cedric held his hands up in surrender. You can. He kidnapped me and wouldn't let me go until he was satisfied. Altair backed away. Look, the only way into that cave is if you have a pure heart, right? I would never have been able to step foot inside if I had been tainted by Limitless. Fire erupted around Altair as he moved close to Cedric and stared into his eyes. Cedric gasped in pain as Altair searched through his mind. Finally, the Ifrit backed away. His fire extinguished and he stepped back. You are clean. I promise. All I want to do is get back to my kingdom, save Hattie, and pretend like none of this ever happened. Altair nodded. I see that now. They walked in silence until they broke through the trees and onto a path. It was empty of travelers, but both boys were hesitant to step out onto it. We can follow along next to it for a while. Cedric closed his eyes. They were slowly drawing closer to Hattie. Too slow. He pulled his bag off his shoulder and found some cheese and dried meat for each of them. We'll eat while we walk. I already ate my fill this morning. Altair stared down at the food. But maybe I should eat just in case. Cedric frowned. When did you eat? I caught a few deer while you were sleeping. Altair shaded his eyes as he watched the road. Do you think this road will lead to a village? I haven't slept in a real bed for a few thousand years. It should. Wait a moment. Cedric closed his eyes and felt ahead. Around several more mountains and down into a valley, a small village sat nestled among the trees. Yes, we should arrive there by nightfall. Cedric kept walking, careful to step around the bushes and rocks. He had to keep his mind busy to avoid the thought of Altair catching deer. He was a dragon of sorts after all. It would make sense that he would eat fresh meat. Cedric's stomach turned. You ask many questions about me. Tell me about you. Who am I serving now? Altair slid down a small embankment. There's not much to tell. I was an outcast because my father had magic. After Mother died, the innkeeper Merrick took me in, and I worked there. Cedric stared down at the road. No one has passed us. Maybe we can take the road. We can go much faster that way. Altair nodded and headed for the road. I was going to suggest the same thing. Cedric picked up the pace. They continued down the road until the sun began to dip toward the horizon. They rounded another corner to find the village spread out in front of him. Cedric chuckled at the wide grin on Altair's face. Welcome back to civilization. Cedric clapped him on the shoulder. We'll find the nearest inn, and if anyone asks who we are, I'm your servant. I understand. Altair continued forward, but Cedric grabbed his arm. I didn't mean that. I was going to say we're merchants. Altair met Cedric's eyes. Look at my skin and my clothing. It makes more sense for me to be a servant than a merchant. Cedric frowned. Yes, Altair's skin was darker, but that wouldn't matter, would it? Are you certain? Yes, it will work better this way. Altair took Cedric's bag from him and handed him the walking stick. By the time they reached the city gates, the sun had nearly set. Guards stood on each side of the gate, staring straight ahead. Cedric stepped forward, but the guards continued to stare ahead. He breathed a sigh of relief and continued through. The roads within the city walls were made of cobblestones, and the homes and shops sat packed in next to each other. There were few people on the street, and those who were seemed to be in a hurry to get to their destination. Cedric searched the signs for an inn. He could find answers there. 3 streets down, he found a sign with a unicorn painted on it. This would do. He walked inside to find a quiet common room. Strange. Normally at this time of night, common rooms were packed. The innkeeper scurried forward, straightening his shirt. Welcome, welcome. Will you be needing rooms tonight? Yes, sir. Can you tell me why it's so quiet tonight? Cedric asked. It's not. It's late. Everyone is eating dinner and heading off to bed. Everything is fine. The innkeeper licked his lips when he saw the handful of gold coins Altair had pulled out of somewhere. Now that you mention it, there are a few rumors out there that have people afraid to go outside. It's been bad for business. Cedric resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He played this game all the time at Merrick's Inn, but only when Merrick wasn't around. What are these rumors? Oh, nothing to be worrying yourselves about. Come, I'll show you our best room. The innkeeper gestured for them to follow him, but Cedric didn't move. What are the rumors? The man sighed. It's nothing, really. Tales of a magical battle fought in the east, a new powerful mage in the land. Chills ran through Cedric. Someone stronger than Limitless? Probably not. The only other mage that Cedric knew of was his father, and Stefan wasn't exactly new to the area. Unless they meant Cedric. Did they say what this mage looks like? No, just that he has immense powers, nothing like they've ever seen before. The innkeeper leaned in. That's not the worst of it. They say this mage turned a whole kingdom into dinnerware. Cedric swallowed hard. He wanted to believe that they were talking about Limitless. But new magic? If that was the case, people seemed to be believing that Cedric was the one to blame for Hattie's curse. But they're all just rumors, right? Thomas and I have been walking for days and have not run into anyone with powers. Altair nodded. He opened his mouth to speak, but Cedric shook his head. A servant wouldn't speak unless asked. Aye, if only the folk in this village would believe that. The innkeeper grabbed a set of keys and headed for the stairs. Dinner has been over for a while now, but we still have some in the pot if you're interested. Yes, would you please have it brought to our room? Cedric's head pounded, and he wanted to get some sleep so they could start their travel first thing in the morning. The innkeeper opened the door and bowed. Of course. I'll have it delivered soon. Thank you. Cedric eyed the 2 beds in the room they'd been given. They were small, but they seemed sturdy. The mattress seemed fairly soft, and the room was clearly well taken care of by the lack of dust. Either they were very good, or they had nothing better to do than clean the empty rooms. He turned to Altair sprawled out on one of the beds. He chuckled. Comfortable? Much better than a pile of gold or my outcropping. Altair kicked off his shoes and folded his arms beneath his head. Do you believe the stories he told us? Cedric shook his head. Not how he told them, no. I know the curse he talked about is real. That is the reason I fled the kingdom with the princess, but the rest of it doesn't make sense. Altair sat up, his eyes wide. They were turned into dinnerware? I thought that was the one part that was too far-fetched. That's what Hattie and I believe. After she was hit with the curse and we fled, several villagers came after us. When we went back to spy on them, all we found was a campsite, filled with plates, mugs, and furniture. Maybe they just brought that stuff with them. Cedric raised an eyebrow. Someone would bring a grandfather clock with them on a raid? Altair shrugged. Humans have never made much sense to me. Cedric was saved from replying by a knock at the door. Just when he thought he was getting used to having Altair around, the Ifrit reminded him that he wasn't human. He shook his head and turned the knob. A small maid curtsied and held out a tray. Your dinner, sir. Thank you. Cedric put the tray down on a table and went to pay her a tip, but Altair was already in the doorway, handing a few coins to the girl. Apparently, even though humans were strange, Altair had no issue flirting with them. Cedric sat at the table and took a bite of the stew. Lamb, bits of vegetables, and while it was a little cold, it was cooked to perfection. He finished the bowl and stared longingly at Altair's. Take it. I'll go find something else to eat. Altair stretched and tested the windows. These don't open. How will I get out? You're a genie, right? Can't you transform into something else? Altair blinked. I don't know. I've never tried before. What about transporting yourself somewhere else? Limitless could disappear and reappear into a puff of smoke, so maybe something like that could work. Altair's eyes flashed red. You would have me do something that your dark mage has done? I thought you were good. I am. But being able to do those things doesn't mean dark magic. The myths say genies would come from inside the lamp in a puff of smoke. You're telling me that's not true? Yes. No. Not us. It was a distant relative of the Ifrit. I've never known one of us to do it. But you said your people are gone. How would you know what they can or can't do? Altair opened his mouth to retort, then shut it again. He tipped his head to the side and tapped his chin. I don't know. Cedric searched the beams in the ceiling. Look, there's a small vent right there. Why don't you try going through there? All right, but if I get stuck, I'm coming after you. Altair closed his eyes and waved his arms. He opened one eye. Did it work? No. Maybe think of how you would turn into your dragon form, but think of mist instead. Altair nodded and tried again. At first, it didn't look like it was going to work. But then he began to grow transparent. A funnel of smoke formed around him until he was nothing but mist. I did it. Now what? I don't know. Maybe try to fly toward the vent up there. Cedric pointed to the hole above them, even though he wasn't sure Altair would be able to see him. Slowly the mist rose until it was through the hole. Cedric went to the window to try to find him, but there was no sign of the mist. Hopefully the hole he'd found actually went outside. Cedric dropped onto his bed and concentrated on the route to Hattie. They'd walked all day, but it still felt like he'd never get back to her. Hopefully Altair wouldn't take too long and they could get some sleep. The rumors he'd heard had him unsettled, and he wanted to know more about this new threat to Hattie's kingdom. Chapter 14. Merrick. Merrick sat at the desk in his office, poring over the maps of the kingdom. Most of the families coming now had nothing to do with any treaties. They simply wanted their chance to claim this land for their own. He just hoped that none of them would wonder why he asked about a simple commoner who could have crossed their path. Cedric had to be out there somewhere. Merrick picked up his mug to take a drink, then set it back down. His drink had been emptied hours before. "Sir?" Cook's voice crackled from the mirror. Merrick rubbed his hand over his face and stood to face the wall. "Any news?" Cook glanced behind him. "I believe we might have some, sir, but it's not safe here, sir." "Not safe in my inn?" Merrick drew himself up. "Who is threatening my inn?" "It's not your inn I'm worried about, sir. It's—" Cook glanced behind him again. "We need to meet in private." "Very well. Stand back." A small glimmer of hope warmed Merrick's heart. If it had been something to do with Hattie or the kingdom, Cook would have just said it. Merrick spoke the magic word Roswin had taught him. The mirror enlarged until he was able to step through it. The weight of the kingdom fell off his shoulders, and he breathed in the smells of his inn. Yes, it was so much easier to be a simple innkeeper. He guided the cook into his room and made sure all the locks on the door were turned before he gestured for Cook to sit. "Now, what is so important?" Merrick sat in his chair and groaned in relief. It was so much more comfortable than the stiff chairs in the palace. "You said that Roswin mentioned something about Cedric having magic, yes?" Merrick leaned forward in his chair. "That is what she said. Why?" Cook drew closer, speaking barely above a whisper. The scent of sweat and onions drifted toward Merrick. "There was talk of a young warlock heading toward the kingdom. From their description, I believe it's Cedric." Merrick rubbed his chin. "But it hasn't been verified? We don't know for sure that it's him?" "No, sir. He moves through the shadows, almost like magic." "Do you know how close he is?" Cook shook his head. "No, sir. Only that he's headed this way." If Cedric really had that much magic, would he really be so foolish as to step into a kingdom that banned magic? That had banned his father so many years ago? Maybe. He'd do anything for Hattie. "Do we trust anyone enough to go after him?" Merrick already knew the answer. There was a reason Cedric worked at the inn. No one else trusted Cedric. Cook shook his head. "This is why I had to talk to you about it privately, sir." "It's good you did." "Very well. I'll send Roswin to Stefan's house. Maybe he can go after him." Cook's eyes widened. "You would ask for his assistance?" "Sir, he has—" "Magic, yes. That's exactly why we need him." Merrick stood and stretched. "All right. I'm here. Let's go see how the inn has done while I've been away." It was late, so most of the patrons were asleep, but Merrick still wanted to make the rounds. He left Cook in the kitchen and walked out to the common room. The tables had been wiped down for the night, but it didn't stop Merrick from grabbing a rag to do it again. Once they were all washed, he swept the already clean floor. Tidying up the inn was how Merrick thought, and he needed to figure out what to do with Cedric. He hadn't heard from Stefan for years. He was surprised that Hattie and Cedric had even found him. But then Cedric would have gone straight for him as soon as he left the kingdom. Any son would have done the same thing. Merrick tiptoed up the stairs, carefully avoiding the creaks so he could check to make sure everything was secure. All was quiet, but he still walked up and down each hallway, dusting the paintings and vases. By the time he was satisfied that everything was in order, the stress from palace life had faded away. It was no wonder Hattie came here to hide. Merrick ran his fingers along the fireplace, then went back toward the kitchen. He would have to give Cook a raise and find out which of the maids had taken such good care of the inn while he was away. Cook looked up from the dish he'd just finished washing. "Everything how you like it, sir?" "You've done well. Are we full for the night?" 3 empty rooms, I believe, but it has been steady." Cook tipped his head. "But you already know this. Is something troubling you, sir?" Merrick tapped his fingers on the counter. "My apprentice is supposedly coming home with what Roswin believes is a large amount of magic, to a kingdom that has banned it. So yes, I'm troubled. Let's hope for everyone's sake that he's coming back to save Hattie and not for revenge on a village that treated him so poorly all his life." Cook swallowed hard before forcing a smile. "He's a good man, sir. I do believe he's coming to save the damsel in distress." Merrick clapped him on the shoulder. "I believe you're right, Cook. Now, let's just hope he believes the same thing. I'd better get back to the palace to speak with Roswin, but I'll be back. You could use a break, and I miss my inn. Goodbye, sir. Cook turned back to the sink. Merrick turned to the mirror, then changed his mind. I believe I'll sleep here tonight. No one will be awake at this time of the night anyway. Cook smiled as Merrick walked past him and went back to his room. His bed called to him. Too many long nights in the palace. Tonight he wanted nothing more than to lie in bed and sleep. For the first time in months, he would finally relax. The boy he'd raised, the boy he considered a son, was coming home. Chapter 15. Hattie. Hattie flopped onto her bed, exhausted from transforming back to a beast yet again. Roswin still hadn't perfected the potion yet, and while Hattie was able to stay human for longer each time, it wasn't long enough to hold more than 2 or 3 consults a day. They'd tried the potion on her parents, but they were still as feral as before. Hattie sighed. She missed them terribly. Millie came into the room to clean up the mess of gowns on the floor. You did well tonight, Highness. Thank you. I just hope the Duke feels the same way. Hattie rolled over. I don't know what he thinks I can do about his family who were turned into teacups. Is it so widespread? Millie asked, surprised. I didn't think many people got past the edge of the village before they were cursed. I believe his family is in the village somewhere. We just don't know where. The dishes all look the same. Millie picked at the gown she held in her arms. Have you thought of trying the potion on the dishes? Hattie sighed. Yes. Roswin has her sisters gathering all of the cursed objects, people, into one place, so it would be easier to make it work. The problem is, no one knows if they're actual dishes or if they're people. Where are they gathering the items? Millie looked at Hattie, her eyes sad. Hattie sat up. Were your parents? Yes. And my 2 older brothers and their wives. The only reason I wasn't cursed that night was because I had to work at the inn. When I returned home, my family was gone, but there were items sitting in their favorite spots that I didn't recognize. At first I thought I was imagining things, but now I'm not so sure. Hattie shook her head. I don't believe you were. I am sorry your family is gone. I will have Roswin try the potion on the dishes. Millie curtsied. Thank you, Highness. Hattie. You knew me as Hattie in the inn. That is what I would like you to call me when no one is around. Oh, no, Highness. I couldn't do that. My mother would have my head. Millie curtsied again, then left the room. Hattie sighed. This was exactly what she wanted to avoid. A title that would keep her from her closest friends. She climbed out of bed and padded over to the window. But she had to admit, this view was the best in the kingdom. She could see the horizon during the day, and at night, she could see a sky full of stars. Where are you, Cedric? Hattie knew she had to believe he was all right. She would have felt it in her soul if something had happened to him. But then, where was he? Merrick had come with the news that there was a mage moving through the land, and he thought that it was possibly Cedric. That had to be impossible. Cedric hadn't quite accepted the possibility that he had powers when she last saw him. It would take years to learn what people were saying the mage could do. Something about flying, conjuring fire from the air, and reading people's minds. Those didn't sound like Cedric at all. There was a knock at the door just before it opened. Highness? Hattie turned and smiled at Roswin as she entered. That was a little longer that time. It was, but I don't believe it's wise to do it again. Even though it lasted longer, you barely made it out of the throne room before you changed. Roswin held up a hand when Hattie tried to protest. As much as I hate to say this, I fear that it is time to no longer accept visitors. Between my sisters and Cedric's father, we believe we can put a shield around the palace that will keep people out. No. Introducing magic into the kingdom on this scale goes against what my parents would want. I won't allow it. Roswin raised her eyebrows. Limitless has cursed your family and most of the village. I'd say your parents would want to defend the palace from him. Don't you agree? Hattie stared down at her paws. Elimis had done exactly what her parents had wanted to avoid. She could either stick with what they said, or she could defy them and allow more magic into this palace. She finally nodded. Bring anyone who was cursed to the palace, so they're protected. And then we will seal it off. Yes, Highness. Roswin curtsied and turned to leave. You are doing the right thing. I know. Hattie smoothed her gown. Now to tell my parents that I am. Roswin chuckled. I do not envy your position. Hattie sighed and waited for Roswin to leave before going back to the view outside. Would it change with the shield around it? Possibly. Things had changed already since she'd turned into a beast. Smells were stronger, colors dimmer. Hattie moved to turn away, but jerked back. A flash of light flashed through the sky. Chills ran through and her hackles raised on her neck. An attack. She dropped to all fours and sprinted out of the room, sliding on the slick tile. The halls were empty. Hopefully that meant the guards were doing their jobs. She stopped at the throne room and fumbled with the door. It shouldn't have been closed. She finally yanked it open to find it dark. No. Where was Merrick? She panted heavily as she ran for his room. He was always up late. Anger pulled a growl from her. How dare he leave at a time like this? Roswin! The name was more of a bark. The fairy appeared in front of her. Princess! I thought you'd gone to bed. Intruders! To the west! Hattie nodded toward the window. Flash of light! Oh dear! I'll gather my sisters. You go get Merrick. Hattie nodded. I don't know that we'll have time to gather all of the cursed townspeople. Roswin waved her away. Merrick will know what to do. And just like that, the fairy was gone. Hattie continued down the hallway to Merrick's room and pounded on the door. When no one answered, Hattie slowly pulled down on the latch. The door creaked open, revealing an empty room. Merrick wasn't in his bed or at his table. Hattie frowned. Strange. Surely he would have told Roswin that he was leaving. Movement caught Hattie's attention. What she supposed to be a mirror moved. Hattie jumped back and hit the door, slamming it behind her. The sound dropped her to the floor, cowering in fear. Too much noise. Hattie forced herself to breathe in and out to calm down. The more her heart rate raised, the more beast-like she became, and that's not what she needed right now. Slowly, she pushed herself up to standing, and she forced herself to look into the mirror again. This was Merrick. He had no magic. There had to be an explanation. At first, it appeared to be a simple mirror. But there again, movement, like a wave in the glass. And then, Hattie gasped. The inn. She could see the inn somehow. Hattie stepped closer. Another wave in the glass, and there was the kitchen. Cook was there. If Hattie could cry, she would have. How she missed this place. Cook! Her voice cracked. Cook! There, that was better. The picture slowly changed until she could see the inn clearly. Cook hummed to himself, a sound she knew all too well. Hello! Hattie placed a paw on both sides of the frame, her snout inches from the glass. Cook jerked his head up and dropped the porcelain vase he'd been washing. He let out a high-pitched scream, a sound Hattie wouldn't have thought he could make. He grabbed the nearest weapon he could find, a broom, and waved it at the mirror. Shoo! Hattie blinked, and then laughed. She was twice the size she used to be, with fangs that would have put any wolf to shame. And he tried to shoo her away? She dropped to the floor and continued to laugh. Any time she got control of herself, the sound of his scream came to mind, and she would start all over again. Highness! The words came out loud and angry. What are you doing in my room? Merrick. Hattie rolled over and pushed herself to standing. She smoothed her dress and finally turned to face the mirror. Merrick and Cook stood there staring at her. Merrick's expression was one of anger, while Cook's was more shock and confusion. The giggles threatened to erupt again. She would have to only pay attention to Merrick. Sorry, Merrick. There seems to be an army ready to attack from the west. Roswin sent me for you while she goes to find her sisters and Stefan so they can put up a shield. Merrick cursed. I leave for 5 minutes. Very well. Gather Millie and anyone else you can find. We need to get these people safe. Leave the door open, and I suggest you go and stay with the king and queen. But, Princess Hattie, you will scare your people if they see you like this. It is better if you remain hidden. If we need you, we will come and find you." Cook looked between them, then backed away. "I will be in. You will help me." Merrick met Hattie's eyes. "Go. I have this in hand." Hattie clenched her fists and whipped around. With Merrick being a commoner, Hattie could have demanded his head for speaking to her that way. But he had also been her boss for many years and shown that he was the leader this kingdom needed right now. That didn't make things any better, though. Hattie stopped just outside of the room and leaned against the wall. Merrick belted out orders, and Hattie gasped when the mirror suddenly enlarged so one of the inn workers could step through. The young lady glanced in awe as she took in the palace. Hattie recognized her as a villager, one who fancied Cedric, if Hattie remembered right. In her arms she carried a stack of plates and mugs. Merrick's voice boomed through the mirror. "Continue through the door and take a right. The room we'll keep them in is third on the left." "Yes, sir." Hattie waited for the girl to turn down the hallway, then dropped onto all fours and ran the other way. Millie's room was next to Hattie's, which meant Hattie was going the long way, but she had to avoid the people helping Merrick. Light still came from Millie's room when Hattie knocked on the door. Moments later, Millie peeked through the door, then opened it wider. "Highness," she curtsied. "Are you well? Merrick needs your assistance immediately." Millie reached for her gown and threw it on. "What is happening?" Hattie shook her head. "There's no time. He will explain things. Go." When Millie passed by her to run down the hallway, Hattie made her way to the prison. Staying out of trouble wasn't something that Hattie enjoyed doing, and it was even worse now. She sighed and pushed her way into the prison. Mother and Father lay curled up in one of the cells. Mother raised her head and tipped it to the side. Hattie took the keys off the wall with her teeth and unlocked the door to the cell next to her parents. When she had it open, she tossed the keys away from the cells to make sure the king and queen couldn't get to them. Mother stood and padded over to the bars. "Report?" Hattie wondered how much she should tell them, but then they had a right to know. "I saw a flash of light to the west. We don't know if it is an attack or something else." "Prisoner?" Hattie shook her head. "Merrick is bringing villagers here to protect them. I am down here so they aren't frightened." Mother nodded, then narrowed her eyes. "You have secrets. Tell." "Not secrets. None that her mother needed to know. Right now, at least." "Roswin? Fairy?" "Yes. I am sorry, Mother, but we needed help. Roswin and her sisters are going to put up a shield around the palace." She cringed at the low growls directed at her. "And Stefan is helping." The low growls turned to snarls as the king stalked toward the bars separating him from Hattie. The king and queen knew nothing of Cedric, but Stefan was a different story. After all, they were the ones who had banished him. "You know it is right." Hattie drew herself up. "Magic was banned from this kingdom, and look at what happened to us. We're beasts, and there's no one here to break that curse. I did what I felt was best because you are not able to at this moment." Her parents jerked back, as if she'd slapped them. She had never spoken to them in that way. She had never had need to before. Even when she sneaked out of the palace, it wasn't because they'd angered or upset her. If anything, it was because they smothered her with kindness. Father blinked. "The boy?" Hattie sighed. Of course Father would have noticed her with Cedric. She relaxed and moved closer. "Cedric is Stefan's son." "You knew that?" Father's eyes showed the betrayal he felt. "I did. But he didn't have magic. He was treated poorly by those in the village. Merrick was the only one willing to care for him." Hattie paced her cell. "Banishing magic ripped families apart. I want that to stop." Mother lowered her head and growled. "Your cousin. You would have an entire kingdom cursed because of one man?" Hattie shook her head. "Phineas gambled with the wrong people in a pub he should not have been in. He paid for it." "Plague." Hattie tried to shrug, but her shoulders didn't work that way. "It may have happened anyway. There was no proof it was from magic." Mother growled. spread by well water. Huh! Hattie jumped at the sound of the prison door rattling. Roswin swung the door open and strode in. We need you immediately. But Merrick is a fool. Roswin scooped up the keys off the floor and unlocked her cell. I'm sorry, Your Majesties, but you'll need to remain here just a little longer. I'll be back soon. Hattie took her father by the paw. We will continue this talk later. He nodded, his eyes sad. Hattie followed Roswin out of the prison. What is this about? My sisters are here, and we are ready to put up the shield, but it seems that something is preventing us from doing it. Roswin stopped and turned. I thought that your kingdom had banned magic. It has. Nothing is allowed in. Roswin frowned. Strange. Is Stefan here as well? Hattie tripped on one of the steps as she said his name and had to grab onto the railing. He will be here shortly. Roswin gestured for Hattie to enter the throne room. 4 women stood talking in the center of the room. I have her. The women turned toward them and curtsied as one. These had to be Roswin's sisters. They were almost identical in appearance, though each of them dressed differently. Each of them wore their hair tied back, and their clothing ranged from bright colors and ruffles to light tans and grays on plain gowns. Roswin tells me there's a problem. Hattie cringed. She knew she should have allowed the introductions to happen, but enough time had passed that she worried it was too late. There is, but you'll see that for yourself. One of the fairies stepped forward and circled Hattie. Remarkable. Roswin had told me about your curse, but to see it for myself. It was very strong magic indeed to have caused the curse to be this permanent. Strong or not, I'm hoping we can break it. Hattie looked around. Where is Stefan? Merrick cleared his throat. He can't seem to get past the guards, Highness. They need a little persuasion to let him through. Hattie sighed and followed him to the front door. A guard of 20 or so men stood just outside the door, facing Stefan. She pushed her way through them and growled. While it wasn't how she planned to get their attention, it did the trick. Let this man inside, now. Hattie stamped her foot for emphasis. One guard finally spoke. We're sorry, Highness, but we had clear orders to protect the palace. Am I the princess? The man swallowed hard before nodding. Yes, Highness. Then do as I say. I may not look like the princess, but I am still your ruler. He stiffened. If I may, Highness, you know I cannot allow a known mage into the palace. The king and queen would have my head. Hattie put her paws on her hips before she finally nodded. Very well, Roswin will have to do the shield out here. Highness, do you really think that's wise? Roswin glanced between the guards. If these guards want to risk the side effects of magic because they won't let Stefan into the palace, then I guess we'll just have to do it this way. Hattie stared at Roswin, praying she'd catch on. It took a moment before Roswin nodded. I suppose you're right. Perhaps they enjoy having a few extra toes on each foot. Roswin whipped a wand from out of thin air and pushed up her sleeves. All right, sisters, let's... The soldier held out an arm. Wait, extra toes? Yes, or sometimes even a second head, but that won't be an issue. Stefan, are you ready? The fairies raised their hands with identical wands. Stefan nodded and joined their circle. The guard's hand relaxed on his spear. He can enter. We wouldn't want to disobey the princess. Hattie patted him on the shoulder, smiling as he winced at the paw on his shoulder. Thank you. Tell Merrick I said you deserve a raise. The fairies and Stefan gathered around her as they walked to the throne room. As soon as the door shut, Roswin's laugh filled the air, followed by the others. Side effects? Where did you come up with that? Roswin leaned against the door and held her sides. I was desperate. Hattie wiped her eyes. Now, about this shield. We have a battle at our doorstep, and everyone seems to be doing everything they can to delay it. Stefan raised an eyebrow. Battle? This is news to me. There was a flash of light. I assumed it was someone attacking our borders. Hattie knew her face would be bright red if she could blush. Ah, the flash. I apologize for that. I had to use a little force to get through your borders. It seems the way to my cottage was more well known than I'd thought. He held up his hands when Merrick took a step forward. No one was hurt. They just might have a headache when they awaken. Roswin cleared her throat. Regardless of what the flash was from, it reminds us just how vulnerable this kingdom is. Hattie nodded. I agree. Now, you said there was a problem with raising the shield. Show me. The fairies gathered into a circle and clasped hands. Each of them closed their eyes and they began to glow with a soft pink light. As they chanted, the light grew and expanded, but then it stopped as abruptly as it began. Stefan tapped his finger to his chin. And this happens every time? Roswin wiped her brow. Yes, we've tried a few variations on the chant, but it is always the same. If the king and queen didn't want magic in the kingdom, they may have used a charm to make it so this wouldn't work. But the curse worked in the ballroom. That makes no sense. Stefan smiled grimly. Dark magic doesn't always follow the same rules that your magic does. So by putting this charm up, they essentially doomed my kingdom to dark magic? Hattie's head spun. This was getting worse by the minute. Essentially, yes. If we knew where my son was, we could use the amulet to counteract it. But no one has heard from him. A muscle twitched in Stefan's jaw. However, I have another idea that might work. Highness, you are an heir to the throne, which means you should have a way to help break whatever charm they put on the palace. Join the circle. Hattie's mouth dropped open. You forget I don't have magic. It doesn't matter. It is your birthright we need. Stefan held out a hand for her to take. Close your eyes, like everyone else, but just concentrate on the palace. Search for the charm in your mind. Got it? No. Hattie saw nothing but darkness when she closed her eyes. She could smell the nervousness and determination from the others, and she could hear the servants in other parts of the palace. But she was pretty sure that's not what she was supposed to be concentrating on. The chanting began. Hattie peeked through one eye to see the light surrounding them. Hattie closed her eye again, searching for whatever it was Stefan wanted her to find. Power pulsed through her, waves of energy that made her feel more alive than she had ever felt before. She searched the magic and was surprised to find a barrier where the magic bounced off. Strange. They had been right. Why use magic to keep magic out? Hattie would have to ask her parents why. Later, right now, she had to concentrate. She pushed with her mind, trying to find anything that could lift the spell. There, she found the charm, hidden away on one of the pillars in the throne room. Strange. Hattie opened her eyes and let go of Stefan and Roswin's hands. The others jerked back when the spell fizzled. It's up there. She pointed to the top of the pillar where she'd sensed it. Stefan frowned and held a hand up toward the pillar. When he twisted his hand just slightly, a small object flew off the pillar and went straight to his hand. It was a small leather bag tied with a ribbon. Symbols were engraved into the soft white leather. I know of only one person whose magic works this way. Stefan held it out and touched it with his finger. Flames erupted, burning it until there was nothing left. Let's try this again. Wait, who was it? Who made the charm? If there was someone else in the kingdom with magic, Hattie needed to know. Maybe they could break the curse. Stefan shook his head. We can't discuss that here in the open, and it is not for me to tell you anyway. You will have to ask your parents. Let's try this again. The fairies glanced at him curiously, but did as he asked. Hattie stayed within the circle just in case there were more spells, but this time she felt the shield go up and out of the palace. She kept her hands clasped with the others, but sneaked a peek. Everything looked the same but felt different. Quiet and secluded. It's done. Roswin's voice echoed throughout the throne room. As soon as Merrick's employees are gone, your parents can be freed from the prison. Thank you. I will go down with them until that is done. Hattie turned to walk away, but Stefan took her arm. I would be careful how you approach your parents about that charm, Highness. Some things are better left in the past. She glanced up into his eyes that were so much like his son's and had to look away. They brought too much pain. Thank you. Please go find your son. I will do what I can. Stefan stalked toward the door to leave, and Roswin's sisters left as well. Roswin stared at the ash on the floor from the small pouch. He's right. Perhaps you shouldn't say anything until this curse is broken. Who knows what they could do in their state right now? You are probably right. Hattie trudged toward the stairs down to the prison. Fatigue weighed her down along with the words from Stefan. She curled up into a ball on the floor of the cell, not meeting her parents' gazes. They'd lied to her. All her life she was told magic was bad and that it was for the good of the kingdom that it was banned. What's wrong? Father asked. Hattie ground her teeth but said nothing. Hattie, I know you're upset. Her mother's voice was supposed to be soothing, but it only made Hattie angrier. Speak. What's wrong? Hattie pushed up and stalked over to the cell wall where her parents stood. She stretched up to her full height and growled. We found a charm in the throne room. The king and queen exchanged glances. The king reached through the bar, but Hattie jerked away. You don't understand. No, Father, I don't. I don't understand how you can preach to me about the evils of magic when it's all over the palace. Not all. Tell me the truth. Hattie snapped. Stefan told me the magic came from someone in our family. Whose was it? Father's shoulders drooped. Your great-great-grandfather's. Years ago. Hattie leaned in closer. Then why not tell me? Don't you think I should have known this when I take over the throne? We would have told you when it was time. Mother clasped Hattie's paw. We are sorry you found out this way. I am too. Hattie padded over to the corner and curled up into a ball. There were more questions than answers, but at least they'd told her the truth. She'd demand more later. For now she wanted to forget that her world had just turned upside down. Chapter 16. Cedric. Cedric stared out toward his home, or at least where he thought it was. It had disappeared a few days ago, and he hoped that getting closer would help him find it again. The palace was simply gone. He hadn't slept for days, and he strained to sense it. Something was wrong. Very wrong. He hated that he could no longer feel where Hattie was. He knew she wasn't dead, but it was as if everything had been muted. Cedric closed his eyes tight and pushed as hard as he could to find anything he recognized. There was the village he'd passed the first day, the creek he stood near as he fought a Limitless the first time, the kingdom's boundary. Then he bumped up against something. Magic. His eyes flew open and he scrambled out of his blankets to shove his clothes into his bag. Wake up, Altair. We need to move. Cedric tossed a shoe at him. Altair rolled over and groaned. It is still dark outside. I know. It's Hattie. She's gone. Cedric grabbed Altair's things and shoved them into his bag. I think she's in trouble. What do you mean gone? Someone took her? Altair slipped his shoes on. Cedric shook his head. No, I would still be able to feel her. Altair frowned, but after traveling together for the last week, he knew better than to question Cedric. You know there's a way to learn what happened, right? Cedric paused in his packing. They had talked about this more than once. The wishes. The sooner he used them, the sooner Altair could return home. He shook his head. I can't use a wish to find her. What if I end up cursing both of us? Altair grumbled. You're the first person I've ever known who hasn't looked forward to using all their wishes. Exactly how many people have you known? Cedric slipped his shoes on and checked to make sure they hadn't forgotten anything. The bags of gold and rubies sat at the end of Altair's bed. Get those packed up. I've known enough. Altair picked up 2 of the bags. You need to leave the room. I don't have enough space to transform otherwise. Cedric picked up his bag. Hurry. I'd like to leave before the start of the next watch. He opened the door and stepped out, careful to stay as quiet as possible. They'd only been asleep for a few hours, and the rest of the inn was silent. The innkeeper was already suspicious enough when they arrived after the gates had closed the night before, and Cedric didn't need him asking questions. A loud crash came from the room. Great. That wasn't suspicious at all. Moments later, Altair opened the door. I'm done. Did you break the bed again? Cedric followed him back into the room. They make them so flimsy. Altair ran his hand over the bed and made it right itself. When everything was back to normal, he turned to Cedric. I want to see what you see, or in this case, what you don't see. How do you do that? Altair placed his fingers on Cedric's forehead. Now, find the kingdom again. Cedric wanted to pull away from the heat of Altair's fingers that seemed to burn into his skin, but he couldn't move. The Ifrit's magic was still stronger than his. He closed his eyes and searched again for his village. He could find the inn, but there was an emptiness when he searched for the palace. I thought you said magic was banned in your kingdom. Altair's words pulled Cedric from his thoughts. It is. Why? The palace has a shield around it. Your princess is fine. For now. Altair dropped his hand. Your kingdom is run by beasts? Cedric chuckled. I told you, they were cursed. They are human like me. I have only seen the king and queen once, but Hattie has long, beautiful curls and eyes that seem to see into your soul, and her laugh makes your day better just by hearing it. Altair studied him. I knew you cared for the royal family, but I didn't realize how much you truly loved her. More than anything. Cedric glanced out the window, as if he could find her that way. Can I wish myself into the palace if it's shielded? No, I couldn't do it anyway. For a kingdom that has banned magic, there are more charms and spells set to protect it than I have ever seen. Altair met Cedric's eyes. I can get you close, though. How do I know if I'm doing it for selfish reasons? Hattie already has enough going on. She doesn't need another curse coming after her. Altair laughed. That is what has kept you from making wishes? Nothing you have done in the last several days has shown any selfishness. Well, except you took the best pillow last night. You don't sleep with pillows anyway. Cedric rolled his eyes. Very well. Altair, I wish to travel to the village just outside Hattie's kingdom. Red smoke appeared around them, and the room disappeared. Cedric's stomach turned as they traveled. This was worse than riding on Altair's back. They landed hard, and Cedric fell to the ground. The smoke cleared, and Cedric had to blink several times to help his eyes adjust to the darkness. They seemed to be in the middle of a wheat field. I couldn't get any closer. There are wards everywhere. Altair sat next to Cedric. It has been centuries since I did magic that powerful. I must sleep. Let's leave the field and we can find a place in the forest to sleep. Cedric helped him up, and they staggered toward the trees in the distance. He could feel his village just to the northwest, and the homesickness he'd been able to keep at a distance came crashing back. The absence of the palace only made it worse. Altair dropped to the ground in the forest and gathered up leaves for a pillow. He was asleep before Cedric had even set his bag down. The wish must have taken a lot out of him. They'd have to camp there for the night. Cedric sighed and pulled a blanket from his bag. It would do no good to put one over Altair. The Ifrit always left a smoldering pile of blankets and bedding when he awoke. They had to repair the bed before they left each morning. Cedric made a pile of leaves several feet away from Altair and lay down. As he was lying there staring up at the stars, Altair's words came back to him. Cedric closed his eyes, and instead of searching for Hattie or the palace, he searched for the wards. There they were. Cedric had been too far away to sense them with his magic, and now they stuck out to him. Except, many of them seemed to be broken now. Maybe the shield had done that. Anger flared up as he stared at the wards. Stefan had been banished when Cedric was small enough that he couldn't remember him at all. His mother had died before she got to see him again. Everything had been taken away from Cedric. Everything. And for what? All of these spells and charms were testament to just how much magic had been used within the kingdom. Magic that had been banned. Had Hattie known? Maybe. She'd always been so kind to him. What if it had been guilt? No, she'd always expressed her frustration that she'd never got to meet a fairy godmother or a unicorn because her mom and father had banned magic. And her excitement at seeing what Stefan and Cedric could do with theirs had been genuine. Cedric sat up, knowing he wouldn't be able to sleep until he found what was going on. Altair stirred in his sleep, the leaves around him smoldering with his heat. They'd have to make sure they didn't leave any sparks when they left in the morning, No need to start the whole hillside on fire. He stood and left the forest. The starry night welcomed him as he stepped back into the field. Father, can you hear me? Silence. It was too much to ask anyway. His father was probably safely tucked away in his cottage. The snapping of a branch made Cedric whip around. Stefan stood there, his hands clasped behind his back. Where have you been, son? Cedric wanted to run to him, but he held back. I'm sorry. Limitless held me as prisoner. I see your powers have grown. Stefan's smile held a pride in them that Cedric hadn't seen before. Where did you learn to use them? Limitless. He held his hands up. I haven't used them how he wanted me to, though. Stefan stepped closer. And the amulet? It's safe. Cedric hesitated. Limitless had transformed himself into the meat pie vendor before. Could this be him again? Better to be careful with what he said to this man. What has been happening here? Things are not good, son. Hattie. She is well, but the curse is something I've never seen before, and the king and queen are worse off. Hattie has kept her mind. The king and queen have had to be locked up for the safety of everyone. Cedric relaxed a little. He closed his eyes to sense the man in front of him. It was only a split second, but he could feel it. His father's spirit. And the palace? Where did it go? That is something we can't speak of here. My cottage isn't far. We can speak there. I need to grab my things. Cedric turned to the forest. I'll be back in a moment. Hurry. The sun is beginning to rise. Stefan stepped back into the woods, and Cedric turned to run back to Altair. The Ifrit grumbled when Cedric tried to wake him up. What does a genie have to do to get some sleep around here? I'm sorry, my father is here. We need to go with him. He should be able to help us travel, though. Can you walk just a little farther? Altair pushed himself up and brushed the ash from the leaves below him off his tunic. Very well. Cedric pulled dew from the leaves around the bed so he could put out any residual flames, then grabbed his bedding. There was no hiding the charred area, but they could at least get far away from it. Stefan's eyes raised when Altair and Cedric met him at the edge of the forest. I see you found the other use for the amulet. He's the reason Limitless taught me to use my powers. He had to get me ready to go into the cave. Cedric gestured to the Ifrit. This is my friend, Altair. And Altair, this is my father, Stefan. Altair bowed. It is a pleasure to meet you, sir. I would have recognized you without your son saying you are related. Your magic feels very much the same. Your kind is one of legends, Altair. I am honored to be in your presence. Stefan bowed. Now we must go quickly. We'll walk since your magic can't get us any closer to my cottage. I apologize. Altair nodded. I will keep up with you. Their path led them through the forest and into a small village. The same village Cedric had pictured in his mind when he'd made his wish. One wish down. And from what he could tell, there had been no adverse effects. The sun rose as they walked, and Cedric recognized the landscape. The place where their horses had bolted, where Limitless had appeared. It felt like it had been years since that had happened, not just a few weeks. Stefan stopped to remove the wards around his cottage before they followed him through. Cedric stopped at the side of the vendor cart in the yard. You still have it? Yes. I haven't decided what I should do with it yet. Stefan turned and folded Cedric in a hug. We have searched everywhere for you, son. I was afraid I'd lost you. When I suddenly felt you appear last night, at first I thought it was a dream. It had been so long. We'd heard the rumors of a mage coming closer, but you were still far enough away that we didn't know who it was. Altair frowned. People spoke of mages. Yes. Fires started, animals going missing, forests going quiet. At first I thought it was Limitless, because we haven't heard anything from him since you disappeared. Cedric exchanged glances with Altair. Apparently we didn't hide your magic nearly as well as we thought. Altair shrugged. If I had wanted to make myself known, it would have been more than just random fires here and there. He'd never been more specific about what his previous master had made him do, and Cedric didn't want to ask. Cedric shuddered and turned back to his father. Elimus has a home on a plateau to the southwest of us. That's where he kept me prisoner. After he lost me in the cave, I'm guessing he probably went back there to sulk. So it was you causing the lights in the sky not long after you left my cottage. Stefan dropped into a chair. I had wanted to find out for myself, but I couldn't afford to leave my home until Roswin and Hattie were safe in the palace. It would have left the kingdom and everything around us vulnerable. By doing so, I left you to be trapped by Elimus. I have failed you. You didn't fail me. You stayed where you needed to be. If the kingdom had fallen, we would have been worse off than we are now. Cedric took the chair next to his father. Now tell me about this shield. Stefan rubbed his eyes and leaned forward in his chair. Roswin and her sisters found a way to transform Hattie back to a human. But it only lasted for about an hour at a time. When leaders from the neighboring kingdoms found out that there had been a curse placed, they sent parties to either take over the land or try to negotiate with the king and queen that they believed to be weak. Hattie played her part well, but it came at a cost. Each time she used it, the potion fatigued her more. We decided that rather than put her through more torture, it was better for people to forget that it was there. Cedric blinked. So the shield makes people forget they exist? How do you and I remember they're there? I helped make the shield, so I'm tied to it. You had a strong tie to Hattie, so I assume that has something to do with it. What about all of those other spells on the kingdom? Stefan cleared his throat. Many of those were from me. I couldn't work my magic inside the land, so I made them from here. Several were severed as soon as the shield went up. Those that didn't aren't mine. Most likely they've been there for as long as the kingdom has existed. Altair snorted near the door. He must have fallen asleep as soon as they got to the house. Cedric smiled and turned back to his father. What do we do next? I don't know. Merrick is doing what he can. Merrick? Cedric interrupted. What does Merrick have to do with this? Stefan rubbed his chin. The innkeeper is more than what he seems. He staffed the palace and runs both the palace and his inn, and he does a fine job if you ask me. It seems as though everything I've known my whole life has changed. Cedric stared down at his hands. Cedric, it gets worse. Stefan picked up the mug next to him. Those who attended the ball that night were transformed. They're now all in the palace, though Merrick kept many of them at his inn. They were moved last night. Cedric nodded. I feared as much when we found that camp after I came here the first time. So what do? We find a way to destroy Elimus. He glanced over at Altair. What do you know of that creature? Not much. He keeps past masters and deeds to himself. He's kind unless provoked, and he loves his food. Cedric gestured to the bags next to Altair, and his gold. Stefan raised his eyebrows. Where'd he keep? I don't ask. I think he ingests them. Stefan made a face. Remind me not to touch it. Cedric laughed. I don't touch it either if I can help it. It's been handy to have. We were able to sleep at inns on the way back here. You let him pay with it? It's gold. What else were we going to do with it? Stefan laughed and stood. Good point. I'll make us some breakfast and then we can discuss what to do next. All right. I think I might try to sleep. You can use my bed. Oh, and if you'd like some pillows for your friend, I have some extras in my room. Cedric glanced over at Altair. He'll just turn them into ash. He'll be fine. Is he going to burn a hole in my door? Stefan asked. Maybe. He'll fix it later. Cedric dropped into his father's bed and sighed. For the first time in months, he finally felt like he could relax. Cedric pushed his plate away and leaned back in his chair. That is the best food I've had in a while. Not since that first inn. I've had a lot of time to practice my cooking. Stefan took their plates and set them in the sink. Does Altair always leave for meals? He assures me that it's better that way. Cedric stood to help clean. Does Roswin know I'm here? Stefan was silent for a moment. No. Call me selfish, but I wanted a little time with my son before I sent you back out again. Cedric grinned. He'd craved this his entire life. Time with his father. There had never been enough reason for him to travel outside of the kingdom. Magic was what had separated them, so it must have been a dangerous thing. It's not selfish. Cedric handed him the dish he'd just washed. We were ripped from each other. Now is our chance to finally make up for lost time. Stefan leaned against the counter while he dried the dish. This Merrick who raised you, was he good to you? Cedric shrugged. He let me work for him, which is more than anyone else could say. He let me get away with more than the other servants, but then I took more liberties than anyone else. That's my son, Stefan laughed. He seems like a good man. He's taken good care of the palace. I fully expected chaos when I arrived, but everything was in order. He always liked to have order in his inn. Cedric handed Stefan a fork. Do you know how he took over there? Stefan shook his head. I heard something about him being a general a long time ago. I never checked up on it, though. With how things were being run, I assumed it was true. That's another thing. If you were banished, why did you go help with the shield? Roswin asked, so I went. Stefan took the other fork and dried it, then put it away. Now, I'm dying to know what Limitless taught you. Shall we go practice? Cedric dropped the rag in the sink and dried his hands. I'm a bit out of practice. I've used some magic since I left him, but we haven't needed it much. Once you learn it, you don't forget it. Stefan took his cloak and tossed Cedric's to him. They went to the backyard where there was more room and faced each other. Stefan threw a curse at Cedric that he easily deflected. Cedric threw one back and stepped back when Stefan threw up a shield. He needed to learn that trick. Back and forth they went battling. By the time Altair returned, Cedric dripped with sweat. Stefan opened the shield to allow him in, and they went back into the house. Cedric took a cup of water from Stefan and sat down at the table. He taught you well. What doesn't make sense is why. I asked him the same thing. All I ever got was that he wanted me to be ready for anything, so I could go get what he wanted from the cave. Maybe he just wanted a worthy opponent. No offense. Stefan grinned. I'm shielded enough he wouldn't know where to find me. So, no offense taken. Besides, you're stronger than I've ever been. I don't know, I thought you were going to take my head off a few times. But I didn't. You were too fast. Stefan stood and pulled a scroll off the shelf. He rolled it out on the table and set a mug on each end. So, this is the kingdom. We're here. The shield only covers the palace grounds, so we have a lot of unprotected land. Your village is here. Right now, there's only one way in and out of the palace, and that's through the inn. Cedric's eyebrows shot up. What do you mean? It's some mirror magic that Roswin created. That's how they got all the cursed villagers into the palace, so we decided to just keep that opening for future use. Makes it easier to guard, that's for sure. Cedric studied the area. And we're here? Yes. And again, all of that land is unprotected. The charms that were in place won't do any good against Limitless or anyone else. They were simply there to help bring peace, and Limitless went right through them. Or he was already there. Cedric tapped the market in the village. I've gone to that vendor for meat pies for as long as I can remember. Limitless killed the man who once worked there, but we don't know when that was. The pain was still fresh for Cedric, and Limitless would pay for it someday. Stefan tapped the table. You could be right. I've been trying to figure out how he could have gotten past the wards. However, if he was already there, that wouldn't have been a problem. Still, the ward inside the palace should have been impossible to get through. It took Hattie helping us find it to even put up the shield. How did she do that? She doesn't have magic. Cedric leaned forward. She doesn't, right? No, but she's the kingdom's heir. I'd hoped that would be enough. Stefan grabbed some dried beans and set them out in places on the map. These represent the different kingdoms who have sent people to visit with Hattie. Cedric pointed to a few beans near the coast. They're not even close. Why would they want this land? Stefan smiled grimly. This land has access to all the other lands. Anyone who holds it can trade with any other kingdom without having to deal with taxes and transportation. Oh. Cedric thought of all the people who came through the inn. That makes sense, I guess. So, what do? We do nothing about that part. Our job is to protect the king, queen, Hattie, and the magic. Stefan set a few beans on the kingdom. We leave the rest to Merrick until we can get the curse broken. Altair tapped his fingers against the table, leaving scorch marks in the table. When he caught Cedric's gaze, he shook his head. No, I will not move armies or change rulers. I won't. Cedric glanced at his father before going back to Altair. I don't want you to move the armies. I want to wish for the curse to be broken. Altair shook his head even more emphatically. You don't want that. My magic does not mix well with dark magic. I told you. It can make the wish backfire and cause catastrophic events. I wouldn't have you go against Limitless either. I want to do that myself. I can use my wishes to help Hattie, right? Altair curled up in a fetal position. No, don't make me do that. Please. Cedric, leave him alone. We will find another way. Stefan's eyes didn't leave Altair as he spoke. Altair, who was your last master? The Ifrit's shoulders shook with sobs. Don't make me answer that. Stefan placed a hand on his shoulder, then jerked it back. His hand was covered in blisters. He gestured for Cedric to follow him outside. When he turned, his face was troubled. Have you used any of your wishes? Yes, that's how I got here. Why? Cedric couldn't shake the uneasiness that had settled in when he first questioned Altair. Stefan rubbed his face. I believe whoever served him before you damaged him in a way that can never be fixed. And I think we both know who did it. It was exactly what Cedric didn't want to hear. He ducked his head. When we first met, I mentioned Elimis's name, and he seemed tense, but I thought nothing of it. Father, what if I doomed him by making him leave the cave? You may have, but you wouldn't have known that. This could go two ways. You could quickly make your last two wishes so Altair can go back to the cave where he's safe, or you can help him get back at the man who tortured him. Cedric bit his lip. If I send him back, he'll continue to be a prisoner. But he will be safe. Stefan put his hand on the doorknob. It is your choice. I suggest you think hard before you choose what you want to do. Altair's sobs still shook the house when Stefan walked inside. Cedric couldn't bring himself to go in just yet. He needed to think. Either choice he made seemed like it would be wrong. He needed Hattie to help him decide. Chapter 17. Hattie. Hattie was bored out of her mind. It was bad enough that everything outside was muted in color and sound. It also meant her daily meetings were gone. The servants wouldn't look at her, except for Millie, and even she seemed busier than normal, going between the inn and the palace. Mother and father were now out of the prison cell and had started working on their speech. It was a long, excruciating process, but at least they weren't trying to eat anyone who came to help them. Maybe she would try to visit the inn. Merrick wouldn't be too thrilled if she scared the guests, but she didn't have to go into the common room. She could just stay in the kitchen and talk to Cook. She settled her crown on her head and brushed her fur, then headed for Merrick's room. Ah, I was just coming to find you, Highness. Roswin beamed. We have news for you. So much for sneaking away. Except that she had someone to talk to now. She pushed away her annoyance. Yes? Last night we caught a magical disturbance to the south. We're still trying to learn more about it. We did find the same burnt areas in a forest, and today there were reports of missing animals. Hattie's eyes widened. Do we know who it is yet? No. But Highness, it's very similar to Stefan's magical imprint. Roswin beamed. We think... You think Cedric is causing the burning and missing animals? Hattie had to grab onto the column next to her as Roswin's words sunk in. Roswin hesitated. It's possible. I don't believe so. There are indications that he's not alone. 2 beds made in each place. When my sisters inquired at inns along their path, they learned that 2 young men are traveling together, and one matches Cedric's appearance. Hattie forced herself to breathe. Her Cedric was coming home. And where are they now? That's the strange thing. Before, they seemed to travel by foot. But last night they disappeared, and then reappeared not too far from here. I felt them when they arrived. Then they were just gone. Roswin leaned forward to speak in a whisper. There's only one place besides here at the palace that can shield magic like this. Hattie's breath caught. They're with Stefan? That's the only thing that makes sense. Roswin leaned back. I must go consult with my sisters. Millie is to change you into your royal gowns. While others can't find us, the villagers who are still around would like to speak with all of you. Hattie smiled. I will go back to my rooms then. Thank you, Roswin. Roswin curtsied and left. Hattie practically skipped back to her rooms. Cedric was near. He had to be. Perhaps that's why she was so bored. She could feel the need for adventure with him, just being close. Millie came to her room minutes later. I am here to dress you, Highness. I thought you might like the purple gown today. Cedric loved her in purple. Hattie nodded. That is a good choice. While you get me ready, please tell me what's happening in the village. Staying here is killing me. There's not much to tell right now. It's quiet with half of the village gone. Millie frowned. I don't suppose Roswin is closer to a cure? Not yet. They're still working on it. Hattie glanced at herself in the mirror. The dress was beautiful, but she was still a beast under the lace and satin. If Cedric was around, he would come back to quite a surprise. She hadn't changed completely until after he disappeared. Millie smoothed out the dress and placed the crown on Hattie's head. You look wonderful, Highness. If you act like nothing has happened, the villagers will as well, I hope. Hattie laughed. Thank you for trying to cheer me up, Millie. Why don't you go to my closet and find one of the dresses I can no longer wear? I think the blue one would work perfectly. Tonight you can act as my lady-in-waiting. Are you sure, Highness? I have had no training. I trip over things all the time, and I don't know how to speak correctly. Yes, Millie, I'm sure. Go change. Hattie glanced at her paws. The claws were sharp and unbecoming. She picked up an old file and did her best to file them down while she waited for Millie. Millie walked out of the closet wearing a light blue gown. It looked as though it had been made for her. Her cheeks were flushed with excitement. It fits. It is beautiful on you. I'll be surprised if you don't have a line of suitors by the time the night ends. Hattie stood and moved around the chair. Let's pull your hair up and you can wear one of my smaller tiaras. I can't wear. Yes, you must. Every girl needs a tiara, royalty or not. Hattie went to her closet and picked out a small tiara encrusted with diamonds and sapphires. She'd insisted on this tiara the last time a merchant came through selling wares in the square. Cedric had laughed, but his expression had changed when she put it on. She left the closet and placed it on Millie's head. See? It's perfect. It brings out the blue in your eyes. Millie gasped. I can't wear this one. It costs more than my entire house and everything in it. Hattie laughed. I insist. Besides, it's not quite fit for a princess. Mother was horrified when I wore it to one of the dinners. It's beautiful. Millie stood and curtsied. Thank you. You're very welcome. Hattie beamed. She waited for Millie to open the door, then walked to the throne room. Mother and father already sat in their thrones, speaking to each other in what Hattie figured was supposed to be hushed tones, even though they could be heard from several meters away. Your Majesties, you look well today. Hattie sat next to her mother. Have you met Millie? I just promoted her to my lady-in-waiting. Mother frowned. That's not how it... It is a pleasure to meet you, Millie. Father nodded to Millie, who curtsied in return. His speech was still rough, but Hattie was pleased with how far he'd come. Roswin bustled in and bowed low. If I may suggest, it will be better for Hattie to do most of the talking. Mother finally nodded. Very well. Send them in. Father settled back in his chair. Hattie squirmed in her chair. Maybe it was because she knew Cedric was close, or maybe she was just tired of the palace. But having the villagers walk into the room and whisper between them was enough to make Hattie want to run. Their stares ranged from revulsion to humor, and Hattie wasn't sure which was worse. Welcome to the palace. Please let us know your grievances so that we can find a way to help. Hattie's voice shook and sounded more beast-like than it had for a while. She cleared her throat. First person. A man in fine clothes stepped forward and bowed deeply. It is a relief to see you in your current state. We had worried something had happened. Not that it hasn't, because, well, look at you. Anyway, Trade has slowed down. We need to make it through your kingdom to get to other countries. And your shield blocks two of the main roads, in and out. There is nothing we can do about that right now. Take the road to the south and you will still be able to make it through. Hattie wanted so much to roll her eyes. Merchants. They thought they were more important than everyone else. The shield is there for everyone's protection. Next, Mother waved her hand, dismissing him. The next man was clearly a farmer. He had combed his hair and dressed in his best clothes, but Hattie could see the dirt in his nails and his tanned skin. She immediately liked him. He bowed low before speaking. With the new shield up, it has been difficult to grow my crops. It seems to block the sun from hitting them. Hattie glanced over at her parents to see if they would say anything. Are all of your crops suffering? No, Highness, just the crops closer to the shield. He twisted his hat in his hands. I will send Roswin out to see if there is something that can be done. For now, concentrate on the fields that are farther away. I would hate to see you lose any of your produce. The farmer bowed again. Thank you, Highness. A young woman was next. She wouldn't look up from the floor as she moved forward. I lost most of my family to the curse. I want to know what is being done about them. I need my children back. Hattie's heart broke for this woman. We are trying to find a cure. We will get your children back to you. The woman curtsied, but still wouldn't look up as she walked away. Hattie took deep breaths to try to control her emotions. Several people after the young woman said the same thing. Although their stories changed, each sister, grandparent, or parents had the same heartbreak and look of defeat. By the fifth family, Hattie couldn't look up for fear that she would lose it. After several more, it seemed that they were finally almost done. Hattie looked up to see how many more she would have to endure, and her breath caught when she saw the man in the back, holding a rose, and that smile. It took every ounce of control she had to stay in her seat while the last few families spoke their grievances. Hattie barely heard what they said, grateful that her parents were able to step in and take over. When the last family had gone and only Cedric and his companion were left, Hattie leapt out of her seat. Her parents gasped, but she was too fast for them to stop her. His friend backed away, his eyes round with shock. Hattie wrapped her arms around Cedric and they both fell to the ground. You're back, she whispered. He gasped. I am. I thought you were gone for good. She was just inches from his face, and she was amazed at how much he'd changed in those few months. His face had thinned out, and his scrawny arms were replaced by muscle. Highness, can you get off me? He gasped out. Oh, sorry. She scrambled off him and stood straightening out her dress. A growl sounded behind her, and Hattie suddenly realized what had just happened. She closed her eyes and slowly turned to face her parents. Mother and father glared, while the others' faces were filled with shock. I apologize. Your Majesties? This is Cedric, a dear friend of mine. Indeed. Father frowned, but his eyes danced. And his companion? Her face still burned as she quickly returned to her throne. Cedric, would you like to introduce your companion? Millie leaned forward, and Hattie noticed that the man was staring back at her. She just hoped the king and queen hadn't noticed. This is Altair. He has traveled with me over the last few weeks. We are here to ask how we can be of service to the kingdom. He bowed again and nudged Altair to do the same. Mother looked over at Hattie. How do you know him? The inn. We worked together. He has been a dear friend for years. Hattie's face burned. You worked at an inn? She glanced over at the king. Did you know this? Father didn't meet her eyes and leaned forward instead. What are your qualifications? I am skilled with the sword, Majesty. I am good with my hands. I could work here in the palace as well. Find Merrick. He will find you a place. And your companion? Cedric shifted uncomfortably. He can do the same things I can, Majesty. Very well. Find Merrick. Court is adjourned for the day. Father took Mother's arm, and they left. Hattie knew she would hear about it later, but she didn't care. As soon as they were out of sight, Hattie grabbed Cedric's arm and dragged him toward her room. No, wait, they would find them there. Come. Millie and Altair, you come as well. She let go of Cedric and strode toward Merrick's room. Merrick sat at his desk. He jumped up when they came into his room. Ah, Highness, you're finished. I have a few ideas on how we can protect the... He trailed off when he looked past Hattie. Cedric? Merrick. He bowed. I'm sorry I didn't say hello before. I had to stay with the rest. His words were cut off by the bone-crushing hug from Merrick. My boy. He pulled away and held Cedric at arm's length. You are not the same boy I raised. Look at you. Cedric laughed. It's good to see you too, sir. The king told me you were the one to see about a job here. When did that happen? Merrick wiped his eyes. Not long after you left. There was nothing protecting the palace, and I couldn't let anything happen to it. Roswin put me in charge and gave me the mirror you walked through so that I could keep track of the inn. Hattie cleared her throat. Merrick, do you have somewhere we can go to talk? Of course. You know where my room is. I'll be there as soon as I'm done with this ledger. Merrick expanded the mirror so they could walk through, and Hattie went into the inn. The weight of being in the palace immediately melted away. She breathed a sigh of relief and went into Merrick's room. Cedric and Altair set more chairs by Merrick's table so they could all sit and talk. Now that Cedric was finally back, Hattie wasn't sure if she was more nervous or excited to have him by her side. So much had changed. He was this confident man, and she was, well, a beast. Merrick burst through the door, breaking through the awkwardness in the room. All right, young man, you have some explaining to do. Yes, sir. Cedric stared down at his hands before he began. Hattie sat there listening to everything he'd been through since he'd been taken from the forest. While she'd been stuck in the palace, he got to go on adventures. True, he was a prisoner for much of it, but he was learning magic. Ever since she'd felt the power while they put up the shield, she'd hungered for more. Altair filled in some of the story once Cedric got to where they met. And Ifrit, sitting at the same table with her, and Hattie wasn't the only one staring at him. Millie hung on his every word. When they finally finished, the room was silent. Hattie reached over to take his hand, then stopped. Her paw would have covered both of his hands. She shoved both of them under the table. So you have how many wishes now? Merrick asked. 2, Altair frowned. I'd hoped he would use the others by now, but he'd rather do everything the hard way. Millie leaned forward. What happens when they're all used up? Altair cleared his throat. I will go back to my cave, I suppose. Do you have to? Millie asked, her eyes hopeful. I suppose I don't. But if Cedric doesn't use them and I remain here, there is a possibility that someone else will get a hold of my lamp, and that is the last thing I want. Altair shuddered. And there's no way to keep that from happening? Altair frowned. I don't think so. Unless I were freed from my lamp somehow, which I've never heard of it happening. Merrick rolled a map out that Hattie had seen him poring over many times. We will deal with that when the time comes. Right now, we need to figure out how to stop Limitless. The longer we wait, the more powerful he will become. Cedric nodded. Now that he doesn't have access to the lamp, I'm sure he'll find another way to get stronger. Cedric, where is his home? Merrick tapped the map. Cedric closed his eyes and stayed silent for a moment before he finally opened them and pointed to it. There. It's impossible to get to without magic. Even with my magic, I hadn't figured out how to get down off the cliff. It's better to have him come to us. Altair paled. Are we sure we want to do that? Yes, we do. I'm sorry, Altair. We have a better chance here. Cedric looked up at Merrick. I hope you know how to do it because I'm not trained at all for something like this. Merrick smiled. Lucky for us, I am. You're right about bringing him here. We can lure him out with that amulet around your neck. It's what he wanted in the first place. Cedric looked at him in surprise. How'd you know I had the amulet? You're practically glowing with power, boy. You're just lucky the king and queen didn't notice, or you would be in prison right now. Merrick laughed. We have armies at points across the border of the kingdom. We are severely lacking because of the curse. I did what I could with what we had. I'll start moving them together, but it will take a few days. We can send messages to the neighboring kingdoms. I'm not sure they'll help since I turned them away. Hattie made note of those kingdoms that had come. These three might be willing, though. They didn't try to steal our land. Merrick nodded. They're good allies. I'll send out messages as soon as possible. Cedric, do you think you can get your father to come? We'll need the amulet and any of the mages we can get. Do you really think we'll need that many mages? Hattie asked in surprise. Yes. Cedric ran his fingers through his hair. The moment the amulet is revealed, he'll know I survived the cave. He'll come for me and he won't be alone because he knows I can beat him. Merrick frowned. Who would fight by his side? When we traveled to the cave, we met up with a group of men I assumed were thieves. I don't think he trusted them. They were just the means to get what he wanted. That night I didn't just cross him. They were all expecting riches and they got nothing. I can imagine they'd all like to get their hands on me. The room was silent. Battles were something they could do. They had soldiers who were trained to protect their kingdom no matter what. But magic? Do you think the mages would be willing to fight for us? We've had their power stored for decades now. Some may not even be alive by now. Hattie pushed down the anger that flared up. Right now was not a time to allow her emotions to take over. She would deal with the ban on magic and the damage it had done later. They're alive, and they're willing to fight for their kingdom. Stefan's voice made them all jump. Sorry, your cook let me in. Merrick sighed. Sounds like I'll have to explain do not disturb to him again. Come in. Stefan sat next to Cedric and leaned forward in his chair. Do the king and queen know what you have planned? No, that's not going to stop me, Hattie growled. They set this in motion long ago, and now we're paying for it, and I won't allow them to step in now. Highness, no, Hattie bristled. Merrick studied her. I wish you would reconsider, but I can understand where you're coming from. We will continue with our plans. Once things are set in motion, they will move quickly, and there will be no room for mistakes. Hattie held in a sigh. If it were up to her, she would have started yesterday. She wanted this curse to be broken. Everyone stood and spoke. Hattie held back, hoping she could get Cedric alone to speak to him. When he continued talking to his father, she gave up. Of course they would be happy to see each other. She slipped out of the room and back into the palace. Her skirt swished as she walked, a constant reminder that she dressed up for no reason. Not that she'd known that Cedric would show up. There'd been that slight hope. She yanked the tiara off her head, dropped it on her dresser, then flopped on her bed. There was no reason to be upset. Not really. Cedric seemed happy to have seen her, and he was here to help break the curse. You're going to wrinkle your new dress, Highness. Millie stood in the doorway. Her cheeks were still flushed, and she held a smile that lit up her eyes. Hattie climbed off her bed. I thought you would be longer, or I would have waited. You are the one I serve. Millie helped loosen the ties on Hattie's gown. Even if you would rather stay with the mysterious man who appeared in court today? Hattie smiled at Millie's blush. Millie ducked her head. Was it that obvious? To me it was. If it helps, Altair seemed taken with you as well. Hattie set her brush down. Am I making the right decision to give the mages their powers back? All you do is for the good of the kingdom. Millie paused. While I think it is extreme, I have seen what Limitless can do, and I want him to be stopped. I miss my family. Hattie thought of the storage rooms filled with dishes and furniture. These were her people, and she had a responsibility for them. We'll fix it. Millie smiled. I know you will. Chapter 18. Cedric. Cedric stretched and turned to find Hattie. He couldn't wait to catch up with her after being gone for so long. His smile dropped when he realized that she had left. Don't worry, she's still very much in love with you. Merrick clapped him on the shoulder. Did you see her leave? Merrick shook his head. I just noticed she was gone as well. My guess is she was too tired to stay once we were done. It's been a long day for all of us. I suppose so. Cedric yawned. Do you have a couple of rooms available? It's a little late to travel back to my father's tonight. Things have been slow lately. I'll get you the keys. Merrick left the room. Cedric picked up his bag. He's getting you a room too, Father. Thank you, but I need to get back. I don't like leaving for long periods of time. You sure you don't want to come? No, I miss my old room. Cedric tapped Altair on the shoulder to wake him up. I may see you tomorrow, depending on how plans go. Stefan nodded and vanished in a flash of smoke. Cedric sighed. He really needed to learn how to do that. The meeting is done already? Altair stood and scratched his stomach. Where to now, master? Bed. We'll sleep here tonight. Cedric left the room to track down Merrick. Merrick met them at the door to his room with a troubled look. Word seems to have gotten out that the two mages who have been causing problems are here at the inn. We must move you to the palace instead. Cedric stiffened. How did they hear that? We were careful. I don't know, but I'm going to find out. Quickly now, go through that mirror and take a left. You'll find the servants' quarters. They're smaller than your room here, which I hope won't be a problem for the Ifrit. Go, now. Cedric grabbed Altair's shirt and pulled him through the mirror. Were you spotted when you went hunting last night? I was careful and stayed over the forests. Altair leaned in. I have an uneasy feeling, Cedric. We aren't safe, even in the palace. The shield should keep him out. But Cedric worried that Altair was right. No one should have known they were there unless the palace had a spy somewhere. He looked back at the mirror and froze, sure he'd seen someone standing there. Sorry, Merrick. Cedric pulled the mirror off the wall and smashed it on the floor. Pieces flew in every direction. He held out a hand and squeezed, turning the glass to sand. Altair stood there in shock. What'd you do that for? Open the window. Cedric waited for him, then conjured a wind to blow the pile of sand out the window. He didn't stop the wind until he was sure that every speck of sand was gone from the room. Shut and latch it. Altair nodded and slammed the window shut. Can you tell me why you just shattered the one escape route we had? Not yet. Cedric checked the hallway before turning right and heading up the hallway. Merrick said to take a left. I know, that's why we're going the other way. Cedric took several more turns, switching directions at random times to make sure he lost whoever might be following them. He opened a door slowly and closed it. That room was occupied. And the one after that as well. When he finally found an empty one, he gestured for Altair to go in first. He shut the door quietly, then sealed it shut with every spell he could think of, which wasn't many. Whoever let slip that we are here was there in the inn. Cedric set his bag on the floor. The image of Cook standing there was burned into his mind. He needed to find a way to warn Merrick that his friend and employee had turned on him. Altair dropped to the bed. So I wasn't just imagining things. I wish you were. The man was my friend. Cedric curled up on the other bed and stared up at the ceiling. It's possible he had a spell on him. Altair rolled over and propped his head on his hand. Elimus needs a way to get information, and he would know who to go after. Cedric knew he had a point, but that didn't make things better. Either way, Cook had compromised their plans, and everything needed to be moved up. Could a wish break the spell on the palace? Altair climbed off his bed and knelt in front of Cedric's bed. He placed a hand on Cedric's forehead and closed his eyes. Cedric gasped in pain as his memories were sorted through. By the time Altair finished, Cedric's head felt like mush. I believe that you could do it without any repercussions. While you do have a selfish reason for it, there is enough good to outweigh it. Would you like to do it now? Cedric could imagine Hattie's surprise to wake up in the morning as a human. If we did it now, we could avoid the battle. I wouldn't have to touch the magic in this amulet. Very well. Make sure your word is just right. And when this is done, please allow me to sleep. It's going to take a lot out of me. Cedric thought over the words he would use. He needed to make sure that the wish was said just right, so that it would affect everyone who had been cursed. Maybe he should word it for just Hattie and her parents for now. Then if it worked, he could use the last wish for everyone else. When he had the words just right, he sat up and faced Altair. "And do you think this will work?" "Yes, as long as you remember why you're doing it." "All right." Cedric closed his eyes. "I wish that the curse placed on the people of this kingdom will be broken, and that all will return as it was before." Altair's eyes flashed and red smoke filled the room. When the smoke finally dissipated, Cedric found Altair passed out on the bed. He shook the Ifrit's shoulder, but he didn't move. Altair's pulse was weak, and where he was normally hot to the touch, he was cool. Cedric pushed heat into Altair, but he would need a lot more magic than what he had himself. Stefan would know what to do. He hoped. He unsealed the door and opened it. The hallways were still. Cedric frowned. They should have been filled with people. What had happened with the wish? He opened one door after the next. Everything was the same as before. The floor suddenly jerked beneath him, knocking him to the ground. No, this wasn't supposed to happen. He'd been so careful with the wording. Cedric ran for the front entrance to the palace. The amulet suddenly burned against his skin. He tried to pull it away, but it didn't matter. The heat seared and blistered. And then it was gone as a burst of light exploded from the stone. Tendrils of smoke flowed in several directions. With one last burst, the amulet shattered, and Cedric flew back, his head hitting the floor. Darkness enveloped him, and the last thought he had was that he had failed Hattie. "Cedric, wake up." Hattie's voice was hollow and distant. Pain welcomed Cedric as he opened his eyes. Several people stood around him, their expressions filled with fear. His head lay in Hattie's lap, and the fur of her paw was soft against his cheek. No. He sat up and immediately regretted it. What happened? "We were hoping you would know." Roswin leaned in close and checked each of Cedric's eyes. "What happened?" Cedric held his head. "I tried to wish the curse away, but it backfired or something." "Oh dear." Roswin clicked her tongue. "Wishes aren't something to mess with." "I noticed." Cedric leaned back and set his hand on the ground, then gasped in pain. A shard from the amulet had pierced his hand. "We need to warn my father that the amulet is broken." "He knows." Roswin helped him stand. "The magic has been restored to the mages. Merrick has them at the inn now." "No!" Cedric darted for the door, but Roswin slammed it shut. "I have to go! They're not safe at the inn!" Roswin frowned. "What do you mean?" "There's a spy there. The cook. Or at least I think so." Cedric held his head. It really needed to stop pounding so he could think. "You're sure?" "He watched our every move when we got back to the palace last night. His expression, I shattered the mirror. Sorry." Roswin sighed. "I wondered what happened." "I'll go get them. Hattie, prepare your parents to fight. Cedric, find any soldier you can and let them know that they should be ready for anything. With the shockwave you set off from that wish, we can expect Limitless at any moment." Cedric would do as he was asked in a moment. Right now, he needed to check on Altair first. He tried to retrace his footsteps, but he was soon lost. "Altair!" Another turn and the hallway seemed familiar to him. He ran down to the third door and opened it. Altair still lay on his bed, his coloring better than before. Cedric checked his pulse and jerked his hand back. His heat was back too. Cedric leaned down close to Altair's ear. "I know that you're still healing from the last wish, and I apologize. I need you to wake up so I can use my last one. Are you awake enough to hear me?" The nod was small, but it was there. "You have been a dear friend to me over the last several weeks, and I can't bear to send you back to the cave where you've been stuck for so long." He felt Altair stiffen under his hand. "Altair, I wish for your freedom. Be your own person, Ifrit, whatever it is that you are now." This time, instead of red smoke, it was blue. Altair rose off the bed, and a burst of light blew Cedric backward. When he opened his eyes, Altair stood in front of him, his eyes red. "Why did you do that?" Cedric pushed himself up to standing. "I need your help, and I couldn't let Limitless get you. He's already taken away too much. Rest if you need to, and then I need you upstairs." Altair stared down at his hands, and then at the lamp that lay on the floor. You freed me. I did. And now I have to go. When you follow, bring the lamp. We're not quite done with it. Cedric ran down the hall, and it took a moment to realize that another set of footsteps followed him. Where are we going? Altair panted as he ran. Cedric slowed to a stop. Being thrown so many times in the last hour had taken a toll on him. The amulet is gone. You're free. We're about as vulnerable as we can get, which means that Limitless should be here any moment. The entrance to the palace was empty, so Cedric continued out the door. Groups of soldiers stood in ranks while villagers stood in groups, talking nervously. Cedric hoped this would work. He took the lamp from Altair and walked past everyone until he stood next to the shield. Hattie and her parents stood off to the side. She broke away and padded over to him. This is our last defense. And you're sure it will work? Cedric sighed. He couldn't lie to her. I don't know. I have to try. Just make sure everyone is ready. Hattie nodded and stepped back. Be careful. Cedric nodded and continued to the shield where Roswin and her sister stood. Are you ready? Roswin asked. Yes. No, but Cedric knew he had no choice. He had to do whatever it took to break the curse on this kingdom. Don't pull it down completely until I give the sign. Roswin nodded and touched the shield. The area around her hand weakened until a hole formed. Cedric stepped through, and his breath caught when the shield went back up. There was no going back now. Limitless, I have what you want. Cedric grimaced. The amulet is yours. The mage appeared in front of Cedric. You've put on quite a show since you returned back to your kingdom. I just wanted to make sure you knew I was back. Cedric fingered the lamp in his cloak. Where's the amulet? The hunger in the man's eyes made Cedric take a step backward. Cedric knew he was in trouble, but he had to follow through. Shattered. If you want it, you'll have to collect the dust on the steps of the palace. Limitless struck Cedric before he had time to react. Pain exploded in his cheek and ear as he spun and landed on the ground. Don't disappoint me again. I asked you where the amulet was. And I told you. This time Cedric met Limitless's blow with one of his own. The man staggered back, fire in his eyes. He wiped his bloody nose and went for Cedric again. Lies! Cedric pulled open his cloak and tunic, exposing his bare chest. The amulet is gone. Limitless shrieked with anger and dove at Cedric, pinning him in a headlock. You will regret that, boy. I don't think I will. Cedric gasped for air. I am here to offer what you really want. The grip loosened slightly and Limitless laughed. And what's that? Cedric fumbled for the lamp in his cloak and lifted it. This. Limitless let go and reached for the lamp. You have it. Cedric raised an arm, hoping those on the other side of the shield were paying attention. I don't understand why you'd want it. I see nothing of importance in there. Because you're a fool. Limitless spat out the last word. He rubbed the side of the lamp, hunger making him salivate. The proud man who had trained Cedric was gone. When Altair didn't appear, Limitless shrieked and threw the lamp to the ground, shattering it into hundreds of pieces. Where is my genie? I couldn't let him back into your possession, so I had to use my last wish to free him. Cedric pulled a sword from his belt. Now, you have two choices. Lift the curse and leave this palace, or deal with me. Terror kept Cedric rooted in place. He was playing with fire and he knew it. Cold fury emanated from Limitless as he advanced on Cedric. You will live to regret this, boy. I gave you everything. Magic, power, everything. Your betrayal will cost you and your kingdom dearly. Cedric's heart skipped a beat as an army appeared out of nowhere behind Limitless. He gave the signal and darted away from Limitless's sword. With a battle cry of his own, Cedric darted forward, ready to finish this once and for all. Chapter 19. Hattie. Fear gripped Hattie's heart as she stood waiting for her turn to fight. Cedric's words were muffled by the shield, but she could see them arguing. She found herself ducking out of the way with every movement from Limitless. How Cedric could handle training under this man was beyond what she could comprehend. When Cedric pulled out the lamp, Hattie turned to her parents. Do what you can to fight these people. Just don't lose your humanity. I don't want to lose you again before we can break the curse. Father nodded and pulled out a sword. You won't. The signal. Hattie's legs shook as the shield fell, and suddenly they were faced with hundreds of people coming at them with weapons she had never seen before. Attack! She called, then dove forward. Her parents darted past her, tearing through the enemy like they were nothing. Hattie looked down at the sword in her paw and then back at her parents. This man had done this, and he would pay. For Millie, for her family, for her kingdom. Hattie leapt into the middle of the battle and closed herself off, allowing the beast's instincts to fight. Flashes of light flew past her face as the mages joined the fight. The land that had once been the pride of her kingdom was now a horrific scene of bodies everywhere. She had to stop this. Hattie searched for Cedric and found him at the center of the battle, locked in combat with Limitless. She fought her way toward them, ducking and swerving around the fighting. Cedric managed to free himself from Limitless's grasp and lurched forward, his sword piercing through the mage's abdomen. A shockwave flowed out from him, throwing everyone to the ground. Hattie flew back and hit a statue, knocking the air out of her. She rolled over and gasped for air. She looked up just as Limitless stood back up, gasping, his sword raised to kill Cedric. No! Hattie leapt forward, her powerful hind legs propelling her toward Limitless. The sword meant for Cedric slid into her shoulder. Pain exploded through her. Laughter. Even as Limitless stood there mortally wounded, he laughed. Hattie pulled the small knife from her belt and tossed it. She smiled as it hit Limitless, finally stopping the laughter. Blackness welcomed her, dulling the pain in her shoulder. Chapter 20. Cedric. Time slowed as Cedric felt Hattie knock him out of the way. He turned to find the sword that was meant for him in her shoulder. Cedric sat up just as Hattie's small knife dealt the final blow to Limitless. As he fell, the rest of his army collapsed. Cedric crawled over bodies to reach Hattie. He pulled the sword out of her shoulder and cradled her in his lap. He put his hand on the wound to heal her, willing it to work. He could feel her life force weakening past what he could cure. He rocked her, tears pouring down his cheeks. His Hattie, the one and only person who really knew him, the one he had shared his secrets with. He couldn't lose her now. Please, no. He searched for Stefan, but he was too far away. Hattie, come back. Hattie, I need you. He pulled her closer. I love you. He bent down and kissed her cheek, and then her forehead. Don't leave me. I love you. Cedric, come with me. Father stood above him. He reached down and put his arms around Cedric. Son, she's gone. Come. I need help healing those who can be helped. No, I need to stay with her. Cedric, let her go. Cedric loosened his grip. He moved to lay her down and stopped. Was that? He looked down at her hand clasped around his, no longer limp. Hattie? Hattie gasped for air as light encircled her. Stefan pulled Cedric away from her and held him tightly. The fur that had covered her disappeared, and her features changed back to the face he knew so well. She stirred and opened her eyes, blinking several times. Her hands flew up to her face. Am I? Cedric pulled away from his father and scooped Hattie up in his arms. You're back. She threw her arms around his neck and laughed. You did it! I suppose I did. He set her down. Hattie, I don't know what I would have done without you. She caressed his cheek. Let's hope you never have to find out. Cedric leaned down and brushed her lips with his. She pulled him closer and kissed him, wiping everything else from his mind. When they finally broke apart, Cedric kissed her nose and held her close. A light rain mixed with magic fell on the ground around them, and the damage from the battle repaired itself. People poured from the palace to find their loved ones. Cedric let go of Hattie so she could run to her parents. They had transformed as well and hugged their daughter tightly to them. Movement from the opposite direction caught Cedric's attention. A man on a horse galloped toward them at full speed. As they drew closer, Cedric recognized the cook. The man climbed off the horse and searched frantically until he found Merrick. He dropped to his knees, tears streaking down his face. Cedric pushed his way through the crowd. He reached Merrick's side. "Don't be too angry with him. I don't believe it was his fault." "I know it wasn't." Merrick took the man by the elbow and pulled him up. "I noticed something was wrong after you left last night, and figured I'd use it to our advantage. A few clues about a large army and where we'd be, and he took off shortly after." Hattie slid an arm around Cedric's waist. "Thank you for everything, Merrick. If you will excuse us, the king and queen would like to have words with Cedric." Merrick winked at Cedric. "Good luck." Cedric looked down at the woman next to him. "You know, I'd take fighting a Limitless over meeting your parents any day." Hattie laughed and leaned closer. "I would too." Epilogue. Hattie smoothed her dress out for the 100th time. She could do this. As Millie put the locket from her father around her neck, Hattie stared down at her hands. The simple ring from Cedric fit snugly on her delicate finger. Memories of being a beast still came back from time to time. She would brush it aside as a dream, but she knew it wasn't. "Are you ready for your veil, Highness?" Millie's voice made Hattie jump. Hattie checked her hair one more time, then nodded. "Yes." Millie smiled and set the veil on Hattie's head. "You look beautiful, Highness." "Thank you." Hattie looked at her hand again. "I still can't believe this is finally happening." "Neither can the rest of the kingdom," Millie laughed. "The princess is marrying a street rat. You'll be the talk of every court from now on." Hattie grinned. "Works for me, as long as they get the story right." "It's too fantastic to make up anything else." Millie straightened the veil. "There. I think we're ready. And just in time, too." The doors opened, and the king and queen walked inside. Mother pulled her into a hug first. "You look beautiful, sweetie." "Thank you." Hattie turned to her father and had to look away. The tears in his eyes made her tear up as well. "Daddy, you'll make my face all red and puffy if you make me cry." Her father kissed her cheek. "We wouldn't want that. Now, let's go before Roswin sends her sisters in here after us." Hattie slipped her arm through her father's and they walked to the door. Mother and Millie had already left to take their places. It seemed the whole kingdom had shown up for the wedding, no doubt to see if what they'd heard was really true. Hattie smiled and waved as she walked down the aisle. Her mom pursed her lips at the front of the crowd. They'd gone over this more than once. No waving. It was customary to stare straight ahead. Cedric stood on the dais, looking uncomfortable in his suit. His hair was combed to the side, instead of the usual mussed style Hattie was used to seeing. He beamed as they drew closer. Father handed her off to Cedric before going to his seat. Cedric leaned down. "You look beautiful, my princess." "You don't look so bad yourself." She winked at Millie, who stood to the side, but her lady-in-waiting only had eyes for the man standing between Cedric and Stefan. Altair had chosen to stay in the kingdom, and if rumor was correct, the two of them were planning their own wedding. The priest cleared his throat. "It is indeed a joyous day as we celebrate the union of this young couple. They have asked me to skip ahead to the vows." Cedric squeezed Hattie's arm and smiled. The priest opened his book, then looked down at Cedric. "Cedric, do you take this woman to be your lawfully wedded wife, as long as you both shall live?" "I do." Cedric smiled, though Hattie could feel how nervous he was. "Princess Henrietta, do you take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband as long as you both shall live?" "I do." Hattie's heart felt as though it would burst. Cedric had been her best friend since they were young, and today she could finally call him her husband. "By the power invested in me, I now pronounce you, Hattie and Cedric, husband and wife, lawfully wedded before God. You may kiss the bride to seal your union." Cedric leaned down and kissed Hattie. The crowd burst into cheers, but Hattie ignored them and allowed the world to slip away. Cedric took Hattie's hand and they ran down the aisle toward the entrance. Roswin and her sisters stood on each side of the steps, shooting off fireworks from their wands. A carriage waited for them at the bottom of the steps, covered in wreaths of roses. Cedric helped Hattie into the carriage before climbing in next to her. Now, where should we go on our honeymoon? He put his arm around her, and Hattie snuggled up close to him. I don't care where we go, as long as it's together. The end. This has been Limitless, a Beauty and the Beast retelling, lost in a fairy tale. Written by Jacqueline Wiest, narrated by Mary Jo Anderson. Copyright 2018 by Jacqueline Wiest. Production copyright by Jacqueline Wiest.